find it hard to not give in.
Hello, BPL. It is now. It's time for some games. It's week 5, day 3, so the final day of games for this week. We have Chungus Fungus versus Seal the Deal to start us off, and I think this game is like a pretty important game for Seal the Deal, especially because given their record, if they lose this game, then I'm pretty sure that they are basically confirmed to be 8th seed, and obviously, if you are 8th seed, then you do not make playoffs or even the play-ins, so you're just eliminated altogether. So this is definitely a must-win for Seal the Deal. How do you think that this game is going to go?
Going into this, I mean, Chungus Fungus has a clear advantage. I mean, similar record, 2-3 versus a 1-14. Last week, Seal got their first win on the board, so a lot of higher motivation coming to this, higher team morale. But Seal is going to definitely be on the back foot here. They're fighting for survival. They're fighting for a spot just to stay alive. I mean, it's now or never for Seal to pull out all their tricks out of their bag.
Yeah, especially considering because I think the highest seed that Seal the Deal can get, like it's like hypothetically if everything went in their favor, the highest seed that they can get is the 6th seed still, so definitely a possibility for them to maybe make it into play-ins, but definitely some tough games ahead of them, because after this week they are playing Corrupted guys, which are definitely more of a top tier team in this group. So I think if Seal the Deal really want to make a final push into play-ins, this kind of has to be like their game where they this needs to be like the game where they can kind of get into their groove for, sort of that final push into the play-in bracket.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you can always get to 6, but Seal Deal needs to win, and they have to hope that people above them, Campfire, Song, are gonna lose. They need them to lose these couple matches that are coming up to stay alive for sure. It's a lot of win now, hope later. Is right now, this is the main focus they need to focus on right now.
Yeah, but obviously Chungus Fungus, they're also like a pretty strong team. Like I wouldn't really count them out in this game, because if you look at their roster, I'm pretty sure last time I saw them play, they did have Pangolix on tank. I don't know if they had last night or Hyun available for that game, but Pangolix did look pretty strong against Camp Halfcourt, because they did beat Camp Halfcourt 2-1 last week, and I think a good reason for that was off of Pangolix being able to flex onto the Mauga on Eichenwald, and that definitely seemed to kind of catch Camp Halfcourt off guard last week. So I think if Pangolix is going to be running the tank again, I do think that Seal the Deal do need to sort of watch out for Pangolix. Just kind of make sure that they not disrespect him a little bit too much. Like even though he is like off-rolling, I think there's still definitely a lot of tanks that he can play and still get a lot of value on. So I think that's like the big. I think that's like the big what if for Chungus Fungus, like maybe they'll have like their tank players for this game, but maybe not.
Yeah, and on the other side for Seal Deal, it's a little bit more similar in the sense of who can play what. It looks like everybody on this team except RMM and Wander are flex in some form. I do think though that for Seal Deal, RMM and Femel have to be top of their game right now. Those will be the main two that need to stay alive, not be the first pick, and just play, top ability here, just in order to have a fight. I think a decent fight in this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I think another big advantage for another big thing that Seal do have going for them is I think they're starting to sort of understand like what compositions they're strongest at, because Riptide, he's a very flexible tank player, can kind of play just a lot of tanks in general. So I think Seal Deal can kind of just run a lot of comps and just kind of put Riptide on whatever helps like the rest of the players be more comfortable, because I think Wander has definitely proven himself to be a pretty capable Sombra for the most part, and I think Bakery has also been very solid on flex support I think he's been pretty solid for mostly the entire season as well. Definitely been sort of their standout, and also Kartik, no slouch on like the Sojourn or the Freya if they want to try running that. So I think Seal the Deal, I haven't really watched them play too much, so I'm not 100% sure of what compositions that they play, but I think they have like a lot of flexible pieces, so it seems like that they can just kind of adapt to what Chungus Fungus might try to run in this game.
Yeah, I think that'll be a big advantage for Seal Deals to have to be able to play multiple different comps when they want to. But I do think going to this, I think Chungus Fungus, in my caster opinion, is going to come out on top in this match. Seal Deal, player survivability, I will not be surprised if there are some form of mistakes just trying to make something happen as a team on their side.
Yeah. And especially looking at, and we do have our map pool down there. We have Nepal and then Numbani, and then our tiebreaker map is New Queen Street. So I think, I'm not so sure. I feel like Chungus Fungus in general, when I watched them play against Camp Halfcore, they definitely seem to not really play, I guess, like the hard meta. Again, like seeing Pangolux on that Mauga, it's definitely not like, I guess, what you would usually see from a team, because I think majority of meta comps are like the Hazard or the Winston or like the Ramatra. You definitely see that more often or not, but I think Seal the Deal are going to be running mostly meta comps going into this, and now we're looking at the hero bans, and Chungus Fungus will be banning Sombra, and then Seal the Deal will be banning Orisa.
That is definitely a target ban over to Chungus Fungus. If I remember looking at this roster correctly, from what I can tell, it looks like Vonder has Sombra up as their main like DPS character. So might be just a quick little thing just to get out, guarantee a first map. Like I said, Seal Deal playing a little bit more just comp target. You know, Orisa is just so much health, can just do a lot on these Nepal maps. I think it's a great ban by Seal Deal. Chungus Fungus just trying to make sure that whoever's playing on the other side cannot have any room to do anything.
Yes, and also with that Orisa ban, you can kind of assume that we might see Riptide playing either like the Winston or the Ramatra, because I definitely do think Orisa is very strong into those two tanks specifically, especially like Ram, just because like I think her spin blocks a lot of Ram's like punches, and then also the spear to kind of spear him out of his block, which can make Ram really easily killable. But also, that's also a pretty smart ban there from Chungus Fungus, making sure to get rid of Vonder's best character, and also generally Sombra definitely has a lot of team fight winning potential, especially with that EMP, and also hacks are very good to sort of pick off members of Chungus Fungus if they're not careful. So I definitely think that's a good ban from them. And now we are going into this map, and we do see that Chungus Fungus, they do have last night here. Pangolux will not be on tank. And then on the side of Seal Deal, we are going to be seeing FML in instead of RMM to start off this map.
Yeah, I mean, of course we know this is pure lineup, but Chungus Fungus is definitely going to run more, you know, brawl comp, more brawl style. Just trying to put that output damage. They have the life through there for, you know, good support. Map there for a good offensive hybrid support backline. Other side looking more like a rush side. You know, you have the Lucio Kiri, you have ball just go roll around if they play ball. Seal Deal looking like Yonder's going to play Tracer into this, just going to get the quick TP out. Yeah, Riptide goes Diva. So definitely more dive comp versus brawl. So I'm excited to see how these will go up against each other.
Yeah, and on the side of Chungus Fungus, we are seeing Pangolux on the Bastion. That's definitely that's kind of what he's known for being a very good Bastion player here. So I think Seal the Deal, they definitely need to sort of care that, especially with Otters on that Baptiste to provide just so much healing for that Bastion, and also just very good at sort of hunkering down on this point with that Ramatra as well, and also even the Lifeweaver just as like a kind of get out of jail free card in case they ever need it. So we are seeing Chungus Fungus is sort of taking point control early here, but Seal the Deal, they're definitely holding the space. They're not looking to give it up that quickly. They're already looking to maybe rotate around, look for some off angles. But Pangolux going to be popping the form pretty early, going to be taking some bullets from Karthik, but actually, yeah, Pangolux going to be finding the very first pick there onto that Freya, and Riptide just trying to find anything will just be getting demech. So Chungus Fungus going to be able to get the first cap off of that.
I'm going to this. I mean, Ping had the right idea, you know, going turret form, and I mean, Riptide ate all up with defense matrix, but I think that turret form lasted just a little bit longer to get Kortik out first. And going to this, of course, you have map control here, so probably go for a flank here on Firth Mafia. And else is going to hold point and just make them come to them, which is the smart move.
And also, it did seem like Karthik did kind of get caught out there. I don't think he was maybe expecting Pangolux to still be peeking that, especially after you like double bolt somebody on Frey. You would assume that, you know, you sort of make them back up, but that doesn't seem to be what happened here. We are seeing Wander kind of taking that Tracer duel to Mafia with FML, just looking to maybe force out that Tracer, but Mafia not really letting a lot of space go, and actually the stick onto Wander. That is insane. pulse bomb there and also the grip just to ensure that that Tracer stays alive. And last night just going to be walking in here on the Ramatra. Bakery falling super incredibly low, does not have that TP available, will also fall, and Penguins taking down FMLs, or Riptide most likely going to be getting staggered out here. So again, just a lot of time lost here for Seal the Deal going into this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, they keep holding here. I mean, yeah, they're gonna get like close to basically 75, maybe 75%, and it's gonna be like basically one more team fight, unless Seal the Deal can make it quick and clean and just get that ult back. But Chungus Fungus can literally just stall us out as long as they want and take one team fight, and this map be over. This first map be done with.
And also looking at the ultimates on the side of Chungus Fungus, Island, she does have that Tree of Life available, which is such, I think that's such a good ult to just sort of sustain. And if you want to sort of counter maybe like that rush coming out here from the bakery, we are going to be seeing that Tree of Life on point just to sort of keep the rest of the team alive and seal the deal. Yeah, they're just really unable to kill anyone right now. Is Riptide going to be the first one to fall?
Wow.
The Bola shot from Kartik not going to find much either, as Chungus Fungus is cleaning up all of seal the deal, and that's just going to be the round one here for Chungus Fungus. They only had to use one ultimate that round.
That is actually wild. They used Bomb and they used Tree of Life, and they still came on top. So just showing, even as like team comp, they're doing more with and getting more value out of it, showing that the ults in the chamber don't matter in anything right now.
Yeah, definitely. It also just definitely seemed like that Chungus Fungus knew what they were doing. If you're looking at that scoreboard, nobody on Chungus Fungus died a single time. So it looks like this sort of brawl hunker down comp seems to be working out very well for them. And it looks like seal the deal. They need to find like an answer to maybe like look to go on to Pangolix a little bit easier, and maybe try to force out cooldowns before going in, because right now it just seems like they have no idea of what to really do into this sort of Bastion, like, I guess hunker comp. It's a little bit hard to, or bunker comp, it's a little bit hard to kind of like counter that. It does seem a little bit challenging. We are going to be seeing Vonder on the Torb now, so maybe a little bit easier to sort of poke out that Bastion while he's in his turret form. And Riptide going to be looking to mirror the Ramatra.
Backline. Yeah, Studios changed the backline. Everything didn't change except Cortic. And I mean, as you saw the scoreboard earlier, from Riptide only had 900 damage output and a 5,000 damage mitigated. So not much value out of the tank. And Femel only had barely 700 healing as well and barely 1,000 damage. So kind of just need to be more on the defensive front. They're playing a little bit too defensive, not having an answer like as you were saying.
Yeah, just like seal the deal, they are opting to slow down the push a little bit. We see that they just kind of let Chungus Fungus take the point. I think they're looking to bait out the Bastion for maybe before they start walking, but the Bakery just going to fall first there to Mafia. I don't think Seal the Deal are really carrying the flank from the Tracer. Vonder eventually going to be able to take down Mafia, but at the end of the day, I think Chungus Fungus have already secured the fight there with those two picks.
Yeah, and they already have points, so just gonna keep walking to spawn. And I mean, now you have 25% on the board. And wow, either Femel can get back up or just
like a reset
off.
Yeah, or just jumped off.
Yeah. So hopefully Femel's back, so they'll be able to regroup quick. But I mean, a quick point taken by Chungus Fungus there, already up to 40%, and second team fight is going underway, and it's not looking pretty for Seal Deal right now.
Yeah, and I also do think I think the Ana swap from the Bakery is pretty smart, but obviously just I think FML needs to make sure to keep tabs on the Ana and make sure that the Ana does not get picked off by Mafia, because I think the anti-grenades can definitely really shut down someone from the side of Chungus Fungus. We're seeing the bull shot coming through, able to force out the lamp, and Bonder going to be the first one to find the pick there onto Mafia, so maybe an advantage for Seal the Deal, but last night going to be able to take down Riptide. Riptide is going forward maybe a little bit too far, not in OS of his supports, and I think Seal the Deal are just going to have to back up here. They are kind of split, so I think there might be staggers coming through here. This is not really what you want to be seeing with Seal the Deal, but the Nano Boost is going to be committed onto Vonder. They're just looking to burn down last night with the window. Perfect from Ottersa, and also Chemical is just turning through the window just to burn down that Torbjorn extremely quickly. And Seal the Deal just
looking for a pulse pump here for sure. Look at somebody.
Yeah, it's also just like a really staggered fight right now for Seal the Deal. We're seeing that they're just down a couple of people looking to maybe go in. Mafia falling really low, but Seal the Deal, they need to find someone to touch the point. Riptide going to be popping their Ramatra ult. Yeah, FML going to be the one to tag the point and trigger overtime, but Riptide just taking so much damage. But actually going to be able to keep alive there off the back of the Bakery. And FML with a Bastion ult to take down that Ramatra. Kartik going to be getting the trade though. Kartik actually finding two and will be committing the ball shot as well. FPL going to be able to take down Mafia, and Seal the Deal actually going to be able to flip the fight in their favor. Bondra going to be able to take down Pangolin as well. So Seal the Deal, I thought that they were actually going to lose that fight.
I did too. They put out Ordo, they put out Torb's ult, they had Riptide use ult. Almost every ult was used except Nano there. Nano's used the fight before. So kind of even, nothing in the tank right now. Neither side come in terms of ults, but Chungus Fungus coming on Tree of Life. Their next would be Window. I mean, it's even as it can be right now. Celio has to just play smart here and just not be. They need to get the first picks.
Yeah, I definitely do think their best win con here is hopefully Bakery just going to be able to get that nano boost, but FML gonna fall to Pangolix. Pangolix did get that did get the grenade bastion for him, and I don't think FML was really expecting all that damage. Nade not really gonna hit anyone.
Wow.
Yeah, and the flip from Chungus Fungus.
And I mean,
yeah, they can just kind of sustain on this point forever if they wanted to, but yeah, Baker's just gonna fall to Pangolus. Pangolus is sort of uncontested right now. Riptide trying to do anything, but just so much sustain on this point off the back of that Tree of Life, and Chungus Fungus will just be able to win the map pretty cleanly from them.
Yeah, I mean, Chungus Fungus showing out and showing them that, yeah, ults matter, don't get me wrong, but even as a team, they're just showing that their skill is just better. I mean, better team comp, better use of what they're doing. Don't get me wrong, Studio got the bag, they got some points, they at least some percentage on the board. But going into this next round in the Bonnie, it comes down to, better team cohesion, not so much just, oh, we have 4 ults, they have 3, we can push with an ult, be aggressive. It comes down to what team comp they're running, how can we counter that team comp without having to keep swapping every other team fight.
Yeah, it did seem like Seal the Deal were just, there was like that one fight where it did seem like that they were Vonder sort of split himself off from the rest of the team, so then Bakery had to commit the nano boost to keep that Torb alive, but then Vonder just ends up dying anyway off the back of that window from Otter. So I feel like right now Seal the Deal are just looking a little bit uncoordinated into Chungus Fungus, and that's kind of not what you want if you're playing into that bunker comp with a Bastion and a Life Weaver. Just so much healing and sustain, you kind of need to have a coordinated setup to maybe take down the Bastion or take down a support. But Seal the Deal are just looking a little bit lost right now, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, going to this next map, you got to play smart with your bans here, because now you get rid of one, and I mean, you just going to this, Seal Deal has to look for, I mean, more than anything, the Life Weaver backline is crazy. They can't really go to Tracer because both teams are running the Tracer comp. Freya is kind of also the other DPS. Comes to tank, I mean, unless they swap tanks and maybe get rid of get rid of Winston, but unless the other person takes to play Winston, they gotta look for a support ban here that doesn't affect them heavily. I think that's the way they need to go.
Yeah, I did like some of the adjustments made by Seal the Deal though. I think that the comp that they were running on paper can work really well into the comp that Chungus Fungus were running, but I just think their timing was maybe a little bit off, and it seemed like that they weren't really. It seems like they weren't really like marking, or sort of like marking the Tracer a couple of fights in a row, because it did seem like Bakery was under a ton of pressure there on the Ana, just trying to keep everyone alive. And FML did unfortunately get picked off a lot on that Juno. I think obviously the Grenade Bastion is very strong at just sort of picking you off from long range comparatively to the Turret form, where you can just kind of as I feel like further away, it's going to be a little bit harder for Bastion to sort of track you down. But we're going to be seeing the hero bans here for Numbani, and Seal the Deal going to be banning that Life Weaver. The Chungus Fungus are not going to have that going into this next map.
That's good. I mean, of course, you're probably going to see on a Brig backline, which is normal, but does get rid of something that they probably don't use. And Chungus Fungus get rid of Diva. I mean, unless Riptide's the only tank here, that's a great ban for Chungus Fungus. They have another tank, not bad, but I will not be surprised. That's just to help protect guaranteed Winston. The main counter to Winston is now mainly out. They can play how they want, and so they'll at least knock something off for a change for the other team's backline. But Chungus Fungus, I think, with this ban wins the bans here.
Yeah, and also I think especially banning the Diva, if Chungus Fungus want to opt to run that Bastion again, there's no DM available, and it's also maybe going to be a little bit harder to sort of set up a dive if you don't have that Diva who can sort of eat all the damage from the Bastion while your DPS sort of go in. So I do think the Diva ban is really smart, and I think the Life Weaver ban from Seal the Deal That is a little bit of an interesting one. I think maybe they're just trying to get rid. I think the Tree of Life was definitely very oppressive last map, but I think in general though, if Chungus Fungus wanted to maybe just run like a Kiri Bap or even just any other different composition, I feel like it's still they can still run this sort of bunker comp with like the Bastion if they wanted to. But obviously that doesn't seem to be as popular of a pick on Numbani, so we might be seeing Chungus Fungus running a little bit more of a standard comp. Maybe like we can maybe just see them running like a dive, because obviously Pangolux is a very capable hit scan player. Bastion's just like his strongest, but he can always play like the Sojourner or the Ash if he wanted to. So like we might see something different from Seal the Deal, but I'm assuming the Life Weaver ban is to sort of maybe prevent that bunker comp that Chungus Fungus were running last map.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Going to this, Seal the Deal has to play their art out. I mean, you don't want to be getting steamrolled on Numbani. I mean, I always say Numbani is a steamrolled or you don't go nowhere map. It's either battle is going to be first point in OT, or you're going to make it all the way to the end. I don't think I've seen it, but like it's very rare you get like, oh, we got halfway to point 2, or we're like on the back half of a second point. Most of the time you get all to the end or you don't get anywhere at all. So Seal Deal has to just play with the mindset of survivability. This is literally our last chance before in case season ends, and kind of just as a group and a team, just play together correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, on this side, Chungus Fungus, of course, not on the brink of elimination, but more just if they win, they move up. They move up a guaranteed spot somewhere. Because with this, I mean, that moves them from playing up to at least.
They do.
Fifth.
They will maintain their 5th seed if they win this game, because their map differential will be -1 compared to once more their map differential is 0. But obviously, being 3-3 is very solid, because in like maybe a scenario where they can get an upset win onto Grid Reaper and once more loses, like hypothetically to Smoke Wolves, which obviously Smoke Wolves is a very strong team as well, so I think once more have to be watching out for that. So I think Chungus Fungus, they could maybe even steal like a 4th seed, and I think 4th seed is also pretty important, because I'm pretty sure if you are 4th seed, you do skip a round of play-ins. If I had to guess,
yes,
but
I think if you're automatically above 5 and 6, you skip the play-ins. I think it's 6-7, the play-in, then whoever faces them. I don't know how that works, but I think, yeah, you're correct. I think 6-7 automatically, everyone else gets like a free practice week, as in they can pay attention to watch, see they're going up against, playing around that. Yeah. They're on playing still, it's a spot, but you definitely don't be the team that come from, very bottom of the bracket, and you gotta work all the way through everybody to get something going.
Yeah, you definitely want to just sort of have that, because all you have to do is win 1 game and then you make it to playoffs, which is definitely more favorable than having to win 2, because if you're in that lower bracket, I think it also gives other teams like sort of ideas of like what you play, so that they can maybe just like have like a better idea of what to ban, or even just like what to play against you in general. So
Ooh, okay, so brand new news. Chungus Fungus will get 4th if A, they win this match, they beat Grid Reaper next week, and Smoke Wolves beat once for next week. So it's like a parlay, or there's 3 conditions have to happen. They have to win, they have to beat Grid Reaper, and then they have to go 2-0, and then they have to hope Smoke Wolves beats once more next week in the final week.
yeah.
So a lot of conditions there just to maintain that 4th spot.
And it looks like we are getting into this map here. We are going to be seeing January coming in for who was playing? Was January playing? I forgot.
January was not playing.
Oh, it was Mafia.
It was Mafia, yeah.
Yes. So we are seeing that swap coming in.
They changed team on the other side. Bonder comes in.
Bonder going to be on the Sombra. No. The only swap for Seal the Deal is Armem will be in for FML, and then we are seeing Angelo Lugusa will be coming in there for Riptide. And looks like Seal the Deal are going to be running out on this Hazard comp. And obviously Vondra are going to be on that Sombra. And I do think if they can set up EMPs properly, that could definitely shut down what Chungus Fungus are looking for. But again, Pangolux is going to be back on that Bastion and just going to be running that Bat Brig. So definitely positive. So they definitely do need to look to shut down Pangolux, make sure that Bastion cannot sort of get a lot of value. So they might need to try to play a little bit faster before Pangolux can get that turret set up.
Yeah, and you see, of course, you got the pocket coming left side with RM, and Cortic something. It looks like Sombra also backline. So it's just Ana, Hazard main, and you know, trying to just play split, trying to corner this team into, you know, playing backside. And I mean, it's working. I mean, clearly they got the top, they pushed them off. Now it's just a battle of who's gonna press side first. RMM is low, and Winston's gonna look for that pick, but he might get flushed out here.
Lamp does come through to save him, and it does seem like the CLD are taking a lot of map control right now. I do think the Sombra pick definitely helping out them a lot. Hard to be able to get the first kill onto January. Yeah, no Genji available for Chungus Fungus, so now CLD just gonna be running in Angelo Gusa with the slash onto Lilam. Will be taking down that Brig as well. So CLD gonna be most likely going to be able to win this, take this first point pretty convincingly and very quickly, and the Bakery going to be able to snipe Otters from long range. That's exactly what you want to be seeing. Yeah, and Kartik going to be able to take down Penglets as well, so looks like Seal the Deal definitely finding their footing on this map here with a very early cap on the first point.
Oh my god. I mean, anyway, it's still running laps around 1 point. I mean, that knocks some time off, but I mean, now you're down a DPS for a hot minute. Just like for you, and you just gotta kind of play cautious here if you're Chungus Fungus. You still play up, and swap to their Matcha, so a bit better pick, not as heavy, dive, but Sombra can still get a lot of value out of getting rid of a Matcha.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing Jan. She will be playing that Freya now. It's looking to maybe mirror Kartik. I do think the Genji definitely a little bit tough to play into the Sombra and also the Freya, because there's a lot of ways to sort of escape that engage. Kartik going to be popping the bullet shot, but not going to find too much, as the team just going to have to hide away from that window for now. But the Baker does have that nano boost available, so most likely a nano boost onto Angelo Gusia, who probably wants to play really aggro into this team before you know, Lilam can kind of get that rally going. So I think they're just looking to, Kartik obviously going to be taking an off angle with RMM with that Mercy Pocket. And Angelo Gusa going to be hit with the nano boost, and also popping the Hazard ult. Pangolin going to be popping the Bastion ult, most likely to just get the overall to stay alive and actually be able to take down
first. Wow. I get that res though. Res does come out early, so no res on the side of Seal Deal. It does get their support back. So it looks like Chungus Fungus is just gonna walk off a point here, even after using looked like 3 ults on Steel Deal side, and Chungus Fungus still come on top using 1.
Yeah, now I was expecting maybe Vonder to look for an EMP there, but it looks like Pangol's just gonna be able to find 2 picks sort of in their spawners. Chungus Fungus doing a good job of pushing up and making sure that Seal the Deal cannot escape, and Pangol's able to snipe Vonder, predicting where that translocate's gonna go. And yeah, Seal the Deal though, they still do have that EMP to work with going into this next fight.
Yeah, the EMP, you have Bola. On the other side, I mean, see that Seal Deal changes back, you know, Ramir. So they have Rally, they have Bola. So it's kind of even in terms of ult. It just comes down to how can Bola be used. Wow, great.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that bullet shot just onto Pangolix, and that's just so much damage onto that Bastion, and the EMP gonna be coming through, but actually Vonder gonna die to Otters, and Angel Gusa not able to pick off Lilam, who pops the rally. Armin gonna get the res on onto Vonder, but yeah, it looks like Chungus Fungus able to stabilize pretty well so far this fight, as yeah, it definitely looks like Seal the Deal just opting to sort of back up here. Bakery kind of alone right now, but the anti-nade onto last night, well, maybe just kind of forcing that Ramatra away. Vonder gonna be able to take down January, but not before January gets a trade-off onto RMM, and the Ramble committed there from last night to take down Kartik, and Seal the Deal gonna have to most likely back up. They are looking to maybe pick off last night, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
No, that's gonna happen. NT comes out, but you know, Emor there just keep him alive. They're just gonna walk him. Window comes out early, so just a hold. No EMP to get rid of it. So good ult here, just to clear space. I mean, if you're Seal Deal, you have to wait it out. You have nothing really going into it. You have Nano. But right now, Nano isn't going to do much against the whole team just looking down in your barrel.
Yeah, I think obviously a Nano Boost most likely going to be coming out here onto Angelo, but Otto's going to be picking off Kartik. I'm pretty sure Kartik tried to look for a bullet shot, but wasn't really able to find it, and Pangol's going to be popping that Bastion ult, almost takes down the Baker. Bakery will be able to survive, avoiding that. For now, as Seal the Deal, they still have that nano boost available, going to be popping it onto Vonder. Actually, Vonder going to be able to take down Pangolin. Kartik also getting a pick off onto January. So off the back of that nano boost, looks like Seal the Deal will be able to finally able to win this fight, and most likely going to be take the point, as last night not going to be here for this recontest if Chungus Fungus are going to want to look for it, but I don't think.
Yeah, Otters is not going to get there in time. So yeah, coming to, I mean, Vonder has EMP. They have, you know, Matcha ult. It's a good combo if they can play it right. They're coming up on rally. Next thing will be Bola and then Window. So either Vander's gonna play really aggressive or is gonna save it for something here.
And Angelo Gusta, they still have like the Ram ult available, so if they want to maybe look for like EMP and a Ram ult, but as I say that, Bond are gonna fall. Immediate res though from RMM, so if they still want to look for that ultimate combo, they definitely can. They just need to maybe watch out for the rally and the window coming out here that's gonna be available for the side of Chungus Fungus going into this fight. As we are seeing the nade onto last night, and the EMP gonna be coming through, and also the Ram ult. Bond are gonna be able to get the first kill onto Pangos. Angelo Gusta trying to find someone,
my god! Wow, does not get the second one, even though having 3 at like 1 HP.
And
Cordy goes out.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't really know what happened there.
I was thinking about the res. I mean, they get some good movement on it. I mean, they might just they did not stare at Bakery. They got some good movement, but kind of the ults used definitely not get the result I thought was gonna happen.
Yeah, I definitely thought that the EMP Ram combo was going to find way more, but it did seem like Angelo Gusta maybe kind of forgot about the bashing because he did lose a lot of his health immediately. And also, January did hit a bullet shot onto Kartik, and Kartik tried to look for a bullet shot of his own, but just kind of missed it. I don't really think that hit anyone either, so maybe just like a mild misuse of ultimates here, but the Bakery gonna have that nano boost, and Armin will have that Valk going into this fight if Seal do want to be engaging in with that. But the Bastion gonna be coming through from Pangos, immediately takes down the Bakery, but the res from RMM to bring that on and back up here. But we are seeing Chungus Fungus pushing forward up now with that rally. But okay, looks like they are not gonna push forward anymore. It looks like Seal gonna be able to sustain that push for now, but still Chungus Fungus, they still do have that Ram ult and that window going into this next fight. And still do only have that nano boost. They're coming up to a bullet shot though, so Kartik needs to get a lot of value. The nade from Bakery, not going to find anything. Window going to be popped by Otters as Pangos is looking for a kill through that window. And we'll be able to find Vonder. The window grenade Bastion is able to do so much damage. And yeah, still going to have to back up for now.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, they're going to fight. That might be a big stagger. I mean,
that's a really big stagger. There's only 15 seconds left.
Oh, there is. I mean, I'm going to go Kiriko, but they need someone to touch. You have about 5 seconds.
If anyone were to touch the point, I'm assuming it would be from Vonder. The bullet shot coming out there from Jan, but unfortunately not going to find too much. And Kartik actually going to be able to take down the other Freya, but Vonder going to fall to Lylan. But again, the Bakery still has this nano boost available here. If he wants to use it, he's going to be using it onto Kartik. Kartik looking to hit anything, but looks like Fungus is sort of able to back away from that nano boosted Freya, but still the nano boosted Freya able to provide some space here for Seal to deal. Vonder also almost has that EMP available if they want to use it. Ramatro going to be coming through here for Pangolus with that Bastion, looking for anything but the Freya ult. Absolutely massive, able to hit Pangolus, but the lamp perfect to keep him alive, but still so much damage onto that Bastion. Kartik will be able to get that first pick, but the window from Odyssey keep everyone alive, but the EMP from Vonder absolutely massive, able to hit 4 people. It's such a back and forth fight, but it looks like finally Seal the Teal going to be able to find the picks off the back of that EMP, and looks like they will be able to get the full cap here in overtime.
Huge EMP by Wander just to get rid of that window. Had 3 of them just sitting next to it, ready to go, and just got rid of the flip point there. So good in there by Seal Deal. It definitely was in their favor. With 5 seconds left, so Chungus Fungus has some ground to make up. Do they, as a team, try to change things up, or do they just keep doing what they're doing and just hope that they push farther and faster?
I think that round also for Seal Deal, I think Kartik as well on that Freya is able to find a good amount of opening picks, and also just doing so much damage, able to farm the bullet shot, which is, I would say it's kind of like Pulse Bomb, where like you can just kind of use it whenever, but also the amount of value you can get is absolutely massive, as all that damage that was dumped onto Pangolus forced out the lamp, and then also the window by Otters just sort of shut down by that EMP. Vonder's timing there was very perfect with that EMP, just sort of able to shut down I think maybe like the re-engage that Chungus Fungus are maybe looking for off the back of that window.
Yeah, I mean, going to this, looks like Seal Deal is going to run the exact same thing. Chungus Fungus is going to change up on support back line with Lylum going to go the Juno here. Ours still going to stay back. I mean, maybe not. Maybe you're going to swap things up. I'm going to not force anything, but I'm going to go Brig here, so just a little bit more protection for Bakery. But January might get some good value with Genji here if played right. I mean, just gotta watch out for Wander. Wander might just hack you out of deflect, and you're just a sitting duck.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing Lilam. She will be on the Mercy now instead of that Brig. So I guess not as much of that Brawl potential, but definitely way better at making sure that Pangolux or Jan can get their value on these DPS characters. As we are going to be seeing Chungus Fungus walking up really early, but last night taking a good amount of damage there from Kartik, who's just kind of sitting in the back looking for bullet shots from long range, and so far just looking a little bit uncontested. But Angelo Lugusa taking a ton of damage there so far, and looks like just sitting on this high ground, actually getting pocketed by Bakery. Will drop eventually, but last night looking for that push, but the Bakery going to be able to get the first pick there onto Pangolux. The res immediately though from Lilam to even at the fight, but January going to fall to the RMM, and Bakery with another kill onto Otters. Bakery getting a lot of kills right now on this Ana.
I think the support's the back line. I think Bakery got 2, RMM got 1 in that team fight. So support is kind of playing a bit more aggressive and not so much on the whole healing part. Not afraid to get their hands dirty in this fight's going on.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing January going back over to that Freya. I think. Oh yeah, obviously just same thing as last time. It just seems a little bit hard for Genji to sort of go on a target, especially when you have like the Brig or the Sombra. Just like a lot of ways to sort of avoid and engage. But we are seeing Vonder farming up that EMP very quickly. So if Seal the Deal want to go for a fast fight here off the back of that EMP, that could be a great way to sort of wipe Chungus Fungus out before they can really get any ultimates going here. But Angelo Gusa taking a lot of damage, going to be popping that form, and Kartik actually going to fall first to Pangolux. So no Freya on the board, but they still might try to use that EMP if they want to maybe turn this fight around. But Pangolux uncontested on this high ground with the Mercy Pocket EMP going to be coming through, and the Nano Boost onto Angelo Lugusa. Looks like Seal the Deal are looking to maybe win this fight, but the Nano Ramatra not really able to find too much here. Otters able to jump into that lamp at a perfect time with the Ramatra ult to take down last night, and Angelo Lugusa just walking in so aggro, but unable to find more than just that one kill in the Bastion to take down the Ramatra. But actually Pangolux will also fall to Kartik, so it's still a very even fight there. But Chungus Fungus, that's a great Freya ult there from Kartik, and Seal the Deal able to actually win. Wow.
Yeah, being up, they were up 1. They were up 1 there. I mean, wrong about Chungus Fungus. I also thought it was even, and you just had to walk up front. But big bullet shot there, and did not need rally there. So RMM did not spin rally there, even though it could have potentially been used, just to save face. But I mean, you have on the other side, Chungus Fungus, you have Bola, you have Window, you're going to on Ramatra ult, and the other side, you just have Bola, you just have rally. So RMM gotta kind of use this rally.
Wow. Angelo Lugusa just caught out there by January. Will be taken down, so no tank on the side of Seal the Deal. So already at a big disadvantage. They're looking to maybe push Pangolux. The Baker going to be able to get the sleep dart off onto the Bastion, but looks like the window also going to be committed here from the side of Chungus Fungus, and Jan just looking for something through that window. Not going to find too much, so Seal the Deal is definitely a recontest possible here if they want to look for it, but it looks like maybe they're just a little bit too far away. RMM almost got the touch, but not able to tag it in time, and will die. So yeah, it's Chungus Fungus gonna be getting a lot of these late kills here. So a lot of space lost here for Seal the Deal, as now their respawns are so far away. And if they pick off Angelo Lugusa here as well, that it would be that's devastating.
There's so much space to be just taken up by Chungus Fungus here. I mean, they only have 2:45 on the clock, so a lot better first point attack than Chungus Fungus. But I mean, you're not gonna be uncontested for about another good, 10 to 15 seconds. So time might be going down, but it's not being held against you. Coming up now, you are going to have to start making these fights quick and clean to not lose too much time on the board.
Yeah, and we are seeing, and since everyone died so late, we are seeing that Seal the Deal, it is taking them a while to finally contest the card there, but we are seeing Chungus Fungus, we are seeing, I'm pretty sure that's Lilam and Last Night on that high ground on the right side. So that's like very interesting, but it looks like, okay, never mind. They're just going to be dropping back down to point. Seal the Deal, though, this is most likely going to be a pretty ultimate heavy fight here from both sides. Rally going to be coming through here from the side of RMM, but Rambo coming out here from the side of Fungus. Yeah, Angelo Lugusa falling super low, but RMM good to keep that tank alive for now, and also the Nenibus committed from the Bakery. Bastion going to be committed though from Pangolux, looking to maybe clear off the point. Bonder has that EMP available, but maybe not opting to use it. The Bakery going to fall, and actually, but the trade onto January means that Bonder is looking to use that just use the EMP there last night, falling super low, and actually will die with the window, and Pangolux is going to be able to pick off the rest of Seal the Deal off the back of that window.
A lot used there. Vonder could have used EMP a little bit earlier. Kind of waited and just kind of got flushed out by Ping. I mean, literally him and Ping locked eyes. And Ping just, shot him down. Going to this, I mean, you have Orbital coming up for Chungus Fungus here. So you have 2 ults coming up. I mean, a lot was used there by Chungus Fungus, but they got their point. They did get the point. We're going to this. They have a lot of time now left on the clock, especially this last one alone. So anything can happen. Wow, burn.
Wow, and also I feel like this rocket bastion form here from Pangolix has definitely been a very big thorn on the side of Seal the Deal, as especially through the window, just doing so much damage that I feel like they're not really expecting. But the Ramble here from the side of Angela Gusa and Chungus Fungus just gonna fall off the back of that. It looks like Angela Gusa able to get a lot of good cleave damage off there with that Ramatra ult, and that's a pretty clean fight win there for Seal the Deal. I'm pretty sure only 1 ult committed there by Angela Lagusa.
Yeah, only 1 ult used, and you could see, unlike last time, he was looking back at his support to make sure he had line of sight. When he first popped, he looked back like 3 or 4 times, hoping that they were paying attention to him this time. So, good, better team communication, I assume, between support and tank there, and they got some actual value out of it. Coming up, I mean, you have Riley, you have Nano, you have artillery, and maybe bullet shots. So, a bit even when it comes to support ult. But Seal Deal so far just gonna keep pressure on this choke point.
Yeah, Bastional going to be committed here by Pangolix. The Bakery definitely going to have to watch out, popping that nano boost to make sure that he stays alive in the rally as well from RMM. The sleep card onto last night, and Angelo Gusto just looking to kill someone in the backline, but Pangolix is able to take down Vonder first. Last night falling incredibly low, but will be able to survive there as soon as that anti expires. Otters and Lylam just ready to keep that Ramatra alive, and now the counter push here from the side of Chungus Fungus. Otter's going to be popping that window. Angelo Gusto just trying to stall a card as much as possible here, but will eventually fall. Bullet shot coming out here from the side of Kartik, and actually last night going to fall. That's a massive pick there from Seal the Deal. It's very winnable for them, especially with the EMP from Vonder, able to catch 4 members in January, looking to kill the Bakery, but yeah, Bakery going to be able to get the pick off the DPS. Pangolix, the only one alive, able to get a couple kills himself, but will eventually fall there as Seal the Deal able to hold on off the back of that EMP.
And I mean, they're coming up the last fight here, and I mean, Seal the Deal is coming up on Nano, maybe or Matra all if they can get it off. Just Fungus is going to have artillery and probably orbital faster. So it's looking down to who can get their ults up faster and who is going to be the first to fall. Seal the Deal has to make sure that they play as a team and have good, clear communication here and do not get poked out.
Yeah, definitely. I think the main thing that they have to watch out for, though, is this orbital array, especially considering that, especially with the Bastion, just that damage boost can be absolutely devastating here. Overtime will be starting now, though. Lylam almost has that, almost will be having that orbital array.
No one is on point. Ooh.
Okay, now January going to be able to take pick off Vonder first, and the Bastion going to be committed by Pangolix, and also the orbital array going to be committed, but only a kill onto Vonder found so far, so it's very winnable here for the side of Seal the Deal. Angelo Gusa going to be nanoed here, and Pangolix falling so incredibly low here. But the pocket from Otters is just so absolutely absurd, but we'll be able to survive, and Chungus Fungus not going to be able to touch and seal the deal. We'll be able to even up the series 1-1.
Wow, and I mean, I saw last night, he was trying to get that support, they're trying support backlines, and no one just touched. And Vonder didn't play the game. That's kind of, yeah, just in the last there, just surviving and game team. That is, wow. Vonder came in clutch there for their attack point. I do think though at the end there was just a battle of who's going to pay attention to what and who's going to get the first couple picks. And Seal Deal may have fell first with Vonder, but they definitely held out with Nano and Ramatra coming to save them.
Yeah, because I think with all the ults that were committed from the side of Chungus Fungus, especially the orbital array and also the Bastion ult, you would maybe expect for them to be able to pick off some other members of Seal the Deal easier, but I think Seal the Deal did a good job of sort of kiting that engage and then re-engaging with some ultimates of their own that I think kind of overwhelmed. I think that sort of overwhelmed what Chungus Fungus kind of wanted, because I think maybe they were just looking to brute force their way in off the back of that Juno ult, and maybe Pangolix gets a pick off with the Bastion ult as well. But yeah, definitely really good there from Seal the Deal. I think definitely a big improvement there from the first map.
Yeah, big improvement. Definitely learned how to play, or not learn, but got better team communication, and I mean, got some more value out of their Montreal at the defensive side. On the offensive side was a little bit different. I mean, if you're going to this last map here, my take for Seal Deal is you get rid of the Bastion. I think the Bastion was causing so many problems, and Peng was just getting so much value out of turret form. When he changed the the nade form on the turret, I think he was just doing so much. He was every time he got artillery, he was singling out Bakery. So I think that should be Seal Deal, but of course they don't get first ban. Chungus Fungus does, and they kind of have to see who they want to get rid of to help them out.
Yeah, we can see if maybe Chungus Fungus want to just ban like a random DPS so they can protect the Bastion, or maybe, I mean, in all honesty, like I think Bakery on Ana was also like, despite the fact that he was the main target of the Bastion, or I do think the nanos and the antis, and even just Bakery getting like a pick every once in a while on the Ana was definitely a very deciding factor in helping Seal Deal sort of take some fights. So I think if Chungus Fungus might either want to protect the Bastion or get rid of the Ana, because I definitely do think that the nano Ramatra is definitely just kind of what it definitely helps Seal the Deal just kind of be able to clean fights. They're just able to, just make the tempo their own, just sort of just have the Ramatra walk in super aggro. And yeah, Chungus Fungus they didn't really have a way of really escaping that, because outside of like a Juno speed ring maybe, but obviously Ramatra pretty fast while he's in form. So
yeah, if I remember correctly, these bans they haven't banned Ramatra yet, so Chungus Fungus could maybe, I mean, of course they always play Ramatra, but Seal Deal showed that in that map that their Ramatra team comp was better. So maybe Chungus Fungus just bites the bullet and says, you know what, we may be good at this character too, but that last map you guys were a little bit better. Maybe just get rid of that entirely, get rid of it. Yes. Okay, so new news. Seal Deal faces Corrupted Guys, who's number 1 right now in the standings. Seal Deal needs to win this game and beat Corrupted Guys next week just to make it to the playoffs. And just because the map differential isn't the best right now, as you can see, I mean, they won a map this game, and they won 2 maps in their only win. So they've been swept every other time. So they have a tough mountain to climb coming up.
yeah, especially considering that Corrupted Guys is also it's definitely going to be it's definitely going to be one of the more tougher opponents for Seal the Deal, and being able to squeak a win against a team like that might be very challenging for them. But I think right now though, the main focus for Seal the Deal has to be, you have to finish out this final map, which will be New Queen Street, I'm pretty sure. But New Queen Street, in my opinion, is also a very good map for Bastion. So I wouldn't be surprised if Chungus Fungus just protected a DPS. We're going to see. They're going to be banning them. Actually, a Freya ban's also really smart, considering how good Kartik's been playing this entire series on that character. But obviously, Kartik can always flex around to like the Sojourn, and also a smart ban from Chungus Fungus, because they can protect the Bastion. So Pangolus can be running that again and Seal the Deal. Going to be banning Baptiste. So most likely maybe like a Kiriana, or maybe just we might see just Ana Brig as well, or maybe just like some combination of those characters. But yeah, Batman definitely very good, especially if Chungus Fungus of course are going to be opting to run that Bastion. No window means there's no real opportunities for Pangolus to get one-shot kills with that in the turret form, which I think is definitely a very strong that's a very strong combo that I think Seal the Deal sort of weren't expecting a couple of times on Numbani, because we did see them die a couple of times there.
Yeah, and I mean that's a huge thing for Vonder. I mean, now your Sombra can't be out, so you're gonna have Sombra. You don't have to worry about window with EMP. You don't have to even worry about like, oh, do I need to counter it? Do I need to save it? Now you use it aggressive as you want. Of course, combo with some ult. So Vonder gets a big value out of this ban. So I mean, on the other side, yeah, you protect maybe your DPS ban, protect your Bastion. But yeah, get rid of Freya. Now Kartik is kind of down, so Vonder's got to pick up the pace and pick up a little bit of weight that's been dropped, and just show out. I mean, I think Vonder is going to be such a big key player in this last map for Seal the Deal.
Yeah, definitely. I think definitely the EMPs have been the EMPs have always been like 4 or 5 man EMPs, and that definitely helps seal the deal a lot. So I think they're going to have to kind of hope that Vonder can replicate that same amount of success here. But we will be going into our final map here of New Queen Street, and this will be, I guess, the do or die moment for Seal the Deal's chances this season if they're going to make playoffs or not.
Yeah, and as we've seen in like almost every game, these push maps, anything can happen. I've seen people get all the way to having 2 minutes left on their side to them losing the game, no deep. So it comes down to time management. Pay attention. You got to pay attention to that time clock, because if you're you have to have bot on your side and you have 2 minutes left. I mean, that's 3 team fights at most that you have to win back to back with no staggers and nothing going wrong for you. So if you're on the back foot, you have to look at that time clock and make quick work of it, no matter what happens.
Yeah, and we are seeing FBL back in for RMM, and we'll be running out here on the Juno Kiriko. That's definitely not a. I wouldn't say that's a very standard comp, and actually Penguin's not opting for the Bastion this time. Going to be running out on the Ashe, so maybe Seal the Deal. I think maybe Seal the Deal's comp is trying to be like an anti-Bastion comp because they're expecting Penglix to run out on that, but Penglix on a different character. So definitely going to be a different look here for the side of Chungus Fungus. But besides that, though, mostly similar stuff. Mafia going to be back in for January. Will be on that Tracer as well, and Vonder obviously going to be on that Sombra, and Kartik starting off here on the Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Riptide gets changed out for the other. Oh my god.
Riptide in for Angelo.
Yeah, and I mean, last night Days in again. So great first pair of Vonder there to get out. The new buffed character on the team. Gonna play a little bit height. Soj has a great, crowd control ability. Can Pang though get a few picks going?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what they would want, but unfortunately, I think losing your Tracer really early there is really bad because it makes it way harder for you to sort of mark that. It makes it way harder for you to mark that Sombra. But looks like FMO will be calling for a pause. But that previous fight there, I definitely do think that. I think that previous fight. I think Mafia dying really early, again, it makes it really hard for you to, it makes it really hard for that Sombra to kind of be marked there, because obviously it's going to be a little bit tough for Pangalex to be doing that on Ashe, or even like last night on the Ramatra, because you need to focus on maybe like the dive as well. But I think that's kind of what Seal the Deal want, though. I think they're kind of relying on Vonder to get these sort of individual picks onto a member of Chungus Fungus, and if that can happen, then I think Seal the Deal's comp also it is a very sustainable comp when you are running that Juno and that Kiri, just a ton of healing all across the board. The diva as well can just sort of wait, and if she gets pushed, you can always boost her or just have like DM. So I think Seal the Deal are running a very they're running like a pretty good comp here into what Chungus Fungus want, because I'm assuming the objective of the comp from Chungus Fungus is just running like a very standard brawl comp, but they do have like that Lifeweaver instead of maybe like a Brig or a Lucio, which maybe you would expect more with a brawl comp. But obviously Lifeweaver very good at saving a teammate if they over aggress a little bit. So I don't know, obviously map just started though, so it's a little bit hard to tell what's going to happen.
Yeah, map just started, but Seal the Deal, like you were saying, they're playing a very containment esque comp. They're playing a lot of prevent, they have the Sombra to keep track of Tracer, right? You have the Soj for crowd control in the back line. You have a Juno Kiri, a little bit different, but you have Juno for your speed ring, you have Kiri for a cleanse if they run Ana, but you have 2 supports that can do a lot of damage and a lot of healing at the same time. You have a Taint that can play protection as well as just play, close and personal if they want to. You have a DPS that can play up and close personal as well as marking, and you have another DPS that can play a little bit more farther back, play a little bit hybrid. So this layout that they have is so, since they rely on like a lot of each other, if Chungus Fungus gets a pick on that back line, it's not going to be devastating for Seal the Deal. However, if they can get a pick and keep them, back them up a bit, Chungus Fungus can make a quick move on Seal the Deal. So Seal the Deal has to be a little more careful of figure out where your team is at, who's where, on the other side of things, but just kind of keep track of who's low, who we need. So Seal the Deal playing a little bit more team-oriented, team reliability, I think, more than anything.
Mm-hmm. And I also am a big fan of the support comp that Seal the Deal are running. They are playing the Juno Curie, and that's like obviously not a very traditional comp, which is usually just because like Juno can get picked off pretty easily. But I think that does allow for Seal the Deal to kind of have a lot of those fight-winning ultimates if they decide to use that here. But we are going back into the game for now, and Seal the Deal going to be starting off by pushing the bot a little bit, but very fast recontest here from the side of Chungus. But as I say that though, Penguin's just going to get obliterated by Kartik on that Sojourn.
That shot, that was insane. But yeah, that's a great first team pick there for Seal the Deal. And I mean, they make quick work of someone else here. They can just keep moving, but I mean, last night just gonna try to take space, and I mean, Seal the Deal's letting them kind of walk forward to be down a person. So I mean, Seal the Deal is up one. They got to make quick rush up. Didn't rush just about that, man, like that.
Wow, yeah, last night just gonna get burned super quickly there off the back of that Kitsune rush from the bakery. As Seal the Deal, their ultimate economy is also looking really good for this for this next one. They only had to commit the Kitsune rush there, and they're coming up on a lot of their ultimates. They're gonna have that EMP, they're gonna have that overclock, and maybe even the Juno ult coming out here for this next fight. So I think Seal the Deal can definitely get a lot of early momentum on this spot if they wanted to. Mafia will be an enemy line, so is looking to mark out that Sombra. Recall will be forced though, and Bonder also gonna have to use that translocator to back up, but Mafia taking a ton of damage, gonna have to go back to the rest of his team for now. As looks like last night will be also mirroring the D.Va, so maybe Ramacho a little bit too hard to find someone. The EMP coming out here from Bonder, but Pangolix gonna be able to get the headshot, and actually Fungus is gonna be able to win the fight outright off the back of that EMP from Seal the Deal. Not really gonna be able to find too much.
Yeah, that is, I mean, you only use one, sure, but I mean, EMP should have been automatically someone goes down on their other side, not the other way around. So nothing good comes out of that EMP, but Bonder might be able to get it back quick. I mean, on the other side you have Bob, you have full spawn, you're gonna have Orbital. On the other side you have Railgun, OC, and you have, you know, Nuke. So OC does come out early.
Yeah, but the Bob's gonna be committed, and Kartik actually gonna get hit by the Bob, so Suzu gonna be forced here from Bakery, but again, Kartik just kind of in a world of his own right now. But the Bakery gonna be able to equalize with a kill onto Mafia. But off the back of that orbital array, it does look like that Seal the Deal definitely have more. Seal the Deal definitely have to be backing up a little bit more. But counter Juno gonna be committed by FML, and also the Juno gonna be committed as well, and also the D.Va bomb from Riptide. But it looks like Fungus just sort of able to kite that up very easily and looking to re-aggress with the rally. So Seal the Deal gonna have to respect that and play back a little bit for now, as last night gonna be going in very aggro there onto Kartik, but Bakery with a TP to keep that Sojourn alive. And last night maybe just in pretty deep, but also just have that D.Va bomb to survive if the situation ever does call for it there. Last night doing a good job of just sort of distracting the backline of Seal the Deal, but Vondra gonna be able to get the first pick up onto Pangolix. Bakery gonna be popping that Kitsune rush, but will fall to Mafia, and the bomb from last night able to take down the baby D.Va as well. So what started off as like a pretty good win condition there for Seal the Deal. Chungus Fungus will be able to just get the checkpoint based off of that.
I mean, and with that, don't get me wrong, Chungus Fungus used some ults, but they're about to have Orbital close to high noon. I didn't realize they swapped, to be honest. I didn't realize Mafia hasn't changed. I guess that's Seal the Deal. I mean, you have EMP coming up, and that's it. So this EMP has to get some actual good value, and they need to look for a target. At least 2-2 splits on somebody.
Yeah, and Riptide doing a good job of putting a lot of pressure there onto Mafia, but no pick's going to be found yet on either side. I think Seal the Deal maybe just waiting for this EMP from Vonder, but last night doing a good job of spy checking out that Sombra if necessary. Vonder going to be out of the invis for now, but actually Mafia going to be a little bit split, but will be able to go back to his team. So again, Seal the Deal just not looking to over-aggress there until they get that EMP off, but Kartik taking a lot of damage there. I think they might be diving him right now on the other side, but Vonder looking to pick off Pangolix. Pangolix falling really low, but will be able to survive that virus damage for now. But Mafia, not so lucky, will fall to Vonder. So an advantage maybe for the side of Seal the Deal, but as I say that, the Bakery gonna fall to last night. So even fight here for the side, even fight for both sides. But off the back of that Juno from Chungus Fungus, I think Seal the Deal are just gonna have to back up, and Vonder gonna fall a little bit late there to last night.
Yeah, it looks like last night just was key pressure on them. I mean, it's just smart, just take this little room, just shoot at each other back and forth. But Sealer, you have 3 ults coming up. You're close, or sorry, 4. You're close to rush here, so if the OC, if you wait, could go crazy. But it looks like Fungus is playing so far back in these little rooms. They're kind of expecting it to happen, and they're trying to get out the EMP. That's gonna be used, but yeah, they're just gonna let them take point here. So nothing needs to be used for a free point grab, but Fungus is definitely expecting something to come out of this.
Yeah, Sealer Deal, they do have all 5 ultimates ready, but Fungus, they do have a couple of ultimates to counteract it. The Bob gonna hit Riptide, able to stop the momentum there. Bob will quickly fall though, and still Sealer Deal have that Kitsune Rush on point. I think they're looking to dive someone. Yeah, Mafia gonna be caught out maybe a little bit, but really good pocket there from Lilam and Otters to keep that Cassidy alive. And actually last night gonna be the one to take down FL. Lilam gonna be able to find 2 picks there on this Brig. So it looks like Fungus, it almost looked like Mafia, Celio had the right idea of diving onto the Cassidy, but the pocket from that Brig and that Juno just too much there for Celio to kind of punish the Cassidy. And yeah, Fungus just kind of able to flip that fight on its head by taking down both supports on the side of Celio.
Yeah, and I mean, Celio has 4 ults. They got to do something with them. You can't keep on them forever. You have a little less than 3 minutes on the clock. You need to get that bot pushed in the other direction here to get some good value. Up top.
Yeah, and Wander still has his EMP. Juno going to be committed first though from the side of Sela Deal. And last night falling down pretty low. We'll have to use that self-destruct and actually gets the DMEC up onto Riptide. So forces the demon one for Riptide, but Riptide gonna die before he can get back into his mech. That's so unfortunate there if you are Sela Deal. Overclock gonna be committed though from Kartik, and Mafia gonna eventually be overwhelmed and eliminated. Kartik looking for a pick on the Sojourn, but not gonna be able to find it. Just has to slide back away, but Fungus looking to re-aggress with those support ultimates. So Pangolix gonna fall, but Juno gonna be committed here from the side of Fungus. FL falling so incredibly low. Otters hitting a lot of shots on this Juno. FL is so low, but the Bakery actually popping over to the Brig. I don't remember what that happened, but yeah, the Brig good to keep FL alive, and the EMP good to clean up the rest of Fungus. And Siladil finally gonna be able to get some carp push again.
Yeah, I mean, on this side, you have High Noon coming up, you have Rally, and on this side, you also have Rally. So, I mean, High Noon could be something unless, you know, Riptide is going to stand in front and just commit defense matrix the entire time. But if they get Riptide out of mech, that can go great unless Bakery has something up his sleeve with that Rally. But High Noon come out way early just before crowd control, I assume.
Yeah, Mafia just with the help of that speed ring as well, just taking a lot of space with that, kind of forcing Seal to deal back. But no kill's gonna be fine with that, so a pretty even fight for now. Both rallies gonna be committed on either side there, so maybe just looking to brawl around the bot here for both teams. But looks like Seal Deal are opting to maybe play a little bit safer. So Fungus will have control of that bot, and Pangolix will be having that bomb available as well. Bakery falling so incredibly low, but actually Pangolix gonna be the first one to fall. But looks like the damage there from Pangolix gonna pay off eventually, as some members of Seal Deal will fall. Riptide losing his mech and the Bakery falling, so Fungus gonna be able to start pushing the bot again.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still on their side. I mean, yeah, 40 seconds. You gotta get something going. You gotta go team fight. I mean, if you get bot back, you can't lose any more fights, because if you get past mid and if those players wins the fight, they can just keep that bot at mid, and there's nothing you can do. The last fight here, and I mean, he's gonna actually escape from that little room. That is not surprising, but a little more pressure on him.
Yeah, and Bob gonna be committed there from Pangolix, gonna hit Kartik, so Kartik just gonna have to play a little bit safer, and that Bob is creating so much space here for the side of Fungus. This is the last fight here for Seal Deal. They need to find something right now. Overclock gonna be committed there from Kartik, looking for anything, but looks like Fungus is opting to kite that, and Kartik not gonna be able to find that, not gonna be able to find too much. The Riptide gonna get the mech. Kartik gonna be able to find the first pick though. Riptide with that Diva Bomb, but last night with the Diva Bomb, if they're unable to take down the baby Diva, so Fungus are gonna be up and taking Kartik.
What comes out? Wow.
Sliding it a little bit too aggro, so it's a 3v3 on both sides though. But that Juno there from FL, good to maybe keep the team alive. But last night, gonna be able to pick off Wander. The Bakery gonna fall to left in this ball. It's just FL left on the field in the High Noon to clean him up, and Fungus will be taking the series 2-1 over Seal Deal.
And I think that's Seal Deal out. I'm wrong. They played that second map amazing. They played Nabani great. Um, that is. So I mean, with that is kind of insane. So Chungus Fungus gets a win on their board, but yeah, Steel Deal 100% in 8th, cannot have any chance of getting to play-in, even if Camp Half Court loses the next 2 games in a row. And the other side for Chungus Fungus, they're now, where did I start? 1, 2, they're now 5th. They can only drop to 6th now, no matter what. The highest thing goes 4th, but they only drop 1 spot. So they're out of play-in, which is good news for Chungus Fungus, but they need to win next week to not drop to play-in for sure.
And looking at the standings now, unfortunately, Seal the Deal being 1-5, I do think that is, even if they do win their next game, their map differential is just unfortunately not. Their map differential is just unfortunately it's like too negative compared to both Camp Half Court and Campfire Song Song. So even in a scenario where Campfire Song Song and Camp Half Court lose their next game, I think Seal the Deal's map differential is just not good enough to sort of carry them into a potential 7 seed spot. So unfortunately, Seal the Deal going to be out of playoff contention, but they still do have one more game to play next week. But overall, that series, I do think in that last map, it did seem like it just seemed like that there were also just some small mistakes made there from the side of Seal the Deal. We did see there were a lot of fights where even after they would use one of their ultimates like an EMP or like a Diva Bomb, it looks like that Seal the Deal just kind of, it looks like Chungus Fungus were able to sort of punish that. Especially in that play of the game, we did see Vonder actually dying immediately after popping the EMP by Pengolex in the play of the game. And then also there were, unfortunately, a lot of times where Riptide would pop the Diva Bomb and not be able to get back into the mech, which is very unfortunate because, I mean, obviously when you use your Diva Bomb, you want to be getting that mech back in. It just happens. It's just unlucky whenever that happens. Unfortunately,
I think they should have kept Angela in just for their mantra. I think Angela played so much better tank than Riptide between those 2 different maps. And I get it, it's push, a little bit more dive comp, I understand. But I mean, his Ramatra with the Nano was great. I think Celio could have played a different layout properly, but I mean, that's what they went with. You know, you can't change what's going to happen. You didn't know what was going to happen. So, we understand difference. But Angelo just looked so much better than Riptide this series. I think Angelo could have stayed in. I think Angelo could have been maybe a better chance.
I think maybe that just comes down to like hero pool differences, because I think the strategy from Seal the Deal off the rip is definitely to try to run that Diva and maybe not run a Brawl, because I don't think Brawl is like a very popular comp, especially on push maps where there's like a ton of high ground you can take, especially on New Queen Street, and a ton of off angles. So I think maybe like Diva was just like their strategy from the start, and I think Riptide just is like their Diva player, so that is who they are gonna play. But anyways, I think I'm pretty sure the 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. games are not going to be streamed on. They're not going to be streamed on here, but there might be some streams from the players. So obviously, check those out whenever that's going to happen. But our next game will be, Nurture versus Aurora. Okay, so there's going to be 2 games that are off stream, but you know, maybe some players from those teams are going to be able to stream their POV. So it's going to be you can maybe watch them.
Yeah, for big mode, I'll be
big mode.
That'll be me, guys.
Nice.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And then we do have a game coming up right after this one. It's gonna be let's see, who is it?
I've literally just seen it. I also forgot.
Yeah, it's gonna be Ignite Memories versus Borealis.
Yeah, go to
our very next game, and that's gonna be coming probably right after just after a short break. So yeah, just so don't go anywhere. It's gonna be way more BPL after this one.
Yep. See you guys.
smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wander? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over you. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. 어디서부터 담을 수 있을까? 벌어진 틈새를 채울 순 있을까? I don't know what to do. We've already spent so much time. 우린 이미 먼 길을 너에게로부터 가장 먼데 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 Far away 한참을 헤매고 찾아왔던 네가 그렇게 반가울 수 있었을
All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. Now we head to our second series of the night where we'll be down in B League in the Birch Division as Ignite Memories takes on Borealis. I am Dextron. That is still irrelevant here from our first series again. Hey, you guys had a great one. You guys had a great series the first time around. Why not do it again here in the second one?
I know, right? I'm so excited for this one. This one definitely is a lot more tighter. It's not so much who can play survivability for their spot and where it is. As you see the standings, it's anyone's game. Just because Borealis is 4th, Ignite is 7th does not mean they're actually 7th and 4th. Just because the map differential shows that does not mean these teams are not here to play. Its reality is it's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and then Nurture just at the bottom. But it's just who's going to move up, who's going to move down. So both teams fighting to not be the bottom spot, even though they show that they're not meant to be there.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point right there. Every team here, other than Aurora is the only team that cannot fall down to 7th, but every other team here can be ranked from 1st to 7th in this one, not counting Nurture. So a lot of wild stuff can happen here in our last couple weeks of play, our last couple games of play for everyone here. Like I said, Aurora, with some bad losses, could end up falling down to that 6th spot. But hey, let's get over to Borealis' lineup here. PJ and Alfredo. RX is going to be your DPS line. K-Mac, your tank, your lone tank, but I don't think that's true. Big Brain, Blue, and Mariposa going to be your support line here. So looks like we'll see some flexibility if everyone is here tonight, and some subs as well.
Yeah, going to this, I've seen Borealis play a little bit. Blue is going to be just chaotic. You have to watch out for him. He will play with this team. Next moment you know, he is looping out your back line. Same with Alfredo. Alfredo will just hit shots. You don't know why or how. You'll just know that you'll see a teammate dead in the kill feed. So those are the main two you should be watching out for.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. But now for their opponents on the other side of Ignite Memories here, you have Oblivicator Retro as your DPS line. Jace and Unleash the Raptor as your tanks. Maj as well. Celery and Resolve, your support line here. So 3 tanks rostered here for Ignite Memories. I imagine at least one of those, probably 2 of them, are flexible enough to maybe play DPS or support.
Yeah, and I mean, I saw him play last week. Jace loves playing Zarya. No matter what you play into, is gonna play that. Unleash Raptor can play a little bit of anything, but I mean, you gotta watch over Jace, Retro, and Resolve. Same thing as Blue. We'll play with team. Next thing you know, they're in your back line, just doing whatever they want. So those are one of the 3 people you got to watch out for when it comes to team lineups.
Yeah, absolutely here. But I mean, we're gonna come back to us here at the moment. Again, these are the second to last games of the season for both these 2 teams. For Borealis, you will be going up against AR High Noon, which we saw yesterday get a huge victory to really cause a lot of chaos here in this Birch division. For the side of Ignite Memories, they have Requiem for their final game. So a couple tough games for both these 2 teams that end up the season. But hey, below us here, you see what our map set is going to be. Ilios and Hollywood are our definite must-sees. New Junk City only going to be needed if we have if we need a 3rd map. So a lot of good variety in these maps here, man.
Yeah, especially with Ilios, Hollywood is going to show so much different gameplay than Ilios. Team comps are who plays what, how they play. Junk City will probably be similar to Ilios if we get to a map 3. Yeah, excited for Ilios. I'm excited for bans because these teams, of course, they probably have scrimmed or some warm up once again to another. So I have an idea how they play after so many weeks in this season. But you never know. Ilios is such a difference of brawl to a poke to a dive map. All 3 maps can play 3 different comps if you want. So it comes down to which you gotta hope whoever you banned, whatever map that that person plays is not up to have an advantage. So kind of these bans, you gotta be kind of smart, and you guys hope that luck is on your side when it comes to these maps.
Especially on Ilios in general, just because 2 of the maps really do tend to favor dive a little bit with Well and potentially Ruins. You could see Winston be banned out here, but you talked about Brawl. I mean, yesterday we saw a lot. However, Ignite Memories, almost immediately, they don't want to see the Scottish man, so no Hazard this map.
Hazard. I mean, that might help Borealis. I mean, it'll help us Ignite if Jason's out there first. Of course, with Zar, just going to be able to not worry about someone just going through the back line, has some movement on them. Borealis, I mean, they could easily go for DPS here. I mean, if anything, Tracer is, of course, the biggest threat, unless you have a main Tracer on your side, which is very probable right now. But if you're Borealis, that may affect you a little bit, but at the same time, that could help you just get a ban that helps your team more. So excited to see what they pick.
I feel like it's always smart just to ban out support, and it looks like Borealis does not want to see a Brigitte come out here map number 1, and I feel like that's a really great ban, especially on every point. I feel like Brig just finds so much value and the potential of being able to get some environmental kills on maps like Well and Lighthouse, getting rid of the Brig here. However, you still leave Lucio there, you still leave a lot of other good support. So yeah, Brig gone doesn't mean though you're gonna have one support be playing at like half their capability.
Yeah, so I won't be surprised to see Ana Lucio, Lucio Kiri, maybe Juno Kiri if possible. I'd very put them on the very low side of things. So I want to see though Borealis plays opposite of Ignite. Maybe they know Jace will be out first and they're just gonna force Orisa no matter what and just hope that Lucio can speed around that horse the entire time. But I mean, these bans they work for both sides. They work for both sides heavily.
Yeah, they work for both sides heavily, but I feel like just for map 1, these are very safe bans. Hazard's still really strong, still very resilient, can survive a lot. Brig, maybe one of the strongest supports in the game at the moment, outside of potentially someone like Lucio or someone like Kiri. So getting rid of 2 strong heroes out of the gate, they will be back next map unless we see the opposite teams or teams ban them again here, but it leaves a lot open for the rest of the series. But Ilios, just in general, I mean, you already talked about what we expect to see, but now that we know the bans, what do you think we are going to see here, at least in your mind?
I think if you're on memories, there's gonna be anti-dive comp. I think, like I said, Jace, you're gonna have that Zar, you're gonna have probably a Tracer, and you're definitely gonna have a Lucio. Those will be your main 3 no matter what. I think let's have a Borealis. If you play into that, let's say you play Orisa, you have to run an Ana. I think Ana will be great. Don't get me wrong, Bubble has great cleanse. Kiri, they're going to cleanse. Sleep will favor you heavily, especially if you get a backline support or you get the tank down. Your team should be able to revolve around that and find easy picks. DPS line for Borealis is you have to just ignore the tank, especially with someone like Zar. Bubble's going to keep flying up. You're going to give her more charge. She's going to walk you down. You have to play flank, you have to look for picks, and you have to look for same people. You can't play one-on-one hero fights and be like, oh, I'm gonna get the pick, maybe my team will sweep in. No, you and the other DPS need to go for this person at most, then move on and make a chain reaction. And hopefully your support and tank realize this and communicate, and will just walk with you. So Borealis has to play a little bit more team togetherness, while Ignite Memories should be able to play kind of 2-2-1 split. I think Borealis has to play 2-3 split. I think Borealis a little more closer. Ignite can play a little bit more split as a team.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case as well. I mean, Freya is still going to possibly something we see here. Cass as well. Maybe a map like Ruins where, I mean, long sightlines, Freya, Ashe could find some value as well. I mean, we saw Ashe actually find a decent amount of value in one of our series yesterday on one of the points on Busan, but a little bit different from Ilios here. But I'm still waiting for the teams to get ready. However, hey, as I say that, looks like we might be heading into our first map of the night here. Like I said, Ilios and Hollywood are 2 guarantees. New Junk City is waiting in the wings if we are tied after 2.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, I love to see Game 3 maps. I think they're the best. A lot more high stakes, a lot more to it. But as Ilios, I want to see this in general at least go to at least round 3. If there's a sweep, make it close sweep. I don't want to see some team get rolled 2 maps through and through.
I don't think anyone wants to see that here. No one wants to see a sweep here very early on. But hey, coming out of the gate, we are now starting to see a little bit of what these teams want to play.
Yeah, it looks like Jace will be on DPS. I'm looking at the roster here. Maybe I'm at the wrong tab. And I mean, it's just see this Maj guys.
5, 4,
I had it up.
3.
It looks like they do have Homage was their new sign thing, the new roster, so that's their new tank coming out. Jace will be on DPS, so a bit different, but K-Mac has the advantage with tank. Same support backline. I just think PJ might get more value and Jace can lock down on him.
Yeah, right now, Maj, I mean, playing the Winston does allow you to have a little bit more dive ability. Sad Blue Whale going to be able to get rid of Jace's turret here. And remember, Jace was listed as one of the tanks, so we already kind of expected to see some flexibility out of Borealis early on. And Jace showing it here right now. The Torb is not necessarily an odd pick, but it's definitely one where you want to get that turret set up and not being destroyed every 5 seconds like it is right now. But you will get the DMAC there onto K-Mac, and that is exactly how you want this fight to go if you're Borealis. Alfredo going to be able to find Jace out there as they start to get a little bit aggressive. But now Alfredo with 2, Slims are going to be able to, or Slimer going to be able to find them out there, and Surly going to be able to take care of PJ. Going back and forth here, but it looks like Ignite might be able to cap point first here.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's definitely a care for boop map. I mean, you saw there, Unleashed Raptor blew off the map, and Slim just cleaned them up. So this differential of similar backlines or exact same mirrors is going to be who can play them better, who's going to play more DPS side, play more actual like support side things. And as you see, Curly and Brain just going at it with no care in the world.
Jace just cannot keep a turret alive here for very long, but they can still provide a lot of damage. Certainly going to throw out the Kitsune Rush here early on. And I mean, right now, if you're Ignite, you're just looking for any type of pick, but you see the damage being ate there by K-Mac as Jace is trying to focus it down. Trade going each way as Slim going to find one, but PJ immediately finds two right there. The Pulse Bomb finding value from the Tracer here for Borealis, and you definitely need your Tracer to be on all cylinders here right now. Pulse Bomb, though, coming out from Slim, not going to find anything other than the ground. Ignite still holding on to the point here, and at this point right now, especially with Maj falling down, you're just going to have to give it over. Not even going to try to keep a contest there, but Borealis in control.
Yeah, Borealis, they get the map flip on them, and just kind of just keep playing around these three buildings. Jace trying to get someone going on the flank, and Borealis is just going to shut down. So if you're Ignite here, you have to look, play up together, but you have to watch over flanks. I mean, wow, Alfredo just burned Jace, not even be able to get through the first choke point.
And I mean, this is what you want if you're Borealis now. You have a much better composition, in my opinion, with Alfredo on this Freya, just being able to pump down a lot of damage throughout these close chokes that are on this map. And you already see Sad Blue Whale potentially just looking to get set up to potentially find a boop if Ignite tries to go through the little shop right there. Maj the dive out there, but they get absolutely melted. This fight already over before it truly even started. Borealis now on a roll here.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're on the driver, you gotta get out, and he does. So back with his team, but I mean, you have ults coming up, and Borealis has about to have 4, or they'll have 4. Ignite only seeing looking like 2, maybe 4. They're also gonna force us to be even. But Jace on the soldier here, trying to maybe just try to get out Alfredo here. Rush comes out early. I mean, K-Max out, gets a bake stick, Unleashed Raptor. Wow, and Slim gets nothing on his again. PJ already proven that his Tracer is going to be more dominant for this side of things. So, I don't know, 80%, they got to get something going here. And PJ gets the ones.
And right now, I mean, PJ finding a second one right there as well. They'll eventually be, or Alfredo finding Surly out. Unleashed Raptor going to be able to find one, but that's going to be all they get there. And that's a little bit of an unfortunate play there from Unleashed Raptor. They were probably your touch. Maj now going to come in, beaten out from Borealis, as if they can get rid of Maj like they do right there. This might just be this round here already done and dusted. A touch coming out there late from Jace, going to be immediately taken out there by Big Brain. Unleashed Raptor back into the picture here, using the beat only on themselves. Certainly gonna fall in. I mean, at this point right now, it's just Ignite Memories, just trying to stay alive as long as they can. Borealis, though, just gonna clean them up as it looks like Maj got stuck. And yeah, that's kind of a metaphor for how this round went for them.
Yeah, I mean, Unleashed Raptor being that first pick, that last team fight was detrimental because he had beat. He died with beat. If he would have gone back to his team, lived, played a bit more, cautious, and then full rush with his team, beat would have been so much more useful. But saving it, then dying with it and only be able to use it for yourself, not the best look. And I mean, Big Brain still hasn't died. I'm looking at this. Big Brain still has not died yet, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, it is, but that just shows you that they're playing very smart right now. And I'll always say this: if your supports are the people that are dying the least on your team, you're probably winning most of the fights and most of the maps here. And right now, Borealis off to a great start. PJ gonna come out on the sim, immediately trade back over to the Tracer right there after they get a TP here on the point. No big swaps from anyone outside of Jace, who just decided they want to play Mei on this map. I can see Mei having value, but it's gonna struggle here, especially with how just fast this Borealis team is.
Yeah, PJ's just gonna run laps around him, and Alfredo's going to come up fast. So Mon's got to get something going here. I mean, he wants to jump in on this backline, but he can't. They're just kind of holding him hostage. I mean, you see Alfredo low, and only Trevor gets first pick, and again, Ignite takes point. They get the DMAC out. And yeah, this is going to clean up the team fight here, but it's just, can Ignite actually hold on this time rather than, taking first fight, holding it again for a little while, and then just completely lose control.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big concern here. You're really just worried for Ignite. If once they give up the point, are they going to be able to come back in and find what they need to get the point back? I mean, we didn't see that at all the first point here. Borealis now just trying to play patiently here, wait for that opportunity to open up. Ice Wall coming out there from Jace, not going to be able to section off K-Mac, but they will get the D-Mac. However, you lose Unleashed Raptor right there, so it's, you know, not an even trade just yet. K-Mac, though, will eventually fall, so you'll take that trade.
Wow.
PJ, though, they've been great. Same thing with Alfredo, getting rid of Maj. So this should be the point flip going over here to Borealis. Ignite, though, they're going to keep some members on point just for a long contest. Surly going to die right there. Unleashed Raptor back into the fray. Jace, far away from a blizzard, not going to be able to get up in time, and Unleashed just going to fall right there. 55% is what Ignite's going to get here. Will we see a retake, though?
I mean, if you're Ignite here, you know, the lap before this, I mean, you did it. You had, you know, similar percentage gained, and you could not get your foot back to the door. So Ignite has to use their ults here properly. I mean, you see Rush coming out already from Borealis, and Rush just gonna back cap. Is Slim gonna back? Nope, gets contested, but the whole team's gonna back. Does not get. Wow. He just walks in. That is okay.
That's on them. I mean, they get the back cap, so I mean they're able to flip the point, but I feel like there was maybe a comedy of errors right there that you kind of didn't want to see.
Dude, it's really probably thought like, oh my god, yeah, post one missed me, no stick, I don't have to worry about cleanse, and then just walked into like basically a landmine. It was just there to win off. I mean, PJ got value out. Shouldn't have, but it worked.
It's like those old cartoons where the character just walks onto a rake and it hits them in the face. Then they turn around and walk back into another rake. But, I mean, Borealis now back in control, and Ignite, I mean, they have to find something here. Ultimates are ready for them. Kitsune Rush out now from Surly. Beat coming out from the other side here. And Borealis now beat out from both sides right now. Borealis is still in a very good control. Jace throws out the Blizzard. I mean, it's out there. They find Alfredo off of it, but I don't think the Blizzard necessarily helped them out there. Ignite, though, they're finding the picks here they need to get the point flip, but right now you still need to clean up the res. K-Mac does have Bomb here, but with how many members of their team have already died, I don't necessarily know if this is the point to use it. They might just be stalling out for as long as they can, and then just going to regroup with their team.
Yeah, doesn't hurt not to do that. And I mean, 83%. So yeah, it's going to be one more team fight for Borealis here. Or not one more team fight, but they get it. It'll be one more team fight in general. But if Ignite can hold on to at least 80%, it will be coming down to this last team fight and to who can do what first. But Maj has, you know, it also has the survivability up his sleeve. Same with K-Mac. Slim kind of got to look for a good post on here. And post on comes out early. The Maj uses his also early. Trying to get somebody. Oh my god, he's just gonna juggle Freya in the air. I don't know if that'll do anything, but it's working.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What a play! Big boop as well. Surly fighting K-Mac, and K-Mac just understood there's no way I could use the bomb right there. Trades going back and forth though. Alfredo taking out Borealis, just trying to keep this point contest alive. Sad Blue Whale finding two before Maj eventually finds him out. K-Mac though has to forego the bomb, coming back out on the wrecking ball just to get a touch. Pulse bomb out there from Slim, gonna be able to find one right there on a K-Mac. Big brain though. They're still having an incredible round here, shutting down Jace. Unleashed, so gonna be able to trade out one. Big brain will finally die right there at Ignite. We were questioning whether or not they'd be able to retake the point after they lost it, and hey, they responded with a definite yes, winning this point here to send us to Lighthouse. No, my bad, to Well for a point 3.
Yeah, I mean, what Unleashed Raptor coming in clutch with that boot there just to get K-Mac out indefinitely for the last team fight. Maj using his ult great. I mean, Slim had a great pulse on there and bomb at the end. So as a team overall, Ignite kind of came together and knew like we need this no matter what. So coming out of map 3, like thankfully, I want to see map 3. Well, it is going to be a differential because if we see in the little team lineup, Borealis they showed Hog, very different. They might not show Hog again, but I am excited. Yeah, it's probably similar lineup both sides. And Alfredo's gonna go cast probably just to save face for Slim. If PJ just got to again run around laps.
I I like this swap here for Alfredo over to the Cass. I think on this point in particular, Cass finds so much value where the Freya on the other two just finds more. So especially with it being a much more close quarters point, I think Cass will just end up really winning out in the end here. Jace already has to use Ice Block to keep himself alive here, but they put themselves into a little bit of a rough spot as everyone right there for Borealis waiting to jump on them. Eventually, PJ will take them out with a lot of help from their friends right there. Jace out early here. Borealis looking for one more pick because that might be all they need here to get the point cap, but no, Surly going to be able to find Alfredo. Sad Blue Whale, though, they've been a quiet contributor in a lot of these fights, finding a lot of picks here early on this series, getting rid of Surly, and this should be Borealis capping the first point, especially with K-Mac finding Unleashed.
Yeah. Wow, and just flew again another picks. Yeah. So first time this series, Borealis takes control point first without being pushed out easily. So Borealis is going to be able to hold this. PJ gets another pick. Or not another pick. I lied. Just delayed pick on Maj. It didn't show for me for that. I just kind of blocked. But they got to get something going. PJ already has pulse bomb here. They're already close to rush, and they're already close to beat. So PJ could use this how he will, as they want, if they think it's worth it. Wow, I mean, Kiriko might go down first. Jessica's out.
Unleash gonna use the boop right there to get away. Pulse bomb coming out there from Slim, not finding anyone out, but they will be able to find Alfredo after the fact here. Borealis now down one person, down two people here. PJ gonna be able to find one of their pulse bombs. They've been very efficient with those. Kitsune Rush actually coming out here now from Big Brain, not gonna find much there. Their third death of the game. Unleash, though, getting their name in that kill feed multiple times after I talked about Sad Blue Whale finding a lot of kills. Now Ignite back in control of the point.
Yeah, and Slim's already 50% next to next bomb. I mean, you're gonna have about 4 ults on your side versus 3, and you might have your whole team having ults before Borealis uses even 1. But Slim has to kind of get someone distracted and bait someone out. He's just trying to do the same. He comes out early for Borealis to be aggressive.
Primal invested here by
Yep.
Maj. That's an interesting use of that, especially since it felt like they were not really being pressured out at all. But hey, if you find picks, you find picks. Getting rid of Alfredo, Unleashed can be able to find Big Brain, and this is a great kind of fight here for Ignite. Yeah, you will lose Jace, but at this moment right now, you're just looking to clean up. Unleashed now finding their counterpart on the other side. K-Mac investing the bomb, but sayonara as they get sent into the well.
Wow, uses an ult. Could not even get the remake on, and the whole team for K-Mac was just coming back to point and or were dead. I mean, unless they're changing, but K-Mac is not going to change tanks, so kind of a waste of that free remake they would have had when no one was ready to save them. But Slim first one out, and there's gonna be no res available. Oh, that might be big. That's one. Might just get the one, but keep some time going.
Big Brain almost taken out right there by those right clicks. Jace, though, will eventually be taken out by K-Mac. And if you're Borealis, you really need to win this fight. And man, they're doing a good job really winning this fight out here. However, Sad Blue Whale just trying to escape. K-Mac finding those last two. You do see Slim back into the engagement, but it looks like it's just a stall at this point for a little bit. They'll eventually just fall back and regroup. Borealis back in control.
Back in control, and Borealis has to hold on here as well again to at least 99%. Because Ignite Memory takes Foot's point. I mean, you may be heavily touched, but they just want to kind of push us through. They don't want to lose anything here. Gotta play kind of cautious. Hainu comes out. Wow, big wall by Jace. He's looking. He's looking. And I mean, might get cut out.
Knowing there's a Lucio on both sides here, this makes playing where they are really, really dangerous because one boop could completely end a team fight right there. But K-Mac finding Jace out, PJ finding Surly. Maj, though, has to use the Primal Rage here just to try to keep their team in this fight. Finding one, looking for two now on to Big Brain. Big Brain actually invests Kitsune Rush just to keep themselves alive here, but they need to find some more. Maj does. Eventually, K-Mac will find them and Ignite. I mean, down here, Winston, you're going to be losing out so much. You're going to be losing a lot more here. As Borealis will take our first map of the night.
Wow, I mean, Raptor was so close there to beat and dies the moment he gets it. Not even an Ajax, just dies as soon as he gets it. I mean, these teams are showing out today and proving that they aren't here just to, play this season and maybe go a spot. They're here to play for a good playoff contention spot. And I mean, it's it's just who wants it more. And right now, Borealis is showing that they do want it a lot more than Ignite, especially coming down, first map, you were down, 57%, held it to your own. Second map, almost brought it back, and they got pushed off the very end. And again, down 99 to like 47% and brought it way back into your own side. So Borealis showing that they're not here to just be bullied around and pushed over. So Ignite has to realize that just because you have, control something does not mean that Borealis is not there to take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about it here. Outside of Nurture, every other team in this Birch division has a chance to get to that #1 seed. That's how wild the Birch division has been so far this season. Currently, though, right now, Aurora, the only team with 1 loss, sitting in that 1 spot. If we do see Ignite come back, it does keep them in that conversation for somehow sneaking their way in there. But right now, Borealis off to a great start here. A win tonight could move them up as high as the 2nd spot and probably about, as low as where they are right now in that 4th spot. But a win will really help them out down the line. Map 2, though, we know is Hollywood. We talked about how different we really expected to see here because we really thought we were going to see Brawl that first map, but instead we saw Dive the entire time in Hollywood, at least for the first 2 points, is known kind of as a dive map. So we might be seeing a little bit of the same here, minus whatever bans we get.
Yeah, and as you're talking about, of course, Aurora, Borealis is the only team to put that loss in for Aurora. So Borealis is the only team to so far take down the top dogs. That should give them a bit of a push, but I mean, yeah, like you said, this is also dive centric. I won't be surprised if we see Winston. And if you're Borealis, you just ban the Winston. Because I mean, you're playing Diva. I mean, you don't have to, but then they have to play either into you, or they're gonna be kind of hard to get the high ground. So you can play as how you want, but unless Ignite, because Ignite will get first ban, so maybe they get rid of Diva first and just force the Winston. But if Borealis having second, I mean, maybe you get rid of a DPS pick. The issue is, though, everyone's been mirrored each other except the tanks. You've had, Lucy, Kiri backline both times. You've been running a Tracer mirror. I mean, you've had a Cass, and I mean, Jay's kind of just playing May and a little bit of everything. So it comes down to which DPS are you willing to throw out there that you can also give up on your side and not be detrimental to your own success.
Yeah, and at the same time, it also comes down to, if everyone's here for these teams, what roles there's going to be subbed in and swapped out here. So there's a lot of thought process for these 2 teams heading into Hollywood and heading into bans, which we're still kind of waiting on here at the moment. Again, the subs coming in here, if both these teams have their full lineups, are at least going to be making 2 subs each going into our next map. So that could really change up how we see a lot of these teams, make their compositions. We might not even see Winston or Diva played here. Granted, one could be banned. Hazard could be banned out again by, I believe it would be Ignite this time around. I believe they banned. No, Ignite banned out the Hazard last time, I believe. So they cannot be making the Hazard ban.
Yeah. No Hazard ban here. But yeah, Borealis, I mean, look for a DPS pick because your support's probably going to be the same. Unless you're 100% certain you don't want to run, Bat Brig. Maybe you get rid of the Bat Brig, Ana Brig. Maybe you get rid of the Ana. Just get rid of the Ana. That might be in your favor too.
Yeah, especially with it being a dive map, Ana does make a lot of sense. You just banned out Brig, so you can't make that ban here again. You could go after maybe a hit scan, maybe just try to get rid of the Torb, so Jace is going to be forced to play something else, because Torb definitely does find a decent amount more value on this map compared to Ilios, in my opinion. Or, like you said, they could just go after one of these tanks here and really limit the map or the hero pool here for the tank player.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited. Of course, Ignite, coming from just a game where they should have had that in control the first 2 points, and Borealis kind of just put the rug underneath them. So Ignite trying to be, I assume, a little bit more careful of who they ban here. Borealis is just kind of looking at their own options as a team, be like, okay, what can we, sacrifice that won't harm us, like that doesn't affect us as much.
Yeah, I'm trying to think right here. If Ignite goes for potentially another tank ban, I would imagine it would have to be the Diva. If they were going to go for a tank ban here, then Borealis could just go after anyone. It's hard to get a read on if they would go after any DPS heroes, considering we saw Tracer and then a lot of heroes come out from Jace. so it's hard. I feel like the support ban would make a little bit more sense. I feel like the safest ban you could actually make here in this entire map would be Ana, but no, we're actually seeing Ignite
Tracer.
ban out the Tracer here.
Okay, so maybe they're either swapping out a DPS that doesn't play Tracer, or swapping in, sorry, I should say, or they're just see it as maybe they don't want to go that route and maybe play more, bunker down style. They worry about that. So Borealis could still, make the tank game how they want, advance something that plays into them. But I mean, now I don't know. Now my entire prediction's out the window. So maybe Borealis just plays the tank game and plays it how they want, and they do. They ban out the Winston.
I think that was the smartest ban you could make, honestly, in that situation. If you were Borealis, I mean, that leaves the whole support hero pool open for both these supports. I really think if you were Ignite, D.Va probably would have been the way to go here, just to see what else Borealis could play at the tank line. But now you might have just lost the Winston you were playing the majority of that first map.
Yeah. So I am. Yeah. I don't know. This might help Borealis out. Oh, it does. But if Ignite, do you go into that D.Va, or do you let just Jace go tank and just run it down as Zard?
Zar's a possibility. I think Ramatra or potentially Orisa could even show up here. Yeah, we talked about being a little bit of a dive map, but you could really try to force out another kind of play style here just to try to catch the other team off guard. And with the sustainability of both Orisa and Ramatra, I mean, you could really try just to pummel them down here really quickly, especially with the help of maybe like a Symmetra, just to get those tanks onto that backline very early on if you're the attacking team here first.
Yes, and I mean, like I said, if you're attacking first, you want to set that tone. This is a map where anything can happen. You either don't make it far, you make it to the second point, or you make it all the way. This is not Nabani where it's everyone makes it to the end, or you make it nowhere. But it also comes down to that first, like the actual point you gotta take. How does the defending team respond? Like, do they go for a last touch, knowing they have 4 people up, or do they hold height? Do they risk it and just hope that they have the ult on their side and can take it back? That first point control, if you're defense and you mess up horribly on the point retake, now you're stuck with late spawn. The offensive team now has height, so this is a lot more strategic than is like Nabani. Nabani is, yeah, you could be far, but you can always bring it back. Hollywood is, you're gonna be far and you're not gonna be able to bring it back as easy. You're gonna play the other side of second point, and you're gonna be stuck there the entire time because you're gonna be like, we have to attack them, but you too aggressive, you're gonna get caught out. Play too passive, they're just gonna get free space. So whoever's on defense here at Hollywood, that team has to play so strategic and smart on defense here.
Well, I think if I remember correctly, Borealis will get to choose what side they pick here. So I would imagine they're going to go defensive first unless they want to try to set the tone to get going here. But while we wait for the teams to get ready, I imagine they're trying to decide subs here before we head in. I mean, Ignite Memories, they started off slow, a little bit of a rough start on Lighthouse, but I mean, they looked really good on Ruins, kept it close on Well, but just started to get, Borealis just started to pull away there at the end, especially because we talked about there, some unfortunate ultimates came out, not at the right opportune time, ultimates just not finding value. It just seemed like there were many points in that first map where we saw from really both teams, but more on the side of Ignition Memories, where ultimates were kind of just being thrown out just to kind of throw them out. It felt like they weren't really finding value, but they were being used.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. So, I mean, yeah, these teams got to play so strategic and together, where any mishap is, like in any map, of course, any mishap is going to be horrible. But this is more so much of, oh, I got taken out first, I can make it back. It's, I'm first one out, I'm going to be the last one there. Be the last one back to recontest.
Okay. Well, looks like we have some subs. Looks like we have some subs coming in for Borealis Oryx on the DPS line. Butterfly in on the support line. Ignite Memories, Unleashed Raptor going over to a DPS. Resolve coming in here on support. And certainly sticking in on support as well. So 1 sub each here, or actually 1 sub for Ignite, 2 subs for Borealis.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes. I mean, Venture, not bad. Venture's not a bad pick. Ignite Memory's line is not bad. Borealis line is not bad. Definitely different, of course. They're playing a little bit more kind of opposite. I feel like the Lucio could be better on offense, Honor would be better on defense. So it's definitely a difference. And I lost all sound, so I have no more sound cues.
Yeah, I lost it too, but I mean, right now, if you're Ignite, you just need to get through this choke. Borealis has a kind of oppressive comp here. Just when you get through the choke, they're going to be able to immediately fall back to safety on that opposite high ground here from the one that Unleashed is on. But Maj, already very low, has to fall back down to their supports to get some healing here. And I do like the difference in support lines at the moment. And oh, the tree!
Get back down under. Big boop there from the Lucio on the other side. I mean, Blue's just going insane right now with keeping people like out of contention. PJ the first down the other side, so maybe a quick walk on here by Ignite.
No, Surly going to fall right there by K-Mac. This is just going to result in an Ignite just having to fall back here. K-Mac, though, wants to continue playing aggressive. Butterfly has to use that Suzu on themselves here, but K-Mac now has to turn around because Maj is just focusing in on their back line here. Nice jagged wall out from really both hazards, but oh, Maj stuck between two jagged walls, not the spot you want to be. And if you're Ignite, now is the time you decide to back up.
Yeah, you guys play hope, and you just gotta hope that they don't walk past this choke point, which they're not, of course. But if you were low, ooh, they're definitely gonna try to pounce on you. So it's great playing height here, playing a little bit, split as a team, different spots, different angles. And I mean, Ignite again, Maj just gonna go height. Big sleep coming from really.
Consider Rush already out here early from Butterfly. PJ going to be able to find Slim, but PJ will immediately fall right back out to that as Maj going to find them. Wow. Trades going back and forth here as K-Mac desperately in need of some healing, but they'll find some help there from the rest of their team. Maj, they're going to be able to find K-Mac out. However, without the rest of their team, Maj just kind of has to wait for Ignite to get back.
Yeah, I mean, if Ignite can get back fast enough, they have advantage here. I mean, it's just Lucio and it's just Stoj. But I think it's gonna be good. I think it's gonna be even on both sides to who gets the point. But yeah, Ult's gonna be flying here soon. I can already tell. OC out, Heat comes out.
I like that move there from both sides. Downpour coming out here from K-Mac. Get us deny. Maj finding a lot of value with their own downpour here. Now, could they find anything? The Nano gonna fade away. Maj, though, will be able to get rid of Sad Blue Whale just after their beat fades away. Overclock now out from Oryx, looking for anyone they can as jagged walls appear both in their face just to kind of stop any kind of good sightline from them. Slim will be able to find K-Mac, but Oryx finds Unreached and finds their counterpart there on the other side. Ignite, they've struggled to even get a glimpse of the point.
Yeah, they've been close, but the ults just get traded out both sides, and you have Riley still on your side, so you could rally, but PJ has Blade, so maybe they save it, maybe they don't, maybe they be aggressive, but all these ults kind of just being counterintuitive with one another. Nothing really happening. There's one.
Blade out in that backline and Resolve nowhere near, not even gonna be even needed to pop the rally there. This fight might be over before it truly even starts. There's Resolve popping the rally, trying to find what they can, but it's not gonna really help out Surly or Unleash. Resolve will be able to trade out Sad Blue Whale, but that's basically gonna be it here. You're gonna have Tectonic Shock when you come back into the next engagement, but you're gonna need to find a lot with it.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Ignite Memories was all on point. Resolve was in the other team's spawn side. So I don't know if Resolve thought someone was with them or just someone keep walking. Wow. Big pick there on Slim.
Now
wish I get something going.
Touch coming out there from Maj on the leash, popping off with the Tectonic Shock, just trying to at least get some space. And right now, getting up to the high ground, nice boop. Consider out here from Butterfly. This might just be what Borealis needs to complete this round here. Unleash gonna be able to find Butterfly, but where's the touch from Ignite? They find one right there with Maj, but can there be a follow-up from the rest of their team? Maj just has to put up their arms, block as much damage as they can, because it's just a little bit too much. Downpour stops anyone else from Ignite getting to the point, and Borealis, all they need to do is get 33%, and they'll end this series in a sweeping fashion.
Wow. Unleash Raptor had the right, intention with Venture there, but you're up against a bunch of heroes on the other side that can just move. You have you have Kiri TP, they get to can also climb walls. You have Lucio that can play wall, Hazard that can climb a wall. I mean, it wasn't a bad pick. Just like the ult, Tectonic Shock was just so useless as no one was on the ground. They knew better. They played, tight, and no one could contest them. So maybe Unleash Raptor changes things here, I assume, but not a lot of value coming out of that venture.
Yeah. And Oryx not dying at all. How'd that chair get up there?
It's absolutely crazy.
Someone's going to have to get that down.
Yeah.
You can't just leave it up there, man. If it rains, it will just fall off and hit someone in the head, and then you have a bigger liability issue.
You got a lawsuit. I mean,
it's Hollywood. They can probably afford a lawsuit or just make it go away. Either way, you don't really want to deal with either one. But right now, Ignite, we're seeing the Torb come back out here. And like I said, Torb finds maybe a little bit more value on this map than Ilios, but you have to make sure that Turret is finding a lot, essentially acting as a sixth man.
Yeah, and I mean, you cannot be, I like this little side screen, it's really cool. You just cannot get rolled here. Ignite has to play the same amount of toughness as Borealis and just hold their ground. I mean, if Borealis takes this with no ults used and just one quick little team fight, I mean, that's not a good look going into the last match for playoffs.
No, not at all here, but I like how Borealis is playing this. They're playing slow. They're trying to get Ignite back up into a corner. You see everyone up there. There's the corner. There's one. Make it two. And this fight might already be over. Unleash going to be able to find PJ, but you immediately see K-Mac diving back in there. Slim going to barely escape with their life here, but they don't have a lot of health. Unleash, well, they have none anymore. Jagged Wall coming out to the deny entryway to the point, and Borealis not even a minute off that time bank. They win the map, win the series in sweeping fashion, and move themselves up to second place here in the Birch division.
Yeah, I mean, just like that. I mean, that keeps, everybody's old drop, I think, at this. I think that drops into 6th or 7th. So Ignite has to hope that whoever's above them also loses this upcoming week, these upcoming matches, as well as they've got to win the next one. If they don't, they're stuck at the play-in, which isn't, of course, you're still in playoffs, but you do not want to be in that play-in spot.
No, you do not. But talk about a Borealis team that is hitting their stride at the right moment here. Make it 3 straight victories for them. 6 straight map wins as well. They are riding a little bit of a hot streak here in the Birch division. And with some updated statistics here, we can kind of tell you, like you see the standings right here, Borealis, because of the victory, they move up to 2nd. But if Requiem or School of Rush would win, I believe they would stay above Requiem, but not above School of Rush here.
I mean, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Even if Aurora, let's say somehow Aurora and Borealis have the same average, Borealis will take Aurora's spot. So Borealis right now is also one of the top dogs to not be messed with. They may have been, 4th or 5th, but they definitely are tied for 1st in terms of how teams are set up.
Yeah, I mean, this Birch division is the absolute chaos division. Balsa division, it kind of has a little bit of tier breaks here and there, but this one, it's chaotic. It's what you love from B League here. But if you're Ignite Memories, I mean, you're sitting down there at 7th right now. Still have one more game to go in this season against Requiem. Not necessarily the easiest game, but I mean, if you want to try to right the ship here going into playoffs, hey, beating one of those teams that's currently sitting top 3 is definitely the way to do it.
Yeah, and they have to sweep, if anything, just to get some positive map differential on their side. I mean, if they go to game 3, they win. They still +1, but you definitely want that +2. And I mean, you hope whoever is above you coming up is going to be on a downslide in terms of games. So hopefully, but they're hopefully hoping that everything goes their way this next upcoming week.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, there's still a lot of more action to go here this week in BPL, especially on stream. Nurture and Aurora and Bluff Creek Big Mode and What's Up Doc not going to be on stream, but those games are happening tonight. Next up, though, it's going to be Goatmen taking on Terrapin, followed up by Requiem and School of Rush. Now, that game right there, Requiem and School of Rush, we just talked about it. The stakes with that game, especially with Borealis winning this one. Basically, the winner of that one, I think, jumps Borealis into that number 2 spot, and the loser kind of falls into that mix of teams 3 through 6 at the moment. So a big game with those ones, and then ending the night in the A-League with Frogs on Fire taking on Zephyr.
Big important matches coming up there tonight, so do not miss these. Do not walk away.
Yep.
Be worth it.
Yep, but hey, like he said, do not walk away. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with our third series of the night, everyone. Stick around. We'll be right back.
When the sage brings the rite of spring, mourning dove and the sparrows sing. Through the light that the sun will bring, reborn. Plots are creeping on the wall. Swallowtail heeds the northern call, and the last of the frost will thaw, reborn. In the warm of the spring, I recall everything once more. Heavy air and the smell of rain, muddy grasses across the plain, red-winged blackbird's soft refrain, reborn. In the warm of the spring, I recall everything once more. As the winter comes to pass, every one of us is home at last. Every leaf, every blade of grass, reborn. In the warm of the spring, I recall everything once more. In the light of the sun, everything and everyone reborn. We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels summer rays through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Now time for our third series of the day. We'll be going down to the C League for this one as Goatmen take on Terrapin. Again, I am Dextron. That is Thor. Thor, how are you doing here tonight?
I am doing splendidly well. I hope your cat is also Dex, but we have a matchup between Goatmen and Terrapin, and for some teams who are, looking forward to specific outcomes on this matchup, some hoping Goatmen lose, others hoping Goatmen win, but you're just taking a look at the standings and you could already see who want Goatmen to lose. And that happens to be our current number 2 seed, Boa, who, if Goatmen manage to win this match in a clean 2-0 fashion, they get tossed down to the 3rd seed.
Yeah, I mean, the top 3 and even top 4 teams in this Cedar division, really competitive. And I mean, as we kind of talked about before we came on air, there is a little bit of a break there, but Terrapin, I believe this is their last game of the regular season, so they can't fall any further than 4th, but a win, I mean, they could go as high as, I believe, 3rd. There's no way, though, that they can get 2nd or 1st, it looks like.
Exactly, and for Terrapin to get 3rd, it really involves a lot of shenanigans in the top 3 teams currently of Cedar from Umphy University, Boa, and Goatmen. But hey, that's looking for like an exciting tale to tell. But first, Terrapin must at least get this win in order to even be conceivably having that 3rd seed in reach. But alrighty, let's take a look at this lineup of Terrapin. We have Feed Stacker and King Crimson on that DPS line. And for your tanks, you have that spooky Timweek tank line that could offer a lot of flexibility depending on what is needed. Then finally, wrapping it up is your backline of Pika, C Sharp, and Keisha Kitty, who within themselves have some level of flexibility should push come to shove.
Yeah, I mean, especially if everyone is here for Terrapin tonight, we will be seeing that flexibility come into play. Spooky and Timweek, it's going to be interesting to see if we do see both of them here tonight, if they are here. That is, like I said, you have to play if you are here. And, I mean, King Crimson and Feedstacker being your only DPS, it'd be really, I think that's a really important line to have a lot of consistency on. So no subs for them might actually work out very well here for Terrapin. But on the other side, for Goatmen, you have Taken Wallet, Red Beast, 2300, and Variety as your DPS line. Zale as your tank. Hippie, Hope, and Okami as your support lineup here. This seems like it's going to be a very fun team to watch. Hippie listed as support, but my feeling is with the Sigma as their portrait, they might be flexing here a little bit tonight.
I mean, this team have a couple of players who could flex should Zale not be able to play as effectively as he wants to. But from at least what we've seen from Goatmen, Zale has been consistently in, and most of the swaps really have been either on that DPS line or the back line, depending on what the bans are. Red Beast just really known for playing that Soldier 76 one way or another.
Yeah, I would love to see the legs come out here and stay around for longer than, 1 or 2 fights here. But, I mean, you see below us right here, that is our map set pool for the night. Busan, followed by Blizzard World, are all but guaranteed. Saravasa is going to be our tiebreaker map. And, Thor, that's a really good tiebreaker map.
I mean, Saravasa as a tiebreaker map is very fitting. So many Flashpoint maps end up usually being those tiebreaker maps, or even in regular 1st to 3 or first to 3 matchups. Sometimes the Flashpoint's always that third map one way or another. So very on brand, but we've already taken a look at the bans. Goatmen opting to ban out that Orisa right away, knowing the immense brawl potential of an Orisa. While on the other side, Terrapin banning out the Kiriko means you are locking that backline of Goatmen to a specific type of backline. It's either you're sticking to something like a Juno Brig if you still want that consistent healing and speed, or you're playing something a bit more stagnant that, you know, has to sustain over time but really can't, you know, get themselves out of harm's way that easily through that BAP Lucio. So interesting bans. Only time will tell if they are effective bans.
Yeah, and I mean, if you remember one thing, Terrapin, two of their 3 supports did have Kiri as their highlighted one, and I know C#, that's their go-to here at the moment, so we might be seeing them potentially not play this first map if they're only a Kiri one trick, but I think I know C# good enough that they have a couple heroes in that hero pool. But like you said, Orisa being banned out here, I feel like that's a very safe ban, very sustainable tank, very resilient tank, Fortify, Spear Spin, and Javelin, just very strong at the moment in all levels of play, and really going to Busan, that does allow potentially more dive heroes to come back out here, or just the Ramaltra mirror.
I mean, either way, I think if you have a team that likes to play that dive, the Orisa ban just removes the value of the Javelin out of the equation right away, makes it safer for most of your dive characters to survive a bit more. But even when you are playing Ramattra, for example, right, that spear is still going to do damage to you no matter what, even if you're that stagnant target. And already we're seeing some hints on what these players want to lock in for their tank and support lines so far. I'm 50-50 on the Lifeweaver. Only time will tell. After the 5 seconds hit up, we'll figure it out. But it seems like Terrapin is going for insta speed and more speed along with that layered shout of the JQ. So they're going for faster fights that clear up right away, as opposed to Goatmen, who have their support line on a bit of a safer distance, playing this Diva instead. Bag Chaser opting to play the Diva.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Goatmen really playing your kind of standard brawl comp. I mean, dive comp here. That backline gonna keep themselves very safe here. Hippie, though, getting low. As you see, Bag Chaser just try to dive onto anyone they possibly can. Beatsacker put to sleep. Nice axe swing there by Timweek. Gonna be able to find Hippie. Pika, though, out here early on. Bag Chaser, though, gonna be able to find 2. And it looks like Goatmen should be able to take this first fight, unless Timweek absolutely comes alive here. But with no supports around, it's gonna be very tough for the Queen to stay here.
Yep, even though Hippie had died pretty early there, Okami was still alive and kicking, managing to dodge, you know, this very scary Junker Queen that's going to be in your face. No ultimates to work with just yet, but already you could see the very different styles of gameplay. Yes, Terrapin want to brawl, but when Bag Chaser and Taken Wallet are in your backline, that's not really looking as favorable if you're the Junker Queen.
No, it's not, and that's just one thing that they have to kind of be wary of here. They can't play as aggressively as they really want to. Hey, but Red Beast no longer in this engagement, so Terrapin, they can now play a little bit aggressively here. Bag Chaser just to try to get over the wall. Gonna be pulled back though, and that might cost them their mech. Nice kind of play there. Bag Chaser gonna be able to stay in their mech for a brief second, but you will lose feed second for Terrapin. However, Terrapin trying to drag this fight towards point as they're looking for the flip. They should be able to get it here. C# gonna be able to find one, and Terrapin now looking for a cleanup.
Yep, the supports of Okami and Hippie try to keep themselves alive and have managed to do so far, forcing a bit of other cooldowns, but the Venture's still around to keep them busy. Timweek does have an ultimate to work with, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's something they use right away in this next engagement. Nothing really to deny it or to get minimal value from it, so it's an open area for them.
Yeah, right now Goatmen is trying to get any kind of play they can here. Rampage coming out there. Bag Chaser, though, gonna be able to find Pika before they get their beat online here. C# looking a little bit worse for wear as well. No one on the side of Terrapin down just yet, or no one on the side of Goatmen down just yet. Terrapin, though, losing 3 already. Beatsacker will be able to find Taken Wallet, but Goatmen already here looking like they're gonna be able to quickly take back the point and the lead.
honestly massive sleep from Okami there right after being hit by that Junker Queen ultimate. Made sure that Timmy couldn't capitalize on the huge antis available. Goatmen with 4 ultimates means they could combo this off with a Nano Blade or even just sustain it through with a rally from Hippie. Terrapin don't really have much to work with, maybe just as overclock, and you're hoping to build towards your other support ultimates.
Already Bag Chaser going to be able to find one out here. Not the fight you're looking for if you're Terrapin, especially with a Nano Blade out here. Taking Wallet, going to be able to find one, but then immediately turn around as they know the damage has been done. Terrapin staring down the barrel of final fight territory here. Tim Week, though, that is a costly stagger.
Yep, 80% and climbing. Goatmen still have 2 ultimates to work with. You still have that visor, no beat to your name to counter it. You're hoping to sustain through potentially an orbital raid that is upcoming soon. But already just committing to it right away, knowing it's not available.
And Red Beast finding 2 out there. Those were probably your 2 you were looking to get a touch here late in the round. Kisho there for a moment, going to be immediately taken out. The orbital ray coming out here from C# just to try to get something going, but no one gets to the point in time. And Goatman, what a great round here for him. Terrapin, they had their moments, but they just really struggled in this competition that Goatman was playing.
It really seemed like the backline of Terrapin could not keep up with what Tim Week wanted to do. Really just going in, brawling it out with the Junker Queen. And part of really that problem is when you ban the Kiriko in that matter, it makes it harder to have to dodge through all the damage and even keep yourselves alive should Bag Chaser and Taken Wallet dive upon you. And that seems to be the tale of these 2 teams. It's the survivability of the backline, and the backline is just surviving way more for Goatmen.
Yeah, and you saw it right there. Pika had 4 deaths, the most of anyone on the side of Terrapin, and especially when you have Zero Lucio that's dying a lot, that doesn't necessarily lead to a lot of good things for your team here. No big swaps coming out here from really either side, and that truly kind of surprised me. The only swap we're seeing is Okami going over to a Juno of their own here. But C# finds first blood here, getting rid of Taken Wallet, and now if you're Terrapin, you really need to take advantage of this one-man advantage, and they're just gonna go straight to point instead.
Yep, and Timmy Magic getting a huge swipe with that axe, gets 2, and that ends any push Goatman can do. It's back to the drawing board, back to spawns, and for Tim Week, you are 50% and climbing already on that ultimate charge from that massive kill. Even elsewhere for all the ultimates, but Terrapin in a solidly good spot for where Goatmen need to push. Much harder to push and brawl it out when you're a diva, so you're going to have to really time these axe swings.
And right now, Goatman just gonna try to go through this choke here, maybe trying to force something out. Terrapin, though, doesn't necessarily have anything they can really throw down there. There's the dive out from Bag Chaser. They're gonna be hit by that axe swing. Kisho trying to do what they can here, disrupting, but look at the health pools here. Bag Chaser gonna be demeched. However, C# will be the first one to fall in this fight. Terrapin, though, you probably still feel very good about this fight. You got rid of Bag Chaser's mech here, and you already see Goatman just trying to back out. Red Beast not gonna be able to escape here. Another good fight win for Terrapin, even losing 1 early on.
I think it's just the inherent map design of this mecha basis. What's making it harder for Goatmen to get the value they want with the diva. There are tighter chokes, so you really have to brawl out one way or another. And for Bag Chaser, that's not really the option. As a diva, you're preferring to fly in and dive onto targets, which isn't as easily doable. This Jungle Queen ultimate is available, and that's definitely coming in this next engagement.
I mean, we had a good opportunity to use it right there, but Tim, we could hold on to it till that moment right there. They still find 3 with it, getting rid of Taken Wallet, and I feel like that flashbang that Taken Wallet threw out actually ended up helping out Tim Week more than it did helping out their own team right there. Red Beast will be able to find Kisho on that opposite angle, but I mean, Thor, you look at it here, this is final fight.
Final fight, you do have Visor. Bag Chaser is still in that baby diva form, so this is not really looking very pretty for them. They're back in mech, and no bomb to their name just yet, but they should have stalled potential if someone touches point.
Taken Wallet, coming back out on the Tracer, get a touch point. Both DPS ultimates coming out here from Terrapin, looking for any value of them right now. Looks like it's going to be Feedstacker finding one. Bag Chaser, though, going to immediately trade it out on the Pika, who did have beat here, and that might have been used here just to sustain them throughout this fight, but Kisho find their second one. Bomb out there now from Bag Chaser, but Bag Chaser will not be able to live long enough to get back in their mech, and Terrapin, talk about a dominant round here for them. Going to be sending us to our third point.
Yep, if there's one thing Goatmen need to realize is when the compositional matchup is not working in their favor, try to brawl it out with a Junker Queen as a diva in those tighter corners doesn't really spell like a good time whether you're as a diva. And the only other way you could counter that is if you kind of do a 3-2 split to force this brawlier team of Terrapin to look one way while they're being poked in another. So hopefully for downtown, this might look better for Goatmen, right? This is a map that has a lot more verticality, not as much of a brawlier potential. Yes, you can brawl the point, but for this other players of Goatmen, they're able to, at least for the diva, fly out of harm's way just easily and not take the necessary damage.
Yeah, taking Wild though, coming out on the fray, gonna be able to shut down C# here early on. Trades going back and forth, even across the board here as each team is down a DPS and a support here. It looks like though Feedstack are gonna fall by the hands of Bag Chaser. Kisho coming out of the ground, just gonna try to maybe get rid of Bag Chaser. No, focusing a little bit in on that backline, but Timweek put to sleep here, and oh, that's not a good look for them right there. The D-Mech would be huge here, but actually Terrapin gonna come out on top of here, maybe even get first point cap.
Yeah, Pika just alive to keep everyone else up, but now yet down again is C#, but the Anos of Goatmen still alive and keeping themselves up, but not in an angle to really help Bag Chaser. So this is looking like it's a back and forth. If Timweek is unsure who to go to.
Timweek's trying to focus in on the support back over to the Taken Wallet. I mean, it didn't necessarily work, and I thought Terrapin would have capped the point already, but no, they were denied multiple times. It's Goatmen taking the first cap here.
You know, these goats just understanding who should touch point at any given moment. It looked like a, hopscotch here, there, making sure someone was there all the time before Terrapin could even cap it. Now, ultimates to work with, not just yet, but hitting the 50% mark for most of Terrapin. Goatmen, though, taking Wallet doing a lot of damage.
I mean, but that's normal with the Freya right here in the current meta. And again, Redbeat's gonna be able to find Timweek out here early on. If you're Terrapin, you are potentially just thinking about backing up out of this one here. You do find one pick, but you're not gonna find much else after that. Keisha will be able to take care of Taking Wallet, but Hippie gets their revenge. Goatmen still in control, building up to probably 45% by the next time we see an engagement.
Yeah, but I think if you're Terrapin, Timweek understands they need to go on top of a support. The problem is Okami has been playing in these positions or angles that have been harder to reach, more forcing everyone on the team to either use a cooldown to get to him.
Rally coming out there, Timweek antied out as well. Bag Chaser already deleting that backline, and C# has not had the best of rounds here this time around. I feel like they've been the first pick 4 times already.
Yeah, and I think a part of it is just if you're playing a Bruno with a Lucio, it's so much harder to survive because you have to be playing within that aura range of the Lucio to get any sort of healing back. It's very different than, you say, playing a Brig with it, because the Brig could just attack you, but Red Beast is in a tight spot and is being forced out. Who has Visor?
They have Visor ready to go, and they're going to pop it off here. Pika, though, going to respond with a beat of their own here. Tectonic Shock's out from Kisho as they're just looking to get rid of anyone. The Nano out there just to keep them alive on the Bag Chaser, who's still holding on the bomb. And I mean, Goatmen, they have the ultimates here to really end this round and end this map. Rampage coming out. Timweek, what was that, man? Oh my goodness, talk about throwing the map right there, but it probably wasn't gonna go their way anyway. Goatmen taking the first point or first map off of a comedy of errors.
If I were Timweek, I wish there was a physical object that had stopped me at that one moment. I think their play was smart, then we kind of forget that that area is open. So just really unfortunate plays. So for Terrapin, this is a situation now where you need to win maybe this next map in order to have a chance to even maybe get that third seeding spot in this group. Now, that's also what BOA as a team wants, right? They want Terrapin to at least take a map from Goatmen. So only time will tell if BOA is also going to get what they want.
I mean, hey, some teams do get what they want, some other teams don't. That's just still a really rough way to end up losing that map if you're Terrapin. Granted, I don't think they would have won that final fight anyway, but rampaging yourself off the map wasn't going to help it. However, Blizzard World going to be the second map up here if you're Goatmen. Hey, you love that outcome. Like you said, talking about playoffs here, a sweep or a win here on this map puts them above Boa in a really comfortable spot as well, at least locking them into the top 3, beating Terrapin here tonight. But I mean, what does Terrapin need to do here in Blizzard World? Because it really did seem like it was back and forth. When we saw the Junk Queen really work for them, Goatmen looked like they were lost, like they couldn't really get going.
So part of it is inherently map design, right? I think Goatmen put themselves in a bad position, still forcing that diva on mecha base when there really isn't much space for that diva to engage in when they lose the point. It works great when the point is in your favor, but when it's not and you're trying to take it back, it is so much harder to play diva into that. It's very different than the other 2 maps of Busan. So I think in that point, Terrapin just had map geometry and design on their side alongside their composition to get the maximum value. So now that you're entering Blizzard World, it's a different story also altogether, because I think Diva still has that place in Blizzard World to get immense value. So for Terrapin, I think you play to the strengths of your team rather than just making a silly kind of decision like, hey, maybe we could psych them out banning something we normally like to play, like for example the Kiriko, because I think at that given moment when they were running into that diva of bag chaser on Busan, you kind of wished you had that Kiriko to keep yourself alive.
Yeah, I feel like you really do there. But hey, you have first ban here this time around, and Diva might not be the worst ban, might actually be a very good ban. You could see Diva come out on basically every point of this map. So Terrapin, I mean, I feel like this is a really big ban out for them. If they want to, if they think Goatmen are just gonna stick with the Diva and they want to try to focus on another line here, Thor, which line do you think they would go after, DPS or support?
I mean, if I am Terrapin, I think I may go for something on potentially the I low-key think it really should be a tank. You ban a tank.
It really should.
It really should be a tank. I'm thinking about this because of how flexible the DPS and support pool is of Goatmen. If, for example, you ban that Soldier 76, they're just gonna sub out Red Beast. They're gonna put Variety in. Variety is just there waiting for their chance to be subbed in. And if that happens, Variety is just going to play Sombra, going to be a huge annoyance, right? If you decide to ban a tank, right? Like you ban that Diva, you're telling Goatmen that they have to play a different type of dive if they really want to stick to dive, or force them into that brawl mirror now that Goatmen can't even ban Orisa. And should you win that second map, right, you are at least comfortable knowing that on Suravasa, which is a generally brawlier map, you could play that Orisa, and that's a decent, defense against a Diva, because by then Diva is going to be available and unbannable if you ban Diva right now.
Yeah, but still waiting for Terrapin to make that ban. Hey, there it is, and yep, it's gonna be the Diva. They really do not want to see Diva back in this map, and hey, I don't blame them. When the Diva was working for Goatmen last map, it was really, really working for them, and Terrapin just struggled immensely into it.
I think just map design also, Blizzard World is your best shot to ban that Diva. I think it's the map where Diva would get the most value compared to banning her, for example, in Busan, because you do have a chance to still play that brawlier kind of composition if you wanted to. So this Diva ban, I think, is well timed if you're looking at it just from map design. Now, Goatmen are on that position of either banning a DPS or a support. Now that we've seen how much of a struggle Terrapin has when there is no Kiriko, if I am them, I would not use a Kiriko support ban in a second point, on the second map. I would use it potentially on that third, because you already know that it's Suravasa, and normally in Suravasa, you'll want to play something like a Kiri Lucio, and on some cases, maybe a Juno Brig. But just judging from the comfort characters of the Terrapin backline, it's likely going to be a Kiri Lucio.
Yeah, I think I think if you're Goatmen, I'm trying to think about, like, they're also thinking about what hero they're going to be banning out here. I feel like Tracer's not a bad idea.
I agree.
I mean, you think it's a bad idea?
I think it's a decent idea. Not a bad idea. I think it's a decent idea. I think it's I'm not too surprised because you give Sojourn to Taken Wallet and Taken Wallet's just wait. Wrong. It's Goatman banning it. That would not make sense. My brain decided not to work. Sorry.
It's been a long week. It's been a long week for everyone. It's Sunday.
Sojourn it's never really a bad ban. I think especially if you know comfort heroes of the DPS line, but I think what was surprising for me when I was realizing it as we were casting was Keisha Kitty was on that DPS line, and normally they are on a support character, so the fact that they're playing DPS means that one of the DPS players like King Crimson might be out right now. So by removing the Sojourn, they're likely trying to attack Feed Stacker from getting the value that he wants.
Yeah, and I mean, Feed Stacker did find a decent amount of value on the Soldier, maybe more value than I truly expected to see. I mean, they got a really good visor to end that first point. Visor on the second point ended up finding a lot of value out as well. And I mean, you even kind of saw it there. They were really matching the tank for Terrapin in healing, which is a really good thing to do, especially when you're going up against a Jungle Queen on the other side. Matching them will really help out your team here, but no Soj this time around, no Diva this time around. What do we expect to see here from Goatman? I mean, you could play Poke, you could try to play the Winston, you could try to play Wrecking Ball here. There's a decent amount of options still available here on the table for both these teams.
Well, what we do know at least is that Variety is in the, at least in the server, so they are like, he is likely to come in and play for Goatmen this time around per rulebook rules. So we're likely expecting maybe something along the lines of the Sombra, because I at least did see Variety play Sombra against Boa and really dismantle that team in the process. So that might be something that Terrapin will have to expect should Variety get subbed in.
Yeah, and I mean, I would love to see a Sombra play. I feel like Sombra is always kind of fun to watch. It really does annoy the other team, and I want to see how Terrapin deals with that, because they really did struggle dealing with the Diva being oppressive onto that backline. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult when you have a much smaller hitbox oppressing that backline.
Exactly. So only time will tell as we wait for the lobby to get set up or the players to get ready, because I wouldn't be surprised if both teams are kind of figuring out who is playing for the map. Well, at least for Goatmen, because it looks like there are only 5 people in the VC for Terrapin.
I mean, that's good for Terrapin if that's the case. Like I said, just having the same lineup consistently is a really good thing. Having a sub come in there, you never know how cold they're going to be, how necessarily ready they are for this map or series here. So, yep, no swaps here for Terrapin. And like I said, Variety coming in, no other subs though for Goatmen.
Yep, and already I'm figuring this out. Dex. So we have a BAP Lifeweaver.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. I'm just trying to understand the interaction for this. So I think it's split healing. I think it's your definitely your Lifeweaver and your BAP are holding different angles. I would hope the other DPS are also holding different angles. I think when you're running this double poke kind of setup, you wouldn't want to full stack on high ground, but it seems like that's how they want to play it.
I mean,
Bag Chaser drops.
Probably by accident. They're probably going to get up to that high ground very quickly. Yep, they're back. Timweek, though, was teasing us with a lot of tanks, but I like this support line. I mean, you're kind of seeing the same support line play in OWCS by a couple teams, not on this type of map, but on just Circle Royale in general. If the supports can stay alive, it's going to be very difficult for Terrapin to really do much here. I mean, Pull is such a great ability for Hippie on that Lifeweaver, and now, though, Hippie kind of getting pressured out here by Feedstacker. Hippie not playing back far enough, going to be the first one punished out here, and now it looks like their support counterpart is going to be following them to the spawn.
I feel like this support lineup of Goatmen were playing a bit too aggressive to their liking, and C Sharp, along with the help of Pika, is just capitalizing on all that damage coming in. And like I said, part of the struggle for this was we saw how Terrapin attacked that point. They were split. They pincered pretty much this core of Goatmen from different angles, and rather than just having the DPS mark them, it was the supports marking the other flank, which doesn't really turn out as well as you would like.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw taking wall there. They said that they like to get funky. Bolus shot coming in. That could be deadly right there, but the nice immortality field by C Sharp as Feedstacker and Kisho Kitty finding two out here early on. That cart is going to be moving at a breakneck pace here as Terrapin already winning this fight. And Thor, they have a really large time bank. However, one fight lost here on the second point push, and the defensive team gains all the momentum back very quickly.
Oh, I agree. That's just the design of Blizzard World. And for Goatmen, you at least have 3 other ultimates to work with for this next engagement. Terrapin had already used their window, so that's something that's not in their pocket to keep sustained healing over time. And if you could force out a lamp, that should be a fight win, especially now that Bob's available. That's going to allow for damage from opposite sides.
Bob out here looks like they're just trying to get in that back line. Kisho or just getting straight up to that high ground, forcing Variety to fall off, but Feedstacker finding them right there in their sights. Hippie, though, going to be able to trade out one, getting off the Lifeweaver. Immediately finding value here with 2. Amp Matrix out from Okami, but C Sharp going to be able to take care of Taken Wallet as the Bob out from Feedstacker, who's out of the engagement here. And Timweek, I mean, they have Terror Surge, but without your Ashe, I just don't necessarily know what you're going to try to do. Baggage, though, they decide to invest theirs, finding a lot of damage on C Sharp. There's Timweek popping theirs, get a focus in now on Okami. They'll find them after the fact. Variety looking like they're their next target, but taking Wallet Bag Chaser, cleaning up this fight. Orbital Ray, though, invested by Pika. Oh, that one's costly if you somehow don't win this fight very late. Feedstacker, though, Kisho, somehow they do win the fight here late. Feedstacker with 3.
Yeah, I feel like that was I think that was a huge play from Hippie. I think there was just no stabilization from Goatmen after the picks were coming their way. And part of it really is, yes, you have that Orisa in your face. You know, Hippie dropped that. Or I think it might have been Okami dropped that lamp trying to keep themselves alive into that Terror Surge, but at that point it's like it's a foregone conclusion. I think at that point you're trying to at least keep the remainder of your players at least alive to win the fight, and it just didn't turn out that way. Terrapin have 2 ultimates. They are able to push it in this next round with potentially that window to open things up, followed by the excavation from Kisho Kitty, who has been doing really great work on that venture.
Bagchaser trying to play a little bit aggressive here. Amich is coming out from C Sharp. Gonna send Bagchaser running back very quickly here. And the rest of Goatmen running back. The Tectonic Shocks coming out in the play. Finding Variety, taking Wallet. Back out here on the Tracer, trying to pump in damage, but Feedstacker, they're having themselves around here. They seem to be getting their name in the kill feed every fight, no matter what.
Yep, and already spawn camping, not allowing the players of Goatmen to come out, but Variety does have this high noon, and I think that should be at least creating some space for them, especially when Timweek is forced out of all the cooldowns, like that spear.
High noon out here now from Variety, gonna be able to find Pika Bandito. Terror Surge out though on the point from Bag Chaser, gonna be able to get Rikisho. I don't like that one there from Timweek, as you've already lost 2, make it 3 members of your team. That Terror Surge is gonna definitely be one they want back, Thor.
I think it's a situation of, you know, they were attempting to trade ult for ult, right? You traded a window to get that, and then get that high noon out. Bag Chaser decides to Terror Surge. Maybe you can Terror Surge to keep things alive, but it's just not as great of a result, especially when you have, as you said, players down. Bob is alive for Feedstacker, so that means you're going to have a 6th player on the field in this next engagement. And for Goatmen, you're hoping your supports build towards ultimates to keep everything alive.
Ultimate's ready for supports. Bob out onto the field, but already you see Taken Wall right there. They invested the Pulse Bomb, not going to be able to find anything with it. Variety will be able to get rid of the Bob, but you do force out the rally from the other side. So I think if you're Terrapin, you'll gladly take that Variety now, trying to get in the back line here. Going to be able to find an Orbital Ray out from Okami, but yet no one is dying. But there it is. There's the cleanup for Goatmen as they're slowly starting to get the momentum back on this defensive side.
There, I do like this swap from Variety because it allows you to melt Team Weak much easily, peel them as needed, and hey, if you build towards that Blossom, force out, and the Terror Surge of Bag Chaser manages to force out this Orbital Ray from Pika, that's a free ultimate for Variety because there's nothing really to deny it. Maybe lap for just a bit, but other than that, it's not going to be looking great. But Window is available for both. For Terrapin, double support ults opening up with one of them is the play.
Window out here from C# early just to buy some space, and it's going to work out for Terrapin as they're back onto the cart here. Orbital Ray from Pika probably not that far behind, but you look at Goatman here building up the 3 very strong ultimates. You're going to need all those online here quickly as the Orbital Ray is now out from Pika. Bag Chaser does have that Terror Surge ready to go, holding on to it still, and it might end up working out for Goatman. Taking Wild, finds Speedseeker out, Terror Surge out here from Bag, gonna be able to get rid of the Immortality Field and eliminate that support line. Variety getting rid of Tim Weep. This should just be Terrapin falling back, but Goatmen, they seem to be in control now.
Yep, and the great thing is they only used one ultimate in all of that. Bag Chasers only using the Terror Surge. Terrapin had to use both of their support ultimates. They have nothing to sustain for this next engagement. So you're hoping to just enable your venture to get the value from the excavation, and for Team Weak to get value from the Terror Surge. But for Goatmen, you have pieces to deny that. There's going to be a Blossom from behind. We just know it.
What a TP by Variety right there. I don't think Terrapin knows they're necessarily behind them. They know that taking wall there. There's the Tectonic Shocks coming out here from Keisho. Going to be able to help Feedseeker find Bag Chaser. And now, though, everything's going Terrapin's way. Where's Variety? Where's Variety with this Death Blossom? Nowhere to be found. Tim Weak finds them out, and no one is going to be able to get back in touch in time. Terrapin completes the map with 19 seconds left to go on that time bank.
I think Variety took way too long to set that up. Players of Goatman had already been immensely low by the time he got back. And I think that's one of those moments where you TP behind. I think you just start walking. You just hope that they never know and pop that ultimate. And that just did not happen. So by the time he gets back, everyone from Goatman's down. So honestly, great job from Terrapin from capitalizing on that and getting their bearings back, because they managed to cap Blizzard World with 19 seconds at least. And you could see from the statistics that this time around, C# has managed and Pika have managed to stay alive a bit better. So I think in that previous matchup, banning their own Kiriko might have bitten them in the butt.
Might have bitten them in the butt, but I mean, we're still not seeing the Kiriko come out from them this time around, and it's working out here. I think a lot of it just comes down to how the rest of their team is playing. I mean, at the start of that round, Feedstacker was a menace, finding headshot after headshot, getting so much damage. C# and Pika were there to clean up a lot, but right now, if you're Goatman, this is your time to shine here. You're on the attack. You're going up against Tim Weak, currently on the Ramatra. I mean, this is a little bit of a favorable fight for you, but you just have to be able to come out on top of it.
Oh yeah, exactly. And if you are at least Goatman, I actually not too angry at this compositional swap. Taking wallet on the main means you could more easily wall out a tank. I think you could also just deny pipelines of Feedstacker as needed, but they're going to try this TP play, forcing out all the other cooldowns before they TP up.
TP out, immediately getting into that backline here, and now Terrapin, though, going to be able to draw first blood, make it the entire fight. This fight all but over in a matter of a second.
I think you could see the value of that Diva ban already working in the favor of Terrapin. I think with the amount of damage that Terrapin is putting in, Bag Chaser wishes that he had that Diva to eat all the damage incoming, because that's what's been stuffing their pushes and getting everyone immensely low. And let's be real, this high ground of Blizzard Road could be oppressive if you don't know how to take them out of it.
Yeah, it could be, but you already see Goatmen giving up on the sim here. Probably the right play. Feedstacker, though, getting incredibly low. Immortality Field get out to be invested just to keep Feedstacker alive here. Taking Wallet was pressuring them out. Back chase, though, going to be able to shut them down. And Goatmen coming right back in. It seems like with the small compositional change, they're already going to be able to win this fight and take the first point.
Yep, I think the sim May TP play is really just there meant to as a surprise. But I think what kind of hurt them was, I think after Terrapin had used all their cooldowns to slow them down from potentially going through a teleporter, the teleporter should have just taken to high ground rather than the low ground, because you already know the rotation of Terrapin is to go down. You want that high ground for yourself, but it's not bad. They managed to cap it. They have 4 minutes and 38 to go through this next phase, and if you're Goatmen, you at least have the Terror Surge to start things off. Maybe not that depth of variety, but that's going to slow things down.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you have the Terror Surge, you're down in Ashe, you might be almost down in Orisa here in a moment. But I mean, right now, Terrapin is actually at a really good spot here to hold, a really good choke point, and Kisho on this venture has been a little bit of a problem this map and a little bit last map as well for Goatmen. They're just finding so much value here.
Yep, speared in, hoping to deny any engagement manages to do so, but Terrapin have 2 ults, make it 3 soon to work with. So Taken Wallet is trying to keep the backline busy, or at least Kisho busy.
I mean, they're doing a good job with that. Annihilation out here from Tim Week, as you do see Bagchaser use their Terror Surge as well. Trades coming out, but it looks like Goatmen gonna come out on top here in the end. Bagchaser gets rid of Kisho. The Annihilation gone from Tim Week. And I mean, once you get rid of Pika here, this should basically just be the fight. Tim Week, though, still finding some picks here late, but at this moment,
they really want Okami.
Yeah, okay, there we go. There we go. Tim Week should not have lived that long, but you know, I don't blame Bagchaser for just deciding to push the cart.
I mean, if I'm Bagchaser, I'm thinking Tim Week's near the spawns of my team. Okami should get some backup, maybe didn't get it just in time, but already Feedstacker is just pummeling and lead after lead into the heads of this metallic horse. Now, Goatmen at least have this orbital ray for this next engagement, so I would not be surprised if there's an orbital ray mirror incoming, especially once Feedstacker drops this Bob, which should create space and allow a 6th player on the field to poke in more damage.
Orbital Ray out here from Pika, and honestly, if you're Goatmen, you're fine with that, especially if Variety continues to find picks. Taking Wallet, giving that flower bed a little bit of a pulse bomb right there, but Variety finding 3 Pika Banditos, Orbital Ray, leading necessarily to nothing. Jack squat here as Goatmen cleaning up the fight. Only going to be kind of staggering touches out here from Terrapin, as, I mean, what looked like to be a good setup completely falls apart for them.
Yep, 3 minutes and 45 left on the clock. Now, for Goatmen, you managed to stall the defense. Stall the push of Terrapin in this point. So I would not be surprised if Terrapin attempt to do it just as the same. But what Goatmen have in their favor is their own orbital ray, and that should be enough to sustain through what is an incoming, at least, window from C#. What it might not sustain through is that window and maybe another ult like the Ramatra.
Window out here. C# basically gonna be the only one that finds any value from it, as the rest of their team push far up, but you see Feedstacker get behind it and immediately get rid of Bagchaser there. Goatmen, though, building up the 4 ultimates here.
Yep, 4 ultimates, none used in the previous fight. Terrapin used 1. We'll only have 2, but hey, one of it's being a second Variety tri-control. For Terrapin, you at least have that Ramatra ultimate that allows you to sustain, but already committing is this Bob of Variety.
Orbital Ray out here as Tim Week just gets melted. C# can be able to find 1, but the Bob now finding some value. C# with 2. Rally out from Hippie, who will get rid of C#, who is absolutely popping off right there. Terrapin now, they have to quickly fall back here and give up some space.
Yep, Hippie's trying to take the space for the Orisa, especially now that there's a dynamite behind. Cart continues rolling. Terrapin has nothing in the bank besides that excavation soon to be online by Kisho Kitty. Goatmen will have a pulse and hopefully a Terror Surge that will get value in this next push, but the burn is already stopping Bag Chaser from continuing to move forward.
Shield put out there for the moment, just trying to pressure out that backline here, but Terrapin doing a good job just stalling out the point, taking Wallet, trying to get in that backline, be a little bit of a nuisance. Kisho, Tectonic Shock ready to go, your Pulse Bomb ready for taking as they're looking for some value, but Bag gonna be able to find C-Sharp out here, not the person you want to see fall first. Pulse Bomb out from Goatmen, gonna actually be able to find no one, but Bag Chaser's Terror Surge, that's the value you're looking for right there. And if you put 3 members on the cart, you might be able to get this cart to the finish line.
Yeah, but the spawns are coming out, such as the excavation, and there's nothing to deny that just now, but except maybe shots to the head.
Variety gonna be able to find them there. Immortality Field out from C-Sharp, who's desperately trying to build up to their Amateur. Pika trying to build up to their Orbital Ray as well, but neither of them will see it this life, or potentially the next one here, as Okami and Variety clean up the house here. Goatmen complete the map with a 53-second difference there on the time bank. Terrapin, though, will have a chance to attack here in overtime.
I think Goatmen need to at least slightly learn from their initial defense, right? Terrapin, blew that down just so quickly that it might just be a positional difference that Goatmen need to reconsider. Maybe having more of a split kind of setup if they want to do a double poke for their DPS line. And for Terrapin, I think capitalizing and really just doing the same thing, or maybe their splits, would merit the same value if Goatmen don't learn their lesson.
I think Bag.
Oh.
Okay, Bag's just picking perks. That's all they're doing there. But yeah, I think Goatmen learned their lesson. I think they were really just testing something out, or maybe they felt so confident that they thought they could play the Lifeweaver.
And on the flip side, our observers are playing on a paintball because things are happening very smoothly. Is this orange?
Yeah, that's orange.
That is orange.
There's no pigeons on this. There's no pigeons on this map, so they don't care. So that's why they're playing paintball.
That's fair. But also, wasn't orange helping out in Kunoichi? Are they done? They're probably done. That's probably why. But back to the match on hand. We are at match point. Goatman's goal is to lock it out as a 2-0 and lock their spot as a second seed, at least for this week. And for Terrapin, it's to deny any of that.
Nice javelin there by Goatman. Gonna get rid of that Immortality Field. Taking Wallet, already finding one. Hippie will find one before Tim Week takes him out. But if you're Terrapin, you're just looking to regroup here. If you're Tim, the fastest way to regroup, might just be death. We're gonna see some wild swaps come out here.
Yeah, I want to see the sickest of rollouts from, maybe one of these support line players. But no, they're sticking to a BAP Juno still. So hopefully you have Feedstacker who's going to touch on this Tracer, and they managed to do so along with the ball.
Keisha there as well, gonna be burrowing out of the ground. Does get some damage. Overtime commenced here, and if you're Terrapin, you're looking for any pick you can. You will be able to get rid of Taken Wallet, so your backline's gonna be able to breathe a little bit easier. You find Hippie up for Variety, still on that offing. We're gonna be able to shut down Feed here, but you're looking at Terrapin now, just trying to desperately build up to a tick here. Nice play by Keisha. Keisha just drilling Variety away here, slowly building up to one tick, looking for it. Gonna be almost able to get it. C-Sharp though finds Variety, and if you can get rid of Bag Chaser, who has the Terror Surge, Immortality Field out though, gonna be able to keep everyone alive, but you're just seeing staggering touches come out here right now for Goatmen as they're desperately just trying to find anyone they can. Taken will be able to find one. Amp Maps out here from C-Sharp, but if you're Terrapin, you've already got one tick. However, you see how fast that overtime wake burns down. No one getting off the point anymore.
No one getting off of the point. If you are Goatman, you're at least trying to stall it at this archway. I don't think they got the touch. The Sombra got a touch.
Sombra got a touch. It doesn't necessarily lead to much, but hey, you do see Bag come back in on the Malga, find one there. Pulse Bomb out, only going to be able to find the wall. Minefield and an Orbital Ray out here, but both teams still fighting for it, and Goatman somehow coming back into the fray here, finding some picks. Kisho trying to do what they can, but Goatman denies the full cap.
Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy. This Goatman squad is like, no, we're not letting them take this point. We gotta lock it in. Like they were not considering at all trying to defend from Arch. Variety went in on that Sombra, was just like, I'm gonna take the bullet, I'm going to take the L to keep this point alive so we can have, I think it was Ohami build towards the orbital ray, and that just turned things around. It really just did.
Can we talk about Bag Chaser's stat line? 41, 8, and 8.
No.
Almost 22,000 damage, 17,000 mitigated. And that's not taking away from Timweek as well, who I believe had 19,000 damage, but they were nowhere near 40 elims.
That's crazy. And this is with Bag Chaser being denied the Diva. They're
Flexible tank.
flexible tank. Flexible tank. For all other teams in the top 3 of the C League, Bag Chaser ain't a Diva one trick. They will pull out some crazy Orisa gameplays, such as that stat line, but props to you, Dex, for pointing that out. I only realized it when you decided to look at it.
That's just an insane stat line. You don't normally see 40 elims in any game, even if it goes like 3 rounds of overtime. Sometimes it takes players to even get 30, but Variety already sending that TP out there, and I mean, straight to point. If you can get rid of Timweek here early on, that might just be curtains for this map and for this series. Keisha, though, going to be able to find 2. Timweek taken out here early on, and Variety fully charged on that beam. You do not want to be anywhere near him. TP out here just to give him that shield perk here, but already 1 tick here. Now if you're Terrapin, you're just looking to keep a contest alive.
Yep, the shield really just helping everyone else from Goatmen stay alive as the supports come back, and the stragglers of Terrapin also is looking very close and in the favor so far of Goatmen, but the players of Feed Stacker taking Walt out is just immense.
That's big right there for them, and already the Immortality Field invested by C#. Keisha looking low, Feed Stacker falling out as well for Terrapin. Not necessarily what you wanted to have, what you want to see here. Bag Chaser or the Photon Parrier out here from Variety, and that's going to seal the deal right there. The Terror Surge, the spike at home, and Goatmen win the map, win the series in sweeping fashion.
If you are Goatmen, you are taking that win because that puts you up to that 2nd seed right now for the C League. And I think at least the next matchup they have should at least comfortably lock them in that spot, and barring any other changes from the side of Oomphy. But for Terrapin, I think you've managed to keep up pretty well with this Goatmen team, even when you were down your usual DPS line. So that's nothing to be, ashamed of. And hey, props to Kisho Kitty doing so much work on that venture and just being a nuisance to Variety on that DP on that Ashe, because Variety was struggling when Keisha was in their faces.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the side of Terrapin did good. I mean, they were doing the best they possibly could, but it just seemed like Goatmen were able to find ways to get around them. And you see right there, they do move above Boa, even though they have the same map differential. Goatmen, if I remember correctly, took the series against them. That is why they are currently sitting in that number 2 seat here. Oomphy University, though, the only team above them, just because of that +9 map differential.
Yep, and you are correct. The only reason Goatman is above Boa is because of that matchup. I managed to cast that one. So Terrapin has locked themselves at that 4th seed spot. Nothing's going to dislodge them from that, no matter what the other outcome is from the other matches that still need to be played, at least in the C League. I think they're the first team to hit the 7 matches needed to finish the season.
Yeah, and Goatmen, I believe their last game is against Log Racers, who is currently sitting in that 5th seed now. That's a big game for Log Racers. I mean, if they lose that one, you could potentially see them fall all the way down to that 7th spot as the Bear. I mean, if they win 1 or 2 games here, could jump them. Same thing with Noctis. Win their final game, they could jump Log Racers. So a big game for Goatmen in their final one. They cannot take Log Racers lightly, but hey, a great series by both these two teams, and really, really good play by Goatmen all around. But I think both me and you kind of agree, the standout there in the end was the tank there for Goatmen.
Oh yeah, I would just like to say that Bag Chaser or Sale really just kept things alive for Goatmen in some of those situations. And it's also part in the help of the back line of Goatmen who are able to sustain, I think, a bit better than the backline of Terrapin in some of those situations, especially in that first map of Busan. But let's take a look at our schedule for the remainder of the night. I think we have 2 more matches on at least that are being streamed for tonight. We have Requiem versus School of Rush, so we're going to be heading back up, I think, to this might be B-League?
B-League.
B-League, yes. And this is a really close matchup also because I think they're close to each other in terms of standings. Now,
3 and 4 seed.
3 and 4 seed, yeah, exactly. So that's going to be something to look out for. And finally, closing out the night is Frogs on Fire and Zephyr, which we have a general idea who is favored for that, but only time will tell if things turn around.
Yeah, you never know. Zephyr, I mean, currently sitting in that 8th seed, still has 2 more games to go. Frogs on Fire, a really tough opponent for them. But a win in one of their final 2 games could really put a lot of pressure on the Camp Halfburger, who's currently sitting in that 7th spot up in there in the Aspen division. But hey, like you said, a great series here following us up here back down into the Birch division, where, I mean, we saw Borealis win earlier tonight against Ignite Memories, putting them up into that 2nd spot. Winner, though, of Requiem and School Rush, unless it's School Rush in 3, should be able to jump Borealis to take that 2 spot here. So a lot more action to come here tonight at BPL. But everyone, we're going to throw it over to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have Requiem versus School of Rush.
We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wonders? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wonders? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over you. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in.
Alrighty, everybody, greetings. Welcome back to the A stream here. An exciting match just happened for those that missed it, as well as the previews of today. But we're not talking about any of them anymore. We are here with Requiem and School of Rush, and joining me on the cast is Agua.
Hello.
Alrighty. So, this Requiem School of Rush match, for those who haven't been keeping up with this side of the B League, these are two of the highest ranking teams in their division, on that third and fourth with a basically even map score. How did we kind of get to this point with this even maps across the board?
I mean, both teams have been scrapping out all season. Requiem been looking a little better, but School of Rush haven't been a slouch either. They've been performing quite well.
Yeah, exactly here. We just watched some interesting matches happen on this side as well. We can see that after that previous match, Borealis managed to leapfrog over all these teams in a second. But Requiem and School of Rush, they're looking to take that second spot because for those who haven't been tuning in, second and first seed, they just skip straight to playoffs. They don't need to do that play-in match. They don't need to do potential 2 play-in matches. And so this match has a lot of implications for both teams here. So if you're both Requiem or School of Rush, you are getting ready to throw it down as we get to look at the history of these teams.
I mean, impressive wins all around. I will say School of Rush definitely looks like they've beaten harder opponents so far, but that doesn't mean Requiem's any slouch either.
Oh, definitely here. We can see both teams, they lost in that map 3 to Aurora, the top dog, everyone's team to beat. But the main differential here you can see is that, both teams, they played Borealis. Requiem, they lost that, but School of Rush, they won that earlier in the season, though. And as time has gone on, you can kind of see that this School of Rush team, they've found their footing, maybe a little bit shaky, but like they brought Aurora close, and then they played really strong against Daybreak, and now Requiem's a team of beat. And Requiem, they're looking on the other side, thinking the same thing. We got to beat this team, claim that second place, skip the plans.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a dogfight today. Winner gets second place. Obviously, here is our Requiem monster: Twisted, Lucky, Amigo, Boop, Keed, and Riptide. This will be the 6th for Requiem today. Honestly, I'm gonna be looking for Twisted to this match to step up and do his thing. He's been playing great all season.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, Requiem haven't been able to grab that backfill yet, so Amigo going to be the only one locked in on tank. Same for the DPS line. The backline's the only area where we're going to see any movement at all. So I imagine we're probably going to see a bit of that just like overall rush style from this composition here as we end up looking into our maps. But let's see on the side of School of Rush, what kind of roster are they working with at Requiem, have been, I imagine, looking into this week?
I mean, you have Gala, you have B-Shake, you have Fish, and then they'll have their rotation of supports depending on who's here today. Fish probably going to be on something like the Orisa, and we'll see what Gala and Banana Shake want to pull up on.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, the Skull Rush team, they haven't played a single map of Reinhardt, even though I think everyone is hoping for, just a tiny bit of a showing of it. This backline here, they've been doing pretty good here. I've been hearing good things about Grunt. And I know that people, they're always on that Banana Shake grind. They are just looking for another positive outcome from the School Rush team. That's definitely picked up popularity as the season's gone on.
Absolutely.
Alrighty then. We're going to be looking at this map pool coming up, starting out on Ilios here. I'm wondering what kind of bans we'll see from these teams. I'm wondering if we're going to just see some traditional dive going on, or if we're going to end up going on to that rush in Requiem, starting off with a cast ban.
Cast ban's interesting. This is going to be a cast ban onto Gala. I'm assuming that means Lucky just wants to keep this onto the Freya, or maybe the Sojourn. I honestly thought they were going to go for more of a ban towards Banana Shake and his Tracer, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ilios is a map where so much can be done here. I think a lot of bans make sense. In School of Rush, akin to their name, they ban out the primary dive tank of that Winston. That makes sense as just a good retort to that cast ban. They clearly want to play that brawlier style. Maybe we'll see some characters like a Ramatra, a Junker Queen, even an Orisa come out, because Ilios, on maps like Ruins and Well, the horse comes out, and a lot of teams have been going over that.
I imagine Fish will probably rock out on the horse. I see no reason not to.
Yeah, exactly. Here we can see both teams loading in. We're going to see the rosters pop up in a second, as I believe we are going to be starting out on Well for our round one. And yes, we do see that School of Rush Orisa come out. And on the side of Requiem, we see a look that we've seen before. Luke Curie backline, Hazard composition with that Trey Sombra. If we see no swaps here, I think this will be one of the first times we see a starting Sombra duel.
Yeah, Sombra hasn't been too common, but we'll see what happens here.
Alrighty, 5 seconds ticking down, and we've got this first fight that's going to be coming up. Both teams just TPing out with the Sim. I imagine both of them will probably be swapping back over to that Tracer. In School of Rush, they managed to get to that point first, taking over the area inside of both Lighthouse and Cage, just trying to establish a bit more holding ground than the Requiem roster can with the Hazard.
Yeah. Banana Shake able to take the mini on Cage, so Fish gets just stay Cage safely and just bunker in.
Banana Shake dropping early too. Lucky there before the fight really breaks out, and now if you're the side of School of Rush, you're just wanting to be able to collect more, try to get a nice early rotate out, and Requiem automatically coming out and showing that that a little bit of additional speed is going to be helpful. But Amigo goes one, might go down here at that very low HP, but just manages to barely get out.
I mean, Amigo living there is just so good from Keed. That would have been devastating if Amigo goes down.
Yeah, we got the primary fight now coming out. Sides, the damage is coming out on all ends here. In Banana Shake, you can see dropping to 1 HP, but Requiem, they need to hold his point control here. And yes, Lucky takes Banana Shake down, but Amigo's one. If Amigo falls, that's just going to be the better trade overall. And it looks like this point might get flipped. Now the tank has dropped, but Fish is one in both sides. So just trading out completely, and there goes the point.
I mean, good trades out from both sides. I do think it is roughly even, but Fish getting them twisted. Things might still be even here.
Yeah, it looks like it. As we can see, School of Rush, they had their picks get out first, and as such, they are returning those early fight picks that Requiem got, coming to get them right at the end, because School of Rush, the Orisa, is just able to hold on that little bit longer with that cooldown cycle than a Hazard can, and it's now the point. They're even halfway, but there comes the beat from Boop.
Surge get anything? It does not. But Amigo in the enemy team, can he find anything? He doesn't. He gets traded out though.
There goes the point flip there. Both teams trading back and forth. We can see Banana Shake taking down one. We also saw off the side of School of Rush, one person dropping as well. Pulse Bomb flies wide from Twisted. And right now, this is just the scramble that we don't normally see much on this well, but that's just what you get with the Tracer and the Sombra composition. It looks like Lucky's setting up for an EMP here onto the back line.
Lucky, you're gonna be able to get out here with Translocator. But honestly, School of Rush isn't looking bad. 4 ultimates coming up on this next fight compared to Requiem's 3.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here in the ult banks for both sides. It's really going to be on the side of the EMP, but Banana Shake just managed to capitalize on Fish's spear. And now Requiem, what was setting up to be like a nice, good lead going with your EMP, go first. Now you can't. You have to wait for your Lucio to return, and just now it's a neutral state. If you're School of Rush, you just want to not get picked here early. Look for your EMP, and the Pulse Bomb goes wide from Gala.
I mean, still 3 ultimates for School of Rush, but if 5 goes down with the Curie Rush, not able to get it off in time. And so there's the beat as well.
Return EMP coming out from Banana Shake, but drops from it. You can see Terrapin also coming out from Amigo. Point gets flipped over for the side of Requiem, and Boot manages to kill 2. Fish and Banana Shake return the favor, and now it's an even side 3-on-3. With the School of Rush side, they're down their supports, while Requiem, they at least have something left. And that is where the mobility, the hazard is going to come through. It's just too much for School of Rush to handle. And now Requiem, they're able to set up for this next fight, and both sides, all they have is those rush trades.
I mean, Twisted also coming up on this Pulse Bomb as well. If he can find something early, that could just spell doom for School of Rush.
And it looks like School of Rush and Requiem, they're both going super early here. Shots going out, Fortify Force, TP from Keyed down, and we can see Keyed 1, Twisted low. The HP bars from Requiem, they're dropping so much, and you can see Keyed just drops instantly. The Tracer duel's coming out, but Twisted is so low, just being forced put on way too early as the beat drop comes out from Boot.
Able to get Twisted. This is looking good for School of Rush. Big pull from Fish here. And he gets Boop.
Yeah, I can't believe it just barely managed to catch him out, and Amigo goes down. This is the end of that kind of last fight scenario here. Requiem, they're going to be able to get back maybe as 5, but you need a touch here from most likely Lucky on that Sombra. It's going to be the safest touch as School of Rush. They're coming up with their own Pulse Bomb. Requiem already has theirs. Twisted needs to land something into this to get some sort of entry frag into this team.
I mean, Twisted, look for the Pulse Bomb. Can't quite find something.
Nothing grabbed from that, but however, Fish still goes down. I don't know what really happened there, but Twisted gets traded out. Gala doesn't find anything with the Pulse Bomb either, and we can see this is pretty low for the side of Requiem. They've gotten the best pick they can. The enemy wrist is down, but you can see in the top right, like the trades, they're completely even this entire round, and when you have point control from this School of Rush team, I mean, it's just going in that side, but Lucky gets the EMP, hits 2 with it here, and you can see Banana Shake immediately drops. That's going to be massive for Requiem, as Banana Shake, he was so close to that EMP, but they are coming back with that beat drop.
Gonna be able to anchor onto point here, but can that's his gold forced. He gets the spear and kill onto Lucky. He just needs to survive here and wait for Banana Shake to come back with this EMP. EMP not coming out yet, but the beat drop does, and you can see that's Amigo and Key dropping at the same time. That EMP got so much value earlier before. Spear, Boop goes 1, and it looks like this well round, is going to go to the side of School of Rush unless Requiem, nope, Twisted gets taken out early. Rush being dropped, Lucky found as well, and School of Rush, it was a scrappy first round, but they managed to just take it out, and I think it was honestly on the back of just the Orisa being able to survive that little bit longer than the Hazard. Yeah, I mean, that last fight in particular, just a great beat from Grunt there. Being able to make sure his team stays alive. B-Shake comes back perfectly timed EMP. And that's just a win for School of Rush.
Alrighty, over to the Ruins now. Not going to be major comp swaps, I imagine, on this side. Orisa, this is the other point that she's really good at. I imagine for School of Rush, you're pretty happy that you got this as the second point. As a map like Lighthouse, you kind of have to swap stuff up. You need a little bit more presence on that high ground. But it looks like nothing is going to change for both sides. We're just going to get a TP out, and I imagine we're just going to see 2 Tracers again for another head-to-head.
Imagine another Tracer mirror here. Looks like it is going to be a Tracer mirror.
Alrighty. A big important thing on a map like Ruins is getting that control of the coast side towards the Mega. Your Sombra being able to hack that is going to be pretty big for tank HP control. Looks like the side fight is coming out here. You see Gala and Grunt fighting on the side, and it looks like Heat getting one twisted. Almost down. Amigo gets hacked. You can see that Mega being hacked is already coming into fruition as Fish takes down Amigo, and it looks like School Rush, they just should be able to easily take control of the point, especially with Gala winning out that duel on the side angle with Twisted.
Yeah, I mean, nice duel there from Gala. Boop, trading Banana Shake somehow.
That's going to be an amazing pick here on the side angle.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Lucky was able to get the control on Mega on Coast side, just slightly before Banana Shake could. Another duel happening between the Tracers, and Gala goes down.
Yeah, there was an amazing hack from the side of Lucky there, being able to help with that duel. You can see what Gala thought was just a good 1v1 like last time the team came out, won that side angle that was so important, and now School Rush, they're down the Tracer at the beginning of the fight. We can see here, though, Banana Shake trying to help the team out with their hacks, but Fish drops in the front line. Fives can't get there to help them. In the School of Rush team, you know, they don't really lose a ton, but they just lose so much HP and space that Fish just goes down, and now Requiem, they've taken point control, but Lucky goes down. What an amazing one clip there from Gala.
Gala just needs to be able to live here. Might go down. Force the recall was Twisted, though. Look at the chase. School of Rush should be 5. Looking to walk here.
1 HP, we see Twisted finally goes down, and it looks like Requiem, they're not going to fight this at all. They're just going to immediately disengage. They realize that, okay, it's not that bad. We just lose our Tracer. We didn't use anything. Let's quickly just grab the rest of our ults. We're so close to so much, and then we can enter in here maybe with a Kiriko Rush. But it looks like the beat drop is coming out first from the side of Requiem. Skrillex, can they sustain through it here? But Fives goes down. I don't know if School Rush is going to invest anymore, but Fish pops the Terror Surge, grabs a few, and we can see now Banana Shake also going down in the sky of School of Rush. I think it was smart not to invest that beat drop and the rest of the stuff in Requiem. They pulled out, came back in, used one ultimate, and cleaned up this fight. Really good disengage from the Requiem side.
I mean, and they get rewarded for that. Coming up on 4 ultimates for this next fight, but School of Rush will be matching with a 4 of their own.
Yeah, School of Rush, they've got a nice, healthy ult bank as well, but the EMP comes out first, and it's huge from the side of Requiem, picking up multiple KOs all at the same time here. And this is exactly what you need if you are Requiem. The big difference between this Hazard and the Orisa is going to be the speed of the compositions. Orisa, that little bit bulkier, but Hazard, that mobility. It's really good seeing Requiem take advantage of that additional speed that the horse just can't provide.
Absolutely. Just hitting before this Orisa comp can bunker down and just set up is absolutely beautiful from Requiem.
That's an immediate thing, but the EMP is so big from the side of Banana Shake. I was just about to praise Requiem for once again going fast with that Kitsune Rush, but they couldn't find Banana Shake out. They didn't clear that side angle, and that EMP just spells disaster for the side of Requiem, and that's all of them going down. I'm pretty sure that EMP literally caught like 4 people.
I mean, just massive EMP from B-Shake. They're just claiming the Megas right now, just trying to control the map as much as possible.
It's going to be big, especially for these side angle duels here. You can see Tracer found out early. Banana Shake maybe going for the pincer side, grabs, drops them one, forces the recall, and honestly, that's all you need to do. Tracer with no recall at the beginning of the fight, there's not a lot that can happen in School of Rush. They're going to take advantage of that with the Kitsune Rush and Gauntlet. Those hacked health packs, they're going to help him out a lot on the side, and the recall gets forced into 2 hit with that pulse bomb. It's massive.
I mean, what a beautiful throws from Gala, able to get 2 there.
I think that just spells doom for Requiem. Like, everything that they had that was good, their speed, their aggression, the way that they saved their ults for these really good fights that benefited their team, it was just completely shut out by just the playmaking of like the Sombra Tracer duo, being able to steal the health packs and force those abilities out for that pulse bomb to get value in that final fight.
I mean, that's just beautiful cinema from School of Rush here in their DPS line. Just putting in mass amounts of work. And what a beautiful stick onto the Tracer there. Ooh, that was nice.
Yeah, I think Twisted maybe only like 1 second or so from being able to get that recall back. And you know what? Sometimes on the Tracer, we miss all those blink punches, but you hit a 2-man pulse bomb onto a Luciana Tracer. So, you know, we'll just chalk that one up to just being a little bit too excited. You know, it's fine.
I mean, that's just the definition of me on Tracer now.
Oh, exactly. Alrighty, that was just a really good round from both Requiem and School of Rush. It was super scrappy. It genuinely could have gone to either side. What do you think Requiem genuinely had to just like barely fix to take that from School of Rush there?
I think they just honestly needed to factor into what ults School of Rush had. I mean, Requiem played it nice, but they didn't respect Banana Shake's EMPs or any ultimate from School of Rush there.
Yeah, it really felt like if you wanted to take that Hazard Orisa mirror, it's definitely doable. I actually do think that is a pretty 50-50 matchup. It really just comes down to the presence that your team can help provide. And just that little bit of extra, that pack control from the side of School of Rush, especially on a map like Ruins, it just allowed for the tank of School of Rush to just hold those megas, get that additional sustain. And when you have the Orisa, who's already slightly bulkier, it becomes really hard to dislodge her when she can just grab a mega every 3 seconds.
I mean, yes, it feels like it's so hard to kill the Orisa. Maybe just looking at their support line a little bit more, trying to take out the resources from that Orisa so they just fall. But we'll see what School Requiem wants to do. I mean, banning the Orisa is also just gonna fix that problem as well.
Oh, absolutely here. I think this is a super smart play from Requiem. We clearly see that they want to play a character like a Hazard, maybe even a little bit divier on this side as well, because I do believe this is going to be Hollywood on this side. And there comes the Freya from School of Rush. This is another really good call out, recognizing that even though we didn't see it a lot on last map, Requiem, they have been known to play a lot of Freya, especially since a lot of teams have kind of been backing off of her. And so just really good bans from both teams going into the second map.
Yeah, I mean, School of Rush just taking away that Freya from Lucky, and Fish Orisa going away as well. Well, I'm kind of curious to see what Fish is going to end up playing here. I don't know too much about his hero pool, so I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I haven't been super paying attention to all the tanks hero pools throughout the various teams, but I imagine they definitely have a backup plan, especially for these harder dive maps. And for those that are curious, Orisa has been seeing some play on these harder dive maps, especially like Hollywood, just for points like First Point, where, you know, it's not really hard dive centric. It's pretty flat to the ground. There's a little bit of high ground around it, but there's pretty easy access to both those high grounds. And so that defensive play from the Orisa, it can make it pretty tough sometimes for those dive tanks like Winston to burst through the Orisa. You just kind of have to ignore it. So this is a really good ban, even if we are all in Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, a Bap Weaver backline would just absolutely do wonders with the Orisa, just making sure they sustain and stay alive. But I imagine maybe Fish pulls out something like a Ramatra here to do something to similar effect.
Yeah, I could see a Ramatra being pulled out here. I could see maybe even a potential Hazard mirror. A lot of Orisa players, they also play that Haz just because it has that similar face take frontline style that the Orisa does, but it just incorporates a little bit more of that dive-centric feel that you'd get from maybe a Winston or a Doomfist.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say I actually have seen Fish play Monkey on occasion. I don't know. My curiosity is killing me.
Yeah, we'll see. I imagine both sides, they're just finalizing, getting their roster swaps. If everyone is here, of course, you know. If there are people missing, we may not see certain swaps that we would expect to see on map 2. And honestly, for Requiem, you're also paying attention to this map 3. And so you're saying that, okay, you know, the Orisa was really tough for us to deal with, but we're confident if we can just get past Hollywood, we've got a good plan for New Junk City. And so seeing it in that vein, you know, maybe you do want the Orisa to potentially be saved for that map 3, but then again, at that point, you don't have first ban, so it is just better safe than sorry to get that guaranteed Orisa ban out in map 2.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't like looking too far down the line with bans, especially if there's a chance you might not use it. I respect the Orisa ban. I think that's probably, I thought the Orisa would be a nice ban on New Junk City. I'd rather you use it and it not get as much value than you not use it at all, you know?
Yeah, exactly. There have been tons of teams who I imagine have wanted to go for a specific ban, but it just doesn't line up. And then when they do get that opportunity, it's just not like a great map for it. I mean, hey, that's just what happens in these like best of 2 formats. But it seems that on a map like this Hollywood, they're totally fine just letting that Orisa ban rip. And also for School of Rush, the Freya ban. I mean, Freya, you're not really worried about it on a map like New Junk City. If you are forced at map 3, you've got things like Cass, Sojourn for that hit scan. And as we saw there, neither team really played any traditional hit scans on that map 1.
Yeah, I mean, with the Freya ban, I think Lucky would probably head over to something like a Sojourn or maybe an Ash. I could definitely see those possibilities.
Yeah, Sojourn and Ash both make sense.
Honestly, School of Rush, it could go either way. Banana Shake and Gala could run out of some double flex kind of stuff if they want to. Or they could go something hit scan flex DPS, right? We'll see.
Yeah, I think we're getting into it now. A little bit of delay as the teams were just finalizing their readies, but we are finally ready to swing into that Hollywood. As the timer ticks down, we will finally see what types of compositions both these teams are looking at with these bans.
Yeah, I mean, endless possibilities. And
alrighty. Hollywood, known for the map of Dive. However, will we see Dive coming out at all? And it looks like Requiem, you know, we're going over to maybe a bit more traditional OET on a map like that Hollywood. But School of Rush, they are on the offense. You know, we can't take any of these characters at their face value. I mean, we've all seen people starting on like Hog or Mercy that just like swap, you know, trying to get that little bit of pre-game time in, just walking around. But honestly, this isn't like a bad look for this map, especially if you're not really a dive team in School of Rush, like a poke style, it can definitely work.
Beneshe going over to Hanzo, just probably going to scout a little bit for Gala. I doubt he rocks out on the Hanzo. But honestly, the Sigma, not bad. Just need to take that top high ground away first and slowly take away space as you can.
It looks like this might be the first time we're seeing hard poke. Okay, we do see a little bit of adjustments. These are good. We get the Tracer, we get the Brig. This is a little more suited onto this map. But I still think, unless I'm wrong, this is the first time we've seen Sigma on Hollywood in BPL this season. And don't worry, Banana Shake, no one saw that.
I mean, blinking at the walls, I do that too. I get it. But let's go.
Yeah, we're going in here. It looks like first tick might just be given up. The good benefit here from the Skull Rush comp is that it is pretty bulky, and Amigo drops to 1 HP. Requiem, I don't know how the tank of this team dropped so low, but that's Met gone already, and if Amigo gets taken out by Banana Shake in the backline, everything's going to be open. Where's the backline for this Requiem team? I think Amigo just got left out to dry.
Yeah, I want to say that Riptide was just on top of the little high ground on top. I don't necessarily like that position, especially if your team is backing up so much. But Riptide going down as well.
That was just an amazing blink call over. I imagine just the call onto the low HP Curie was just communicated, and this is School of Rush. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't anything extremely impressive. It was just good poke gameplay there. Being able to force that first point. It looks like Gala off the Widow. I don't know if we saw any picks coming from it, but clearly thought that just the Genji was the better option going on the second point.
And I agree. I mean, Gala on a signature Genji, Banana Shake on a signature Tracer. I mean, this could look devastating for Requiem.
Yeah, but Fish dropping one, forcing the lamp out early here. Space tried to be controlled by the Skull Rush team. Really good awareness. Banana Shake finishing off Twisted here. And Requiem. Oh, that rock was so close. And Amigo, it looks like they're barely going to escape with his life.
Yeah, looks like Solar Rush just opting to play under, forcing Requiem to just drop on down to them. But it's not going to be that easy.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Boop cleans up Banana Shake. That's one that rail headshot. Might have picked up the one hit in the past, but backline for Skull Rush down already. And Fish here has no one to really help him. I mean, Gala on the Genji probably just trying to escape on his own. And what was so good from this School of Rush, getting all that progress, it's been shut down by Requiem, and this is the exact stabilization you need on this dive comp.
Yeah, I mean, now Requiem just gets to set up, take top, and just hit during the rotation of School of Rush. We'll see if they can find anything. Twisted does have a pulse bomb. See if he can find something here.
Yeah, that is going to be the big difference maker in this poke versus dive comp. It's why we see it. These difference in high grounds rush comes out early, and we see two ults come out from the School Rush, and I think we got to combine zero value out of that. I mean, that was just really rough. I was just about to explain that this is the thing you need to do on this Requiem dive composition here, and it looks like School Rush. They recognize it. The bell has been told. It's time to go dive.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with this decision full 1000%. I think the poke is a little rough once people get set up, especially on something like the second point where the high ground is so important. I think it's important that you need to challenge it with a nice little dive comp.
Yeah, we see the side angle already being established here by Banana Shake. Looking for that KO on a Twisted, 1 HP. Bell barely coming out, saving Twisted's life. But this entire time, School of Rush with this pressure, they've taken care of the high grounds, and Lucky's taking care of Banana Shake as the OC gets popped.
Lucky, 1 HP, able to live though. He's gonna be able to flank behind with this OC. Can you find something? Going high ground. Still has his rail. gonna find something.
No, Pulse also goes wide. Really good rally from the side of Empty, but leaves Hobo out in the rain here. And just School of Rush, they had a really good start here, but Requiem turned it around off the back of that OC, giving them the pressure they need. So really good play there from Lucky, even though he gets traded out at the end.
I mean, just good recognition by Lucky of when to go in this OC. Just able to get Banana Shake and just causing the fight to be over immediately.
Yeah, definitely. And now if you're Requiem, you've reset it, you've put it back in your own tempo, you're looking for your hits on the potential rotation. The big difference between these dive comps is going to be in those backlines. Requiem's is super aggressive in exactly that. They're going immediately onto Empty and Hobo on the rotation. Both won. Boop just popping an amazing one. As we can see, Gala though popping the blade, and the supports, they're just too fast. It's that difference in backline. The Lucio, the Kiri, they're just able to get out with their Uto, while that Ana and Brig, they're kind of forced to just try to sustain through the fight.
Yeah, I mean, the backline of School of Rush, they need time to set up, they need time to get ready for these nades, and then the team can hit. But Requiem, they can split all they want. They're so fluid as a comp that it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, going in here, we can see lots of damage output coming out onto the side of Fish and just the entirety of School of Rush. However, Empty picks up Twisted, and if School of Rush can just sustain as the Nano now comes out from Hobo, maybe they can go in for the recontest here. Banana Shake aggressing onto the backline as Empty gets traded, and Riptide drops as they pop the rush. We can see on the side, Boop dropping low, Amigo is antied, and Lucky going one and dropping inside of that saloon. And now if you're Requiem, you're forced to pop that Diva nuke. Things go low, and you pop the Primal Rage to live it, and you manage to pick up the KO on Amigo right before the mech comes out.
Fish at 300 HP. I imagine Fish might go down here still, but able to get Boop.
Just incredible primal play. I think a lot of players maybe wouldn't have tried to go for that trade in that scenario, valuing that additional HP, but Fish recognizing as long as he can just get that KO, maybe his team can pick it up. But the Requiem spawns, they're a little too in their favor. And unfortunately, unless a miracle can happen, I think Requiem are going to hold this for a little longer, but the miracle, it's happening.
Gala able to get it two there.
And honestly, I think that just comes to the fact that Hobo just barely got back in time.
Yeah, I mean, the fight was just so scrappy. I got lost for a second.
Yeah, I definitely did. I wasn't paying attention to the respawn of that backline because Hobo and Empty, they dropped pretty early in that fight there. And I think Fish, are we going to see the Ram come out? This is a pretty brawly point, and we do see the Ram come out.
Yeah, I mean, Ram, great for this third point. Honestly, Dive loses a lot of power here.
Yeah, there's no high ground to really contest, but Boop dropping that beat from literally orbit there. But it doesn't look like Requiem is going to get a lot out of it. I mean, we can already look, the health bars are gone. Twisted forced out, Amigo dropping to one, but managing to be healed back up nice and full. But School of Rush, they haven't missed a beat. They're going in with the rally. They're continuing the pressure, and this is where this rush composition, it's just doing so much. And at minimum, they are stopping the cart, but it's rough, and just an incredible blade from Gala coming in, grabbing 3 basically.
Yeah, I mean, just a nice rally push here from School of Rush. Just seeing Hobo is fine dueling that Tracer. And well, there goes Tracer. I mean, Hobo just able to stall out long enough.
Yeah, Hobo doesn't drop in that fight, but Twisted does an amazing thing in himself. You can see his entire team is respawned, and no progress was gotten on that cart that entire time. But Lucky takes out Banana Shake, has been doing that this entire set. It's been keeping it even, but Hobo dropping the Nano onto the Ram. This is just a nightmare of this semi-quasi dive brawl team. But Lucky picks up another, and it doesn't matter. But Fish, he's committing. His entire team is dead around him, and he's popping his Annihilation.
Yeah, but I imagine he might be able to get someone here. There goes Riptide.
Kills 2, Amigo dropping to 1, School of Rush. Apparently they wished upon a star here because the Miracles, they're flowing in just like really strong gameplay at this point. And School of Rush, they hit the OT, but they have such a big advantage. And Boop, Lucio might be hard to hit, but when you're forced to sit on a point, it's not exactly tough to get that KO.
Yeah, I mean, Fish just deciding, I can win this, and he does. I mean, just beautiful job there from Fish. Nice Ram, able to get 2 there, I believe.
Yeah, managed to pick up 2, and it's just so rough from the side of Requiem. You could see there, right before we swapped to the in-between, they had their pulse. They were coming up on both Beat Drop and Kitsune Rush. And just look at the difference in stat line here. We can really see like Requiem's roster, they're playing fast, they're playing good. You can see just the pure damage output that Lucky is able to provide on that Sojourn. But then when we come to a little bit more of that head-to-head, you can see Fish is just pumping out so much damage in that tank brawl. And it especially came down to that third point, just the Ramatra, completely able to ignore the Diva defense matrix. And just the trades that Lucky was able to bring out just didn't end up mattering at the end of the day because the hero plays of Gala on the Genji and Fish on the Ramatra are just able to pull it back.
Yeah, I mean, Amigo can't really do too much on that Diva into the Ramatra. Well, but, you know, we'll see if Requiem wants to change anything up. Right now, Twisted hovering over the Echo instead of the Tracer. We'll see if he decides to stick that. Honestly, Echo, not the worst on this map.
Oh, definitely not. I think it also gives like a really good dimension to this Requiem comp that we didn't have before, which is like hard burst damage. If you know School of Rush is going to play these more bulky tanks like the Sigma, like the Orisa, like the Ramatra, Echo has a phenomenal burst. I know she hasn't been played a ton recently just because of the power of some of the other characters, but Echo, if you need burst, she's pretty good at it.
Lucky just looking for an opening pick on this Widowmaker. We'll see if he's able to find anything. And Empty has DC'd, unfortunately.
Yeah, Empty is gone, but I mean, I guess it's the same thing there because there's no one there. So I guess it's still empty as we go into that first round. But we should see them when they return. They will still be in the same spot with the same amount of ult charge, though none of that matters because the round just started.
Yeah, I do believe this. I do believe this code will just input him right where he was. I think I did see that in a match earlier where someone DC'd and then they just ended up with the same spot, same ult charge. So I don't imagine they'll School of Rush will lose too much.
Yes, that happened in the previous match of Ace from yesterday, where Barry disconnected on Esperanza and just immediately popped back on top of the payload, which was definitely a fright. You don't want to turn around after a pause and see an Orisa spawn in 2 feet away from you.
I mean, I just don't want to see an Orisa spawn in the game, period. But, you know, maybe that's just a me thing.
I think a lot of people share your sentiment. Here's the short pause. Going back in, we can see same comps, things going in and Empty back on the high ground immediately. I imagine that's a little disorientating, but you got to respect this Widow from the side of Requiem right now. But apparently Banana Shake doesn't respect it, and it's just going to one-clip Lucky in the back.
Yeah, I mean, Lucky just alone, I imagine somewhere near security room. But it doesn't matter when there's a B-Shake on his tail.
Yeah, Banana Shake has been playing so great, but Twisted, we can see that reduced spread just immediately two-tapping Banana Shake from full. And now the pressure is off of Requiem and on to School of Rush. You're down your side angle control piece in that Tracer. And now just this is where the Sigma falls back a bit. He can't really help with this immediate pressure, but it doesn't matter if Gala takes out Twist in the Sky.
Yeah, I mean, School of Rush backline, imagine, and Banana Shake goes down again. I was about to say that the backline of School of Rush is just looking to bunker in and just play safe. But look, I mean, Empty just whip shots Boop away. I guess he's going too aggressive here.
Yeah, that is the main thing. The big difference in these compositions, the School of Rush comps, they want to be bulkier. They want to be able to hold their positioning and weather out the storm. And this poke damage also, like, you can't ignore it. Sigma, I think people sometimes forget, this character does a ton of damage output if you're consistent with your M1s.
Oh, absolutely. Sigma could actually be devastating in the damage was. But, you know, Fish just holding onto this high ground, just trying to take away control from Requiem. Requiem looking to wrap back around, actually.
Yeah, side angle being forced. I really like this play from Requiem, keeping it in a 3-2. You can see Boop hanging out in the midfield. But Fish, they already have the Flux, first one in the game to grab it even before Riptide. Even though they popped that ult going in, the Flux comes in, looking onto the Amigo, dropping down. It looks like we're going to get some trades here. Banana Shake cleans up Twisted in the back. Lamp had to be forced off the side of Hobo as the window is dropped, and Gala picks up the KO on Boop as Amigo loses the Mac and 1, and I think they're staggering him.
Banana Shake, assumably just trying to dodge Lucky's shots, but also kind of just moving. He may be moving.
He's doing the Banana Shake, I think.
Yeah, I think I have seen him do that on a number of occasions.
Alrighty, well, School of Rush here, they commit 2 ults. That is the benefit of Requiem, is you didn't really use a ton besides 1, and the Boop going in with that beat. Twisted doesn't grab it, and it looks like Twisted really wishes he does because he's about to lose that 1v1 on the side. Healed at the full. space control gotten, but now School of Rush, they've bunkered exactly what the comp wants to do, and then Riptide, that little bit of aggression gets punished by the rally as Banana Shake also picks up Lucky in just like this incredible bulky performance from this team, and they decide to mercy kill Amigo there when they definitely could have staggered him out for a while.
Yeah, a stagger there would have been nice, especially to punish how split Requiem got there at the last. But it doesn't matter, because Twisted just gets staggered all alone in the little shop there. Banana Shake's like looking for a pulse bomb. Can he find somebody?
Yeah, I imagine Banana Shake has been playing phenomenally, but Boop spots him out, realizes that there's no Tracer on the side angle. And the immediate aggression, Requiem, if anything, has been going well for them. It's going first, going aggressive, and right now, but School of Rush, they're doing what they've done every single time, and that no reg hit is so disappointing to see. But
yeah,
Fish
goes down.
And Lucky, when there's been any downside moment for this Requiem roster, it has been Lucky pulling it back in, and Gala pulling it back with 2 KOs of his own. I don't know what this School of Rush roster ate tonight, but apparently it's filled with comeback factor.
Yeah, I mean, Gala just been so explosive in this game so far. Can he find somebody again with this window?
Oh, but amazing pulse bomb forcing that nuke to come out. And Gala just wants to take the 1v1. So confident, and I imagine that confidence a little misplaced. I feel like you could have just sat on the high ground, and this spells disaster for the first point hold of School of Rush.
I mean, I feel no reason to slide in there besides I'm feeling it right now. But, you know, if you've been feeling like Gala's feeling, I don't blame him for trying it.
Yeah, I will say you're feeling it if you were Gala. You have been playing great, but Lucky has been no slouch either. It has kind of been the shining star of this Requiem roster across both map 1 and 2. And honestly, you take that ego duel, and that's why you always tell your DPS players, don't ego that duel. And this is what happens.
But as typical of DPS players, they do take the eagle duel. Gala once again going down to Lucky here.
Yeah, a little bit about positional advantage, and this is the hard benefit of this Requiem roster. School of Rush being able to swap up their composition a bit, but the point is just slowly going down. And the big downside, though, is Fish, they want to contest this high ground, but they really can't.
Yeah, I mean, Banana Shake just trying to stop Card a little bit. Loses it a little Twisted, though. See, so this is just full control for Requiem on this high ground. Beat completely unnecessary. I'm pretty sure there was like 2 dead already, but
yeah, it happens.
Yeah, but be committed there. Able to go super aggressive and finish off the last of these stragglers for School of Rush. I will say ult economy not looking the best for School of Rush. Just having to walk into a Kyria rush this next fight on point. We'll see if School of Rush can survive it.
Yeah, and it looks like the rush comes out, but School of Rush, you know, it's in their name. They understand how it works, but unfortunately Fish, a little bit adverse to doors there, gets booped away from Boop himself. And it looks like this is just going to be a clean second point sweep from Requiem.
Yeah, wait, this could be a big stagger on the Hobo.
Aw, this is so rough, but honestly, this is exactly what you need if you are Requiem. The door is opening, there's no downside to this, and honestly, if I was Hobo, I would have just that entire time just been running back to my team or just standing on top of the cart trying to just kill maybe the Kirika.
Yeah, I would have definitely won cart and just try to trade the Kirika there. Hobo just finally spawning back here. Empty going over to the Lucio instead of the Brig, actually. And Fish over to this Ramattra over the Sigma.
I don't know how I feel about this Lucio swap, but as we can see, amazing nade into the backline of Requiem, forces out some util. And Amigo, they saw what happened last time. They're on third point, a little bit of deja vu, and an amazing sleep dart from Hobo shutting down Lucky, who's been so stellar on this, but still picks up 1.
Yeah, I mean, just a beautiful sleep from Hobo. I mean, shutting down that Lucky, who's been popping off for Requiem, and has felt like the only thing keeping them alive in this game.
Yeah, Lucky's been performing great. Pulse Bomb goes wide from the side of Twisted, but Fish drops so close to the Annihilation. Hobo now grabbing the Nano. Maybe is going to need to use it to keep this point alive for Fish to come back. But if you're School of Rush, you're just trying to survive. Hobo can't drop here. Hobo just forced to drop that Nano immediately, maybe get a little bit more time, but no. And what was looking so devastating for the side of Requiem has now turned into an unlosable situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's just great staggers from Requiem, obviously keeping Hobo away for that long. But honestly, Skull of Rush just kind of slowly feeding it and slowly dying one after one after one.
Yeah, and what was so strong from the side of Skull of Rush kind of turned against them as the match went on. I mean, we see here, looking throughout the stat line, what was such an impressive lead from some of these Skull of Rush players is like slowly begun to dwindle. And Banana Shake, 12 deaths is insane from your Tracer player, because Banana Shake's been putting in work.
Yeah, I guess that was the one upside. At least he has been putting work with the lives he's had. But I imagine he could just relax, just go in a little less and just figure it out from there. I mean, I don't remember him dying that much, honestly. I think a lot of it actually came from him just dueling Twisted like on point or something.
What happened most of that round, we caught out a couple times, is Lucky would just find headshot rails onto Banana Shake. Banana has been honestly pretty solid on his side duels, but Lucky, apparently, if School of Rush has been eating their munchies, getting that like play factor, Lucky managed to sneak into that same lunch and it's just been playing phenomenal. Genuinely the only reason this Requiem roster is still in it in this map too.
I mean, but Requiem only does have a minute. A little tough on Hollywood. But at least they only have to get a tick here.
Yeah, only one tick. It seems that we saw Twisted slip into that backline, but Requiem, they have to get through their first hurdle, which is surviving the initial ram rotation of abilities. And we saw it there on the corner of the screen. Lucky drops. I was about to say has full rail, but now this spells disaster for Requiem. You either need to trade it or to get out right now, and it looks like they're going for the get out plan, which is honestly definitely safer. But Twisted stuck in the backline. He's across enemy fields.
I mean, and it is still kind of hard for this Requiem roster to walk, just like I said, because Fish is holding so much space on this Ramattra and building this ultimate. I imagine he might get it in time for this final fight. This might end up being a draw.
Ooh, it might end up being a draw, and it's looking like it. We need a point touch. No one's touched the point. Someone needs a touch at the last second, and yes, we get the punch from Amigo, but dies for it as the mech gets dropped. Lucky's been playing so good. Boop finishes off Gala. Going in through here, Empty picks up one. I'm so surprised anything came out of that. And right at the last second, it seems like Requiem, they might be able to pull it through, but it's going to be insanely tough as Fish has the one ultimate you would want in this scenario, picking up one, picking up two, and it looks like a third is going to be picked up also, but managing to barely survive it. They need to just do anything, get that last touch, but it's just not enough. And Fish with a hero play.
I mean, just a beautiful draw from Fish this map. Ramattra, not exactly known to be played that much on Hollywood, but he's able to hold the space, hold his ground, punish anyone on the rotations from this Requiem squad, and he was able to get the Annihilation, which pulled it out for his team.
Yeah, and this is the other Annihilation that pulled it out for his team there, managing. We didn't see the first pick, but that was the second, and you can see just this Ramattra from the side of Fish. It's just been so lights out this entire time in like the entirety of that second map. It just looks so good.
Yeah, I mean, Fish on the heroes that he's comfortable on, I mean, it's peak cinema.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a reason why he's called School of Rush.
And yeah, he fits the bill perfectly. We may have not seen any Reinhardt, but we are still seeing all those rush tanks in the Orisa, in that Ram as well. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time any streamed match for BPL 7 has gone to a round 3 still at an 0-1 score.
I don't exactly know. Can we get a fact check on that?
Which team did it? Yeah, it's still insanely impressive. It is so hard to get draws in Overwatch. I imagine anyone who has like played any season of comp, you maybe get like what, one draw out of 100 games.
Yeah, I mean, but this isn't bad for Skull of Rush. That is the Orisa ban used, and they're not down a map here. This is like,
yeah.
Fish can just have his choice of the Ramattra or the Orisa this coming match, unless obviously a Ram ban comes in. But you know, if I'm Skull of Rush, I'm so satisfied with that draw.
Oh, absolutely. Requiem, there is a golden thread of hope. Because it was a draw, you are still in the driver's seat for ban. So you get to ban the Ramattra first. Because honestly, I don't know what else you would ban on this. Your DPS line looked pretty good in that mirror head-to-head. It just really felt like it's so tough for D.Va to fight a Ramattra. There's just nothing you can do. Genuinely, you just have to ignore him.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it would probably be something like a Rambam coming out here again. I think that's probably the best choice for Requiem. But who knows? Maybe Amigo decides he wants to match this.
Yeah, potentially. We might just see a bit of that hazard still come out. And from School of Rush, what are you really looking to ban? I mean, that I would ban that Sojourn. Lucky looked so lights out that map.
Yeah, honestly, I think School of Rush just leans into this Genji Tracer and just takes that duel instead. But I will say, Lucky won't be able to have his signature Freya.
Yes, which on a map like New Junk City is solid on certain points. Some of them are a little condensed, but still just enough room for that highly mobile hit scan to run around and get stuff done.
Honestly, I imagine School of Rush does probably want to lean more into that Genji Tracer style. We'll end up seeing what they want to do with their bans.
Alrighty. Just a quick thing before the bans come out. Yes, there was a draw in week 1, as was pointed out. It looks like it was the match of that Blind Music Society played during that first week versus Camp Jump Shot. It's insane that we've had 2 draws in this season already. But a BAP ban and a Diva ban. Okay, I'm very surprised about this. Not the Diva ban, but the BAP ban.
I'm not necessarily too surprised about this BAP ban. I think it's a solid ban. Honestly, I am slightly shocked about this Diva ban. Honestly, I think if Fish just wants to go to that Ram, or I guess he's probably leaning towards a reset then if he wants this Diva ban.
Yeah, Diva, an annoying character. It makes sense. It looks like this Requiem roster really likes that Diva, as we saw throughout basically the entirety of that map too. But honestly, if you're School of Rush, I maybe still would have gone for that Sojourn. It just definitely felt like, while neither the DPS were doing bad on their side, you gotta give like Lucky his credit where it's due. Just like the headshots coming out onto a Tracer, it's so hard to do consistently, and you were totally fine with that Tracer duel happening. I'm just curious to see how these teams will adjust. I imagine we'll probably see from the side of Requiem back to the Hazard.
Yeah, I mean, back to the Hazard, potentially back to the Freya. I imagine Twisted just stays on this Tracer to try to contain Banana Shake, which honestly he's been doing a fine job of.
Oh yeah, these duels have been just going on for a while. Even if Banana Shake has been having a slight lead in them, they've always taken some time. It's not like Banana Shake just like triple blinks in, one clips someone and then gets out. It's taken a bit, it's drawn some resources. And so if you can just stall that little bit of extra time for Banana Shake to not be able to pester out like your Lucio or your Kiri in that duel, then you maybe just give your DPS or your tank enough time to like get a pick or take that space or force a resource.
Yeah, I mean, a map like New Junk City, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll definitely see what happens here as the bans have been done. It looks like the team's just finished potentially readying. But as we can see, everyone, What's Up Doc is in the lead against Bluff Creek Big Mode right now. This is off stream, but as we can tell from the scores that are being reported for the people that are having this happen, What's Up Doc, that one map one, actually, never mind, What's Up Doc beat Bluff Creek Big Mode 2-0. Unless, like, something is wrong. This is, I don't know, I think maybe this is being streamed on potentially
I believe that
Moon?
is on Moon stream. I could double check, but honestly, this is not what I expected today.
No, absolutely not. I'm seeing if we can like quickly confirm this, and it looks like this might be fully confirmed. Yeah, What's Up Doc? I don't know what happened. Someone is going to need to go back and watch that game on the Moon channel. But I mean, this was huge from What's Up Doc. They needed one map to potentially like guarantee their spot out. I mean, we can see here that's 2 and 4
playoffs. No?
That, I think, does that lock Red Bandas out? No, it doesn't. Okay, they're still away. Red Bandas have to win their match. But What's Up Doc? You needed one map because you had the differential up on Red Bandas because that was your previous one win. But like, this does wonders. The Circle of Suck has returned to B League on both sides in different ways. Look at all those 2s and 4s.
I mean, wow. I'm in pure shock and awe, man. I mean,
okay.
I did not expect this even slightly.
Okay, so from what I heard, Dusttail was gone, and K-Mac was ringing for What's Up, Doc as their tank.
That is true.
So that, I think, was a big piece of the puzzle. Is those who've been watching, K-Mac, tank player for Borealis, team that's done fantastic. K-Mac has been playing incredible on characters like Hazard and Diva. And I don't know. I'm just like speaking stuff into potential existence. I literally don't know what happened. I'm going to have to go back and watch that later.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely quite interesting. From what I've been told, the Red Bandas must be Blind Music Society 2-0, and Birdwatch must be What's Up Doc 2-0. Otherwise, they are eliminated, unfortunately.
That is a massive hill to climb. If you're Red Bandas, you were thinking, okay, they're going to play Bluff Creek. What's Up, Doc? You know, they haven't been looking extremely strong. They've only taken one set. But now, like, you're in panic mode. You need to win this game. You need so much stuff to go your way. I mean, I just have to take my hat off to What's Up, Doc. They needed this stellar performance, and apparently, whatever some of these players have been eating has been pulling out these, like, insane comebacks. And we're finally getting to the New Junk City. You know, all the alarm bells were ringing, but it's time to instead ring the bells of the Gladiatorial Arena on that first point of New Junk.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the teams decide to load up on. I am very excited for this New Junk City. Probably going to see Fish head over back to the Arisa.
Yeah, and this is my favorite part. For those who don't know, there are, in fact, 4 rubber duckies on this map. Yes, there are 4 rubber duckies across the thing. I have scoured far and wide. There might be a 5th one. I didn't fully check it too much, but going in, we see a completely different look from this Requiem roster.
Yeah, Amigo heading over to the Malga. Honestly, I didn't quite expect that from him, but we'll see if he can get the last laugh.
Yep, that's 3. And then there's one inside of the... There's a room on the right side of the map. It's got like a little mic. He's on a bucket. Anyway, I know where the rubber ducks are. I spent way too much time looking for them. But we can see School of Rush going back to what worked for them originally in Requiem. I actually don't hate this Mauga swap. Weirdly enough, the Mauga-Orisa matchup is like strangely even. All the Mauga has to do is just wait out the cooldowns. But it seems we're just going aggressive. Requiem doing what they've done in the previous maps, just going first, going fast, going aggressive, and Fish, all the HP, it's just dropping, and there's just so much damage. But Orisa, bulky, able to sustain through it, but it's going to take a lot, and Banana Shake able to take out that side angle, but I don't know how they managed to turn it, but Requiem, they've also taken down Gala and Empty on the Lucio and gotten out with their lives here, and this is just so back and forth for a first fight.
Yeah, I honestly didn't even see where Gala and Empty went down there. I thought they were behind Fish.
I'm really not sure. Maybe they were on the side angle to the far right and just got split on that end side here. But we're going to see, after that, a little bit more of a front-to-front duel here. Gala being forced out 1 HP, and Twisted did such a good job of that. I have no clue where Banana Shake is currently, but you need your Tracer to mark out that side angle and coming in for the cleanup.
I mean, Banana Shake able to get the trade there. Can he find another? Actually, just opting to cap point. Will he be able to flip here?
I don't think so, because as we saw on the top right, the entire backline of the School of Rush roster drops. In Requiem, maybe they found the secret sauce. Amigo, he rearranged the letters and saw it a little differently, and he was like, this, guys, I think my name, it's pretty close to Mauga. What if you try this out for this map?
Where are you getting Mauga from?
You know, you got the M, you got the A. Anyway, the beat drop comes out from Boop here, swinging in off the side. School of Rush popping a bunch of ults, but their backline is popping just as fast. And we get the touch from Gala, and Gala's had some great plays, but yeah, even he has to give up in that moment and just realize the writing is on the walls. And this time, we're going on to the round 2, and it looked entirely Requiem-sided so far.
I mean, beautiful job from Requiem, just going fast and just hitting before the Fish School of Rush can just sustain.
Yeah, they're playing the comp the exact way that you'd think a team called School of Rush would. They go in fast and they rush them down.
I mean, maybe they go to School of Rush.
Yeah, maybe apparently School of Rush, the members there, they've been skipping out on lessons while Requiem, they've been taking those extracurricular classes over that summertime, and Twisted picks up 2 as Boop cleans up Fish, and I don't know, Requiem, maybe they were inspired by like previous performances going on, and they're playing really dominant.
Yeah, I mean, Amigo gonna have this cage. Can be special stop a rush from School of Rush themselves. But just going in, that's a cage.
Cage,
What?
fantastic, grabbing 2 here. Well, gets so low, Gala picks off Lucky right as the beat drops, and it looks like finally School of Rush, they're going to be able to take this fight. They have the huge resource advantage. It looks like everything is coming up red.
Yeah, I mean, great counter beat from Empty there to make sure that cage doesn't get value. And Gala just going to be able to clean up this final last little parts.
Yeah, flipping over at 52%. As a mode, Flashpoint, these points just tick up so quickly. You really only get 2 fights on them. Maybe 3 if you go before the point is unlocked.
Yeah, we'll see how many fights not School of Rush. Requiem's gonna get this time. Twisted seems to be forcing a point here.
Yeah, good. Just drawing some initial aggro from a composition that wants to play a bit more together. And Fish, that's just a fantastic pick as Banana Shake also cleans up his counterpart in Twisted. And it looks like Gala wanting to duel technically his counterpart in Lucky.
I mean, but Gala just able to fight that and just stays and distracts to likely enough that he doesn't get beat and he just dies for that.
Yeah, I don't know what really happened there. You can see Lucky, he was potentially trying to turn around, grab the beat at the end. And now what looked like such a dominant beginning of this, it's coming up School of Rush. And speaking of that, they've got a full lunchbox, but apparently Twisted, you know, he's hungry for Banana Shake at the beginning here as the ult fight starts to come out, but they're already down 1.
I mean, Rush on top pulled by 5s, but you can't use that Rush while you're on point.
You can't. It was just maybe wanted to go out, but the blade, it gets so many. And just Gala, he's the only one that's here for this point, looking to stall some time. We can see Banana Shake trying to come out, and unfortunately, that's a ceiling there, Gala.
But Banana Shake able to get his counterpart in Twisted, just fighting this Mago alone, hits the pulse bomb, but his recoil's forced.
It's a 1v1, but like the support line is back, the Venture is back. But everyone is back. Everyone is here from both teams in the fight. It's kind of reset, but with better positioning from School of Rush as Requiem pop their own rush.
I mean, Key just putting the Rush on point. Hard to not get value there. But Empty with another great beat to sustain School of Rush. And Amigo goes down.
It's a fantastic sustain. I feel like without that beat, there was no way they were winning that. And it's just been fantastic. We can see here the Mauga just being hard pressured at the beginning. Unlike these tanks, like Orisa, like Ramatra, they don't have this like insane just denial ability like Spin, like Barrier, like even the block here. And just Mauga just gets punched down as it's 1-1 in what has been a very scrappy set so far.
Yeah, I mean, great switch from Gala over onto the Genji. We'll see if he continues to fight great value like he did with his last blade.
Yeah, it's been fantastic here. 50% already built. And as we can see here, both sides, Requiem taking an initial point control, Keyed dropping low, Twisted already, I believe, forced resources out as Boop drops low. And it looks like they're going in for an aggressive ult, but Boop maybe pops that beat a little bit early as the Terror Surge hasn't even come out yet for the Pulse Bomb. It drops wide, and there it comes. It grabs everyone in the slam. It doesn't get any pickups, but look at the HP bars of Requiem. They're so low.
Yeah, Beneshik tried to get a Pulse Bomb, but slightly mistimed so he couldn't get it with the pull. It's gonna look like he's gonna go down here.
Yeah, and if you're Requiem, that was a pretty cheap fight for you. I mean, yes, you threw a Pulse Bomb out. Yes, you popped your beat. But School of Rush, I mean, like, that was their Pulse Bomb. That was their Terror Surge. You have your cage for the side of Requiem. But School of Rush, they're coming out on a lot, too. So both sides, pretty even lunchboxes across the board. They're both looking to be pretty full for this fight.
I mean, Fives and Gala probably gonna like to combo their Blade Rush here. But Amigo does have the denial of the cage. We'll see if he wants to use it. He decides to pop it now. Can they find Empty? And he does.
Yes. They can. They clear that spot, but it looks like Gala going for the hero play. But look at the HP bars from the side of School of Rush. They're so low, but Gala's been doing so much. That's 1, that's 2. Fish gets the spear, and Banana Shake turns it around. In the School of Rush roster, I literally have no clue. They're making miracle plays look like daily occurrences.
I mean, Gala going over to the Genji after deciding he was gonna play Hitscan this season. But we'll see why he plays. We see why he plays Genji.
Yeah, I mean, with that projectile speed increase, Genji, sometimes your shurikens do feel a little hit scan. They hit a little bit quicker, and that blade, I mean, there's nothing more hit scan than a giant sword cutting your enemy down.
Yeah, I mean, but the good thing about that fight is Gala was the only one to use the ultimate there. 5 is going to look to take initiative here with this rush. Counter beat coming out from Boop. A beat the match from Empty.
Yeah, and Key been holding on to this rush here, maybe seeing if it isn't needed since the ult from the Venture was also popped, but no one has died. So many ults pop, not a single casualty, just tons of resources and disengagements happening, but Banana Shake finding that pick onto Twisted that they've been able to in so many of these, and now the rush is pulled. But honestly, in my opinion, it might be a little too late.
But Lucky is able to find 5s there. Fish able to pop their resource, doesn't quite find anything, but Boop goes down as well, and there goes the backline for Requiem.
Yeah, this match, it's going on so long. It looks like everyone might need a 5-minute break after this, but Fish takes down Amigo on the Malga. Venture touching the point from the side of Lucky, but Fish drops as well. I don't know if I've seen a more scrappy set as Lucky picks up a second, finally dropping to Banana Shake, but the recalls have been forced. The Lucios, they are back, and this is just a duel of the Tracers to see who can pick the other, as I think I heard a Malga stomp behind getting closer to the point.
Yeah.
That's the flip.
That was a great move from Empty, stopping any touch there. And it doesn't even matter that's Requiem clean up the fight, because the point is School of Rushes.
Yeah, you're definitely disappointed if you're Requiem. You had such a good thing. Lucky has been doing in some of these fights, pulling kills out of literally thin air, but they just can't get the touch. If they get the touch, they flip it, and it's just 2-1, but the opposite direction.
Yeah, I mean, and School of Rushes looks so good. Gala still has this blade. Can he find more?
You're gonna want Gala to do as much as he can with the blade in all these fights, but I don't even think, I don't know, maybe Gala still goes for something here. He's been feeling himself, but Empty drops, Fish drops. I don't even think Gala pops the blade in this situation. This is a 1v5.
I mean, just great stuff from Lucky there. Just putting in immense damage with a buff from the shooting rate. What's it called?
Yeah, fire rate.
Fire rate, yes.
Yes, we did see a quick duck zoom in. Really appreciate that. I love these little guys.
Yeah. Now, it does look like Lucky can combo with Amigo for this Cage Venture ult. Can be absolutely devastating for School of Rush if they don't cut it correctly. But Empty does have another beat to counter this.
Oh, amazing stomp cutting off Fish immediately, and it doesn't even look like the Cage needs to come out. Beat, I don't know if Boop needed to respond with a beat of his own. They were up so much, but honestly, if you're School of Rush, what looked pretty bad, I mean, at least, you know, you can write home with a postcard that says, hey, we got the beat out at least.
Yeah, I mean that was a match beat from School of Rush, but that's a Venture ult as well. They can make sure Fish dies there.
Yeah, we can see going into this final fight for this 4th point, it looks like School of Rush, they're just giving it up. They have no chance to touch. Maybe they're just going to look to go for the last one. Yeah, and it looks like that's it. And it's going to that point 5.
I mean, Old Bank's looking quite good for School of Rush. What I believe has 4 ultimates for this next fight, but Requiem does have their 3.
Yeah, it's looking pretty even on the side. School of Rush here maybe going to be looking for that Terra Blade. Requiem, they don't have a lot for it, just like a bell and maybe some damage output. So if you're Gala, this blade's looking a lot easier than some of the other ones you've gone for.
Yeah, but they'll have to be wary of Amigo and his Cage.
Yeah, probably gonna look to cage this blade here. Fish, you're looking to maybe anchor onto the point. Pulse Bomb goes wide, doesn't grab anything. Curie rushes go out. We see the Terra Surge, we see the Cage. Everything is being pulled in. No KOs yet, but we see Gala go down right as I say that too. Lucky, been finding so many picks. Lucky finds another. That's the entire DPS line of School of Rush down. But School of Rush, they have the point. They're just trying to stall it out.
I mean, and just great play from Lucky. Able to get 3 there, I believe. I mean, Lucky's just playing lights out this entire series. Only thing keeping Requiem alive in this.
Oh, absolutely. Just been playing so good. School of Rush, giving up on the Orisa. They're going for the fabled round 5 flashpoint swap.
I mean, Fish heading over to the Ramantra. We'll see if he's able to get the good perks in time. But Gala still doesn't have his blade, looking to go for it, and he gets one immediately.
Immediately picks one. Boop. The beat, oh my god, and what a stomp though. Galo won. No one's able to help him, and this is just an incredible turnaround for this Requiem roster in School of Rush. There's not a lot they can do here. If you're Banana Shake, I mean, I was gonna say you save your Pulse Bomb, but apparently if you're Banana Shake, you really just want to force it out, and yeah, that's the walk of shame right there.
Gala going over to the Cassidy. I don't know that he needs to do that, especially whenever someone is gonna need to touch.
Yeah, I expected maybe like a Somber or something, and Requiem, they're doing exactly what they need to do. They're holding up. Who even touches on this side here? You can see Banana Shake on the side. Looks like they're going from behind. Gala's drops low, and Banana Shake literally last second touch, and what an amazing kill there as the beat comes out from empty.
I mean, Lucky trying to go aggressive to stop anyone from pushing, but isn't. Wait, but Amigo slams off the map. I think he jumped off a charge and Twisted resetting as well.
Guys, this is why you don't drink and play Malga. You see the funny little Lucio guy and you say, I've got a funny little thing, I can't get booped. But it doesn't matter if you can't get booped if you just fall off the map.
Yeah, I mean, and this is looking good for School of Rush. School of Rush is gonna get the Kitsune Rush here. The Requiem does have it to match, but Fish, importantly, with this Ram ult, they can make this last fight.
Yeah, and you can see there, Fish has the perks already. Annihilation up also. Rush comes out first from Requiem, responded in kind from School of Rush. Annihilation pop, but the point gets flipped. Empty goes down. Lucky gets traded. Everything is going awry as Fives gets taken out by Boop. And now Keed following. This is just so close here. Amigo 1% off. The ult doesn't get it though as a post bomb. And look at the HP bars of School of Rush. There's maybe a combined 100 HP between them as the beat comes out. And Fish, he's won. If any bullet goes on to him, it's just going back and forth. And it looks like School of Rush, a miracle has been performed.
But Requiem is able to touch, and they will have this Malga cage if they're able to get the touch. Lucky.
Okay, Lucky going in, maybe a tiny bit early, but okay, still managed to pull it out. They're back as a group, and they managed to get the touch. Oh my goodness, as Banana Shake picks up Lucky though.
Banana Shake coming up to this pulse bomb. Can he make it big? But Gala gets twisted.
And then Fish kills Kia. Amigo goes down, and I don't know how they do it. Maybe it's the power of Rush as a concept. Maybe it's the universe smiling down from above. I couldn't tell you what it happened there in its entirety, but School of Rush, what looked like an impossible to lose situation for Requiem, I guess they find that 1 in a million chance in School of Rush. They capitalize on it.
I mean, great job from School of Rush. Whether it was Gala and his blades, Banana Shake and his random picks, or Fish just anchoring it down, doing what he does.
I mean, genuinely, both teams played so good throughout that set. The scoreline, Fish put it best, the scoreline does not do this game justice. This was a potential map 4. I don't know, maybe there's some sort of cosmic entity that's preventing map 4s in this season 7. We've had so many close cases in both A and in B. I don't know, maybe the big Pachimari in the sky is preventing a map 4 from happening.
I don't know, but great win from School of Rush. As we said previously, this does put them in second place currently. With them having to face Nurture next week, I don't know that the rankings will change too much.
Yeah, if you're looking at this here, you can imagine it's probably not going to change a ton in this last week. A lot of the matches, many would say, are looking a tiny bit favored for one team over the other. But yeah, definitely make sure to tune in next week to see how every single division ends up, because these are every team's final matches of the regular season. We did see their School of Rush leapfrogged back over Borealis into third, Requiem resting in fourth. Now, though, perfectly map tied with Daybreak.
I mean, that's great for them. From what I see, School of Rush, with this win, locked themselves to a minimum of fifth place with a chance to go to first should Aurora lose next week.
Yeah, it was an insane play from all the sides here. We can see a lot of the teams, everything is starting to fall into where they are going to end up. But, I mean, what a set. I think people had pretty good expectations for this. This was the, consistent top 4 teams of Requiem and School of Rush. But I don't think anyone was prepared for such, an insane back and forth as this game was.
I mean, it was competitive down to the last second.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, we still have one more fantastic match from the night. If anyone just tuned in, yes, you do not need to apply eye drops. You do not need to blink a few times. What's up, Doc? Off stream, they took that 2-0 victory against Bluff Creek Big Mode. But we're looking towards the future here, and the future is now in this Frogs on Fire versus Zephyr match. Zephyr, they, I believe, are the only team that is still winless that have a chance to make play-ins.
I think they're just the only winless team in A-League as of now. But
they are also
you are correct. They do have a chance to make playoffs.
There's a lot that needs to happen, but the first step they need is beating Frogs on Fire. I would equate this to like a Herculean task.
I mean, Frogs on Fire have been dominated this entire season so far with a record of 4-1, looking quite strong on their style. We'll see if Zephyr are able to force them off or just disrupt them in any way.
Exactly. We will be taking a quick break for all the prod and the casters, and we will be back in probably about 5 minutes. So a very quick farewell to everyone watching.
I know I should leave, 'cause you're driving me mad. You burn like a fire. I'm so goddamn naive. I keep coming back, 'cause you're taking me high. Higher than I've ever been before. Then you let me down again, close the door. I know I should leave, 'cause you're driving me mad. You burn like a fire. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but it doesn't make it sweeter. We wake up in my bed, I forget what you did, but it doesn't make things easier. You make my head again. I believe in every word you say, baby. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but the truth still tastes as bitter. I know I'm a fool, here we go again. I think I might lose it. I try playing it cool, but you have your ways, you know what you do. I'm higher than I've ever been before. Then you let me down again, close the door. Yeah, I'm such a fool, here we go again. I think I might lose it. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but it doesn't make it sweeter. We wake up in my bed, I forget what you did, but it doesn't make things easier. You're in my head again. I believe in every word you say, baby. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but the truth still tastes as bitter. But the truth still tastes as bitter. But the truth still tastes as bitter. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but it doesn't make it sweeter. We wake up in my bed, I forget what you did, but it doesn't make things easier. You make my head again. I believe in every word you say, baby.
Welcome back, everybody. That is right. Myself and Agua are here to bring you the final match of this exciting weekend of twists, turns, upsets, and intense matches here with Frogs on Fire versus Zephyr.
Yeah, I mean, Frogs on Fire, Zephyr, what are both great teams. I'm really excited for this one.
Oh, absolutely. As we can see here, Frogs on Fire with an impressive 4-1 record. The only loss they've dropped is to that team directly beneath them in Polaris. They have dropped a couple maps, but overall, a pretty incredible season so far from this team. And now they're facing off against Zephyr, a team who maybe you could call the opposite side of the story. This is a team who has been close in some occasions. Genuinely, this map score doesn't tell the whole story. They have gone so close, so many maps, so many times of potentially turning stuff around. And this is their opportunity. Zephyr still potentially in this. All they need is that one match win to get that little bit of a leap up on Camp Halfburger.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing thing could happen if Zephyr wins this game. I mean, they've been looking so close to victory in so many matches, whether it was their game against Halfburger or Spike Clutches. But even with these O2s, it doesn't tell the whole story.
Oh, absolutely not. They've had close maps against teams like Polaris, teams like Whoop Troop, and like there is genuine like a possibility for this team to go in. I don't want a single person to believe, oh, this team hasn't won a match, completely write them off. I mean, that's how you lose games, is you get overconfident, you don't give the value that a team deserves. This is still an A-League team. I mean, we've seen it from the other, like, seal the deal. They've won matches. They've come close to winning multiple matches. And so this Frogs on Fire Zephyr match, I'm very excited for this.
I mean, and we'll see what happens this match. I imagine Zephyr just absolutely ready to claw their way to victory here if they can.
And claw their way to victory is exactly what you're going to need here from this Zephyr roster. We see we've got Unfeatured and Cypher on this tank duo. Been looking pretty solid across the board. Clap clockwise on this DPS line. If you're looking for that Tracer Genji duo, this is probably one of the teams you are looking at, as well as Fake, Zombies, and Chewy rounding out the backline of this team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking at Clockwise or Clap to just absolutely go crazy tonight for Zephyr to have to try to victory. Obviously, Unfeatured, always going to be there, always going to try to do his best. We'll see what happens tonight.
Yeah, we will have a first starting map of Busan, but before we go to that, let's quickly go over to that Frogs on Fire roster, see what's heating this Toad up so much here. And honestly, I feel like they've gotten the perfect tank for a team named Frogs on Fire. I mean, Toasty Toast, he's already heated, warmed up, and the rest of this team, they are no slouches either. All these players have been doing fantastic to keep up that spark.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the fire from my Toasty Toast, you got the frog from Lucio on from Crow on Lucio here. He's been playing absolutely great on this Lucio character.
Oh, fantastic here for sure. We can see in the most recent match, Akua been playing fantastic there on characters like the Sim and the Mei. We had people like Luca and Kairos just performing fantastic in that backline as well. And Iggy is absolutely no slouch when it comes to those hit scan matchups. And matchups is exactly what we're going to be looking at as we come down into the fantastic city of Busan, as we're getting ready to look at what the teams ended up banning out going into this map.
I mean, I imagine if it was a possibility for Zephyr that they just got rid of the Diva here.
Yeah, it is the bread and butter of this Frogs on Fire roster. Toasty Toast, as you saw there, the only tank for the side of this Frogs on Fire roster. However, it does not look like it went that way, because I believe that for this match, Frogs on Fire did get the first ban. So banning of the Hazard, getting themselves that Protect ban on that oh so beautiful Diva character that they are going to need for maps like Downtown.
Yeah, I mean, and it's always a smart idea to take away a Hazard from a featured. He can do so many things on the character.
Absolutely. As someone who's played against him in that head-to-head, this is a man you do not ever bring out. And if we're looking on the Zephyr roster here, I don't see a Clap. That looks like a Fake to me.
Yeah, it looks like Fake's gonna go over to DPS. Likewise, I don't see a Luca for Frogs on Fire. Looking like it's just gonna be Jules to start out. We'll see if Luca pops up later.
Yeah, maybe both teams, they just don't have a player present at this moment. However, the match has already started. We can see Zephyr going for a bit more of that bunkery style. Frogs on Fire, they have the Soldier, they have the Tracer. They're going for a much more agile composition here as Fake drags out the Tracer, but Toasty Toast drags out zombies from the grave, puts them back in it in unfeatured, grabs that one pick, but the rest of the team is dead around him, and Frogs on Fire, this fast-paced roster. Ooh, 1 HP. I cannot believe that he lived that.
I mean, Frogs on Fire just able to surround Zephyr and just slowly whittle away at them. I mean, just a great job from them.
Yeah, just surround and circumvent them. They're at this time. Alrighty, though. Going into this moment here, Frogs on Fire have the initial space control, but Ramatra really hard to duel in this frontline presence. We witnessed it in that last map. That Ram Diva matchup is really tough, but we can see here that slight difference in proficiency as Unfeatured is just being pressured out so much, and we can see the Soldier caught off to the side, goes down. Crow 1 also 2 apiece on both sides, but Frogs on Fire, they still have their tank up.
Fake able to clean up onto Akua. What a nice shot from him, but Frogs on Fire not out of this quite yet.
Yeah, but it looks like that rings the death bell for them, or I should say the death drum, as we can see, ooh, Genji almost being squished there, but Toast back into the mech, and it looks like Frogs on Fire. The little froggies have returned to fill back up the pond.
And I mean, what a great start from Toasty and Co so far. Looks like they're just going to be constant touches from them, not even halfway through for Zephyr to cap this point, and they still have control here.
Yeah, Frogs on Fire, they've invested a lot into this. They've invested the nuke, they've invested the pulse bomb, but like, they're still trading this back and forth. If you're Zephyr, you need to close this out, but the HP bars, they're getting so low, and I don't think they have any more presence to brawl on the point, but then the beat drop gets forced. We see both supportals from the side. We see so much from the side of Zephyr, and look at that, the instant disengage from this team. The discipline from this Frogs on Fire roster, immense.
I mean, Unfeatured scaring them away with Annihilation doesn't quite get the value you want, but hey, that's the point flip. But unfortunately for Zephyr, that was 4 ultimates for them.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you want, but Frogs on Fire, they're doing such an incredible job of juggling that objective. You're kind of forced to do it at that point. Like, you need to heavy invest because you see the point flip. The blade gets pulled out. Kiri drops to 1. Bell comes out. 1 HP on that Kiriko if they can grab it. But Toasty Toast clears out Fake and Clockwise, not able to get the full value out of that blade as Zombies goes down to Cool Guy, and Clockwise drops as well. And this Frogs on Fire roster, Toasty Toast gets that pistol whip on a tree. It looks like they're going to close out this fight pretty handily.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that Clockwise's team was ready to go up with him whenever he bladed there. Couldn't quite find anything, trying to get into Jules, but just to teleport away.
Yeah, it just looked rough across the board there. But Frogs on Fire, they might be able to prevent that touch, but no. Clockwise gets that touch last second Unfeatured over onto the ball. Chewy gets taken down though, and it looks like this is coming up all red for Frogs on Fire. You see them, they're just throwing out ults for fun at this point, and the Pokebomb comes out, and unfortunately everyone's dead by the time it explodes.
Yeah, I mean, what a great job from Frogs of Fire. I mean, Toasty has been so overwhelming on this Diva. I mean, I don't know what's scary, him in mech or him in baby Diva form.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't matter, mech or no mech. That baby Diva got the pistol whip out onto the Lucy here, and I mean, just look at this different stat spread. While Overwatch isn't a game of stats, you can tell the pressure difference coming out from these rosters.
Yeah, I don't know the Fake's too much of a DPS play here. Maybe showing a little bit of uncomfort here, but that being said, not doing too bad for himself.
Oh, absolutely not. We saw some really good moments there when he took those duels, was able to plant his place. But Frogs on Fire, if there was anything that gave Promo Pineapple so much trouble in the previous match, it was this DPS duo of the Mei Cass.
Mei Cass, but Clockwise seems to be matching the Mei of his own. We'll see what happens. But
yeah,
Toasty onto the Diva into Features Ramatra could be deadly if he doesn't have boosters whenever he gets walled.
Yeah, we saw straight Icicle impact Fake right in the head here as Zephyr. They're looking to surge forward as Clockwise, they get the pick on a Cool Guy there. Chewy takes out Akua, and maybe a little bit of a slight miscommunication there from the side of Frogs on Fire. You saw Akua was just on the other side of the map on the Mei. I mean, it's not the worst thing. You do want someone to take some space, but if you're playing this composition, you kind of want your Diva with you against the Ramatra in this fight.
Yeah, Toasty going over to match the Ram. I do like this. But it is rough. I mean, Kairos unfortunately did have to go down first that fight.
Yeah, and we can see here the ultimate bank is slightly on the side of Zephyr. Wall coming out, being able to cut Tessie Toast from their team. Just the block being forced with the Nemesis form. Wall coming out. Also, Fake barely managing to survive that engage, and it looks like Frogs on Fire. They're taking the long rotate as Jules now on the map, and the second wall comes out, and everyone is, I would say they're being roasted, but it looks like they're being like frostburnt? Frostbit, yeah. Annihilation might get forced here from the side of Unfeatured. Amazing job being able to save it, but I'm a little surprised that they didn't advance on him when he was so low. And now Zephyr, they have such a big ult advantage here that Frogs on Fire, it's looking like a little bit of a reverse of that previous round.
Yeah, Frogs on Fire goes to the same exit, ending up juking out Zephyr. Unfeatured is going to go with this Ramontra ult.
Yeah, it forces out the beat, and look at this disengage from Zephyr here. Looking like shades of Frogs on Fire on that last round, and Zephyr, their HP bars are low, but they fully disengage. They still have point control. They can go down as 5, and Chewy pops the beat as the team goes in. Blizzard comes out from the side of Akua. It doesn't look like it grabbed anyone, but it forced a lot of space as Clockwise responds with the Blizzard of his own, and it does manage to freeze Toast, but not for long as Clockwise drops as the OC gets popped from the side of Fate. Can't grab anything. It looks like it's getting damage output out, but one finally goes down, and it looks like it's coming up Zephyr slowly but surely.
Fake, great OC there, just barely not able to get Kairos, but Unfeatured going down here to iToasty, so what a great wall from Akua. And Toasty just seems like he wants to clean up the rest of this fight.
Yeah, Zephyr, you know, they fall, but it takes so long at the point. It's not going to get to that 99, but 98 is more or less the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Zephyr, I'm so happy with that. Getting 99%, I mean, that's just a fight win away.
Absolutely here. I think when they're in that more brawlier style, Zephyr, they feel a bit more comfortable and featured, playing fully on that Ram, Clockwise on that Mei, feeling a lot better. Frogs on Fire here. You know, their lunchbox is looking a little empty. They've only got the noon. The window is coming up. Zephyr, they have the rush, and they're immediately surging out with it. Wall gets forced to stop it from continuing on, and Toasty Toast picks up a KO. Looks like another one is going to come up, but I didn't even hear the noon get popped.
I mean, Kairos just able to get something in the middle of that fight with that noon, and a great wall from Akua to split him up. Looks like Akua wants to go early here with the Blizzard. We'll see if he's able to catch anyone here.
This play, it can backfire. That's the danger of this. You're not like a Tracer or a Sarma that can quickly TP out, and the Chewy, they've spotted the writing on the wall, or I guess the Mei on the wall, but it doesn't matter because they get dropped. Maybe the Blizzard didn't get that freeze potential, but just that overall pressure output is just immense. And Zephyr, they go down, they don't pop anything. In Frogs on Fire, they buy them enough time to potentially call this last fight.
Yeah, Zephyr looking like they want to go to the left side here. Try to get some space away from Frogs on Fire. We'll see what ends up happening. Frogs on Fire, it would have matched them in time, it looks like. What a great wall from both sides.
Absolutely fantastic. One dropping on both sides, but honestly, if you're Zephyr, that's a lot worse from you. You lose the potential beat that you have, and the Annihilations are coming through. And Frogs on Fire, they surge forward with that. It's just so unfortunate to see here because, I mean, Fake managed to get the one on a Crow a little bit too late, and Chewy, you were like the only person that couldn't die in that fight. You needed to stay alive for your team for that beat. And it looks like it's just going to be a little too late, and that's just so unfortunate. They managed to get the second touch, but the noon is out, and I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it would have got a second. I'm not going to quite get something. It looks like Clockwise coming out with this Blizzard, and a Fake from with the OC. Can he get something here?
Yeah, Zephyr has the ult banks, but they don't have the space that they need. And unfortunately, if you're Zephyr, like all these ults, they were so good, but like, you kind of wish you had them last fight, and not when like you're down so much, you have no point positioning. It's a really good play from Frogs on Fire. They capitalize on the one target they know they need to kill, realizing that Chewy doesn't have that beat yet. But it's just so sad to see when you have such a good ult bank.
Yeah, I mean, from the 99% from Zephyr and the ult bank, I thought that was going to look like a Zephyr map win, but Frogs on Fire played it aggressive, knew what their win cons were, went in aggressive, and they're able to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, that is just chalking up to a team that understands what they need to do to win at a deficit. In Frogs on Fire, they're showing that even in those, like, downtrodden positions, they're able to find their way back up onto their Frog and just hop on into a map 1 victory. But if you're on the side of Zephyr, that didn't look half bad. Like when we brought it to the brawl, we swapped stuff up, we played it into it. I mean, that was, in my opinion, the difference of like 5% old stretch to beat of it going to Zephyr and it going to a round 3 on control.
Absolutely. I mean, when we said it was going to be close, it's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I definitely think that if you're just looking for a fizzle out, you might be a little disappointed to know that this Zephyr team, there's a lot that they can do. I mean, this is genuinely a roster that, you know, some people are surprised that they're at this bottom. They've had so many amazing chances. But as we're going into that second map, we're going over to that Blizzard world. And if the roster is there from the sides, we are going to see Zephyr come in. We're probably going to see some D.Va being played. And if you're Frogs on Fire, you're totally fine taking that duel.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Zephyr decides to maybe opt out from the D.Va and lean towards something like an Orisa or like the Ramatra. Honestly, I could see that potentially happening for them.
I definitely agree with you there. We've got some interesting stuff, as we can see, potential of a map 3 Esperanza. We've seen it a little bit from previous sets that have happened on the A division previously in the week. But first things first, Zephyr, they're not worried about the map 3. The main thing they are focused on is getting this map 2 nice and situated here because, I mean, they're not out, but they're teetering on that edge, and it's looking a little dangerous now.
Yeah, I mean, but regardless whether you're looking at the edge, you just gotta keep going. I think Zephyr still has a good chance to pull this one out. We'll see what they decide to do in this next round.
I definitely agree here. We can see teams taking a minute. I imagine we are going to be potentially looking at getting their bans up soon, so that way we can head into this Blizzard World match. What do you think Zephyr really needs to like focus in on to be able to beat out this Frogs on Fire roster on this Blizzard World?
I don't know. I feel like some more pressure on the back line of Frogs on Fire would be nice as well. I mean, I felt like they're relatively just kind of safe. As I said,
D.Va ban.
A D.Va ban from Zephyr. Probably gonna lean Zephyr. Probably gonna lean more into like the Ramatra or the Orisa. We'll see what Frogs on Fire wants to respond with.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we can see that overall there is still. I think this is a good thing. You know, you're saying most likely Zephyr's coming in, he plays the D.Va. But honestly, when you're met with a matchup that you can like respect your opponents, they're playing really good. This is a specialist. They really like playing that D.Va character. There are times where you just genuinely have to be like, you know what, I play this character, but let's just ban it out. Let's do something else. Let's force them onto maybe a slightly less comfortable comp. This is really good awareness from Zephyr, and let's see how Frogs on Fire responds here.
Yeah, we'll see. Frogs on Fire probably gonna take a little bit to think it over. Honestly, I'm quite curious myself what they decided to do. I could see anything from like maybe a Juno or maybe a Juno or like a Brigman potentially.
Yeah, I could see that too. With some swaps coming out, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing in the world to maybe see a Lucio going bye-bye, maybe favoring a little bit of a Brig Bap backline, especially if you're playing this with like a Zarya or even a Ramatra. There's possibilities.
I know, see, they could also always go for something like just getting rid of Clockwise and his Genji. Honestly, Frogs on Fire have a lot of good options here.
Yeah, I think if you're Frogs on Fire, you might be a tiny bit surprised by this D.Va ban, but it's not the end of the world. You can clearly tell they were planning to get a specific ban on this map too. Maybe they're talking it over right now, figuring out a secondary option now that that is gone. Maybe they were looking for like a Ram ban there if that doesn't go through. But we see the Fray coming out. Frogs on Fire, Zephyr. I will say both these rosters, neither team really plays a lot of Freya. If we've gone back and looked, there have been some instances where, you know, maybe you see an Iggy or a Kairos or a Clockwise jumping on these characters, but neither team I would call a Freya team.
Yeah, I mean, well, Iggy or Clap or Clockwise or anybody can pull up the Freya. I wouldn't say this necessarily. Honestly, this might just come of, I don't like the character. Let's just get rid of it and just like kind of handshake.
Yeah. I definitely agree with you there. Teams, the bans are in. We're very curious to see just overall how this ends up. dishing out, I would say probably going to see some Ramachi being played. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Frogs on Fire maybe lean into the Zarya a bit here. We're also not even confident who is swapped out yet. We haven't been able to get transferred over there. We will see once we're in the map. This could be a case where Zephyr not here. This could be a case where, as we already saw, I mean, Frogs on Fire, they didn't have one of their backline. And so we're just seeing, you know, we're not exactly confident who's here.
Yeah, it's honest. It's kind of intriguing. It looks like we're gonna finally head over to Blizzard World, and we'll see who and what's being played.
Yeah, the map of Blizzard World, one of the more slightly disagreed upon maps. Is it good? Is it great? Is it terrible? I feel like that really depends on the character pool that you play. But one thing that everyone can agree on is that this map has a lot of versatility. There are a ton of different characters you can look to play, from rush to poke to dive. I definitely would say here, okay, everyone, I know we saw it.
In on DPS?
I saw it on the left side. I was just about to bring it up. That is correct. Unfeatured is on DPS. I don't know what to say. Maybe bro just has that. Luca is here. So we do have the Luca Crow backline. It looks like maybe Iggy isn't here for Frogs on Fire.
Yes, it looks like Iggy's in here for Frogs on Fire. Luca coming in for map 2, as well as Zombies going out for Fake, as well as Clap still not being here, but Unfeatured stepping into the DPS role. We'll see what he's able to do. Back in the day in Kitsune League, there was a couple of experimentations where we had Wi-Fi Untake and Unfeatured on DPS. I don't think we ever ran that in the actual game, but we'll see what it looks like out here.
I was just about to say, I think there's a genuine possibility of this Roadhog being played. I remember in a match against Polaris, Toast pulled out the hog. I don't know what mind control specimen is like causing the hog virus to permeate around, but Toast, I mean, clearly he wants to do this.
Yeah, I mean, Roadhog, not typically seen too much. We'll see if he's able to fish and hook somebody here, as he does have the nice little fisherman skin on.
Yes, he does. He's got his little anchor out, gets blocked by the shield of Zephyr here, and Akua setting this really good side angle presence, and just an amazing nade onto the side here. Lamb comes out to save Toast's life, but goes low. We can see here being swept in Akua, but Chewy goes down at the beginning again. I have no clue how that happens, so maybe just extended a little bit too much.
Yeah, Unfeatured getting close to the rail. Can he find something here? But he goes down to Akua.
And just Akua just tearing up his back line. Just the beast of this person. I mean, some people say you have to wait for Blade to come out for the dragon, but Akua clearly showing that the dragon resides before even the Blade comes out with that nice, easy 4K.
Yeah, and hey, whatever song he's playing, keep it playing. I have no idea what song he's referencing or even slightly talking about. But
I was not
if he kill 5, like,
I have no clue. It seems like maybe Frogs on Fire have been taken over by a hive mind of like fire trucks at this point, and Chewy's dead again.
Yeah, I mean, Chewy just getting punished there, but Luca on the flank there. Don't quite know why Luca was there.
I'm not sure. Luca was feeling a little silly with it. Frogs on Fire, I think, you know, they're a little too hot from that last win, and maybe seeing Unfeatured on the DPS here, they're feeling a little silly going for a side angle, but Crow picks up Unfeatured in the end. Zephyr just trying to stay to the side, and Clockwise goes down, and if I'm Zephyr, I just need to regroup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I don't know. It's kind of rough for Zephyr if they don't regroup here. It looks like they will get a nice little fight, unless Zephyr can potentially get hooked here by Toasty.
No, but it looks like the ammo is forced, and Luca goes down. Luca apparently on another little silly, funny angle there, going to get punished for it again. This time as Unfeatured finishes off Crow. And Frogs on Fire, they haven't been stopped on this payload, and so you're not exactly disappointed. The only disappointment, I think, coming off from the side of Zephyr there is Clockwise being caught by a stray Roadhog hook from the side angle. But if you're Zephyr, you have everything. You haven't been forced to use anything. The only thing being used this game is Luca on his funny little side angle with the window.
We'll see how Luca decides to take this fight. But Toasty deciding to walk down the team, just gonna face tank the Noon, able to hook Unfeatured, and he's down.
Yeah, Unfeatured drops early, Nano coming out, but if there's one thing Whole Hog is good for, it is the stay at least 6 feet away from me ultimate. I don't want any part of whatever you're selling.
I mean, Blade coming out here from Clockwise, like 1 HP whenever he popped it though. He's able to stay alive, but also not able to find anything with it.
Yeah, Frogs on Fire, really good disengage there, just completely mitigate all the ults from the side of Zephyr. We see on Feature now over to the Tracer. Clockwise goes down to Kugai's ultimate. Cypher takes out Toasty Toast. Akua takes out Fake in this orbit. I mean, listen, it might not be anywhere near as broken as it used to be, but this ultimate is still just fight turning and fight winning.
Yeah, I mean, Crow looking like he's going to be able to get out, but still, that's a fight win for Zephyr. Fake heading over to the carry off the Ana as well.
Looks like Frogs on Fire are additionally silly for this match, even more than I expected. But Zephyr here, they've stabilized. It looks like they're going in. They are building up their ult lunchbox, and no one gets hooked there. Frogs on Fire, they only have that window out. And if you're looking for any value from that, you need it off the back of Clockwise going one, but amazing clip from Unfeatured down to Akua.
I mean, great. Also, might be able to find something onto Kairos here, but looks like he's just able to live. And Luca trades him, though.
Yeah, that looks rough. 1 second off of the recall here, but we can see Cypher just sustaining on to the point here. Fake going down as well. Toast is just in this team's backline, just absolute like butter on bread into this team composition, as just finds another hook onto Chewy. And Zephyr, they lose this point out as Frogs on Fire don't need to use a single ultimate to claim this last clean up on second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm featured looking for the Hail Mary there, not quite able to get it, and gets punished by Akua, but hey, teams regrouping.
Yeah, we can see here going on to this side. Zephyr, Unfeatured going back onto the cast. The lunchbox is being filled as we speak. We see a lot of ultimates coming out from that side, but Frogs on Fire, they stocked early for this week. They have everything, and I don't know where that window is. Can we get a... window is somewhere. No one saw where it came out, and just like a tree in the forest, if no one sees the window come out, did it really even happen? As we see Toast just pushing Cypher into the corner and just staring up at him.
What? Oh, even with the fight loss, I'm still kind of fine with that if I'm Cypher. At least it didn't happen with the Annihilation this time, or the Nano Boost as it happened last time. But Cypher couldn't come up this big with this Annihilation and this Curie Rush.
Yeah, definitely here we can see from the side of Frogs on Fire, we got a lot of point progress there. Akua maybe a little bit stepping too far forward. As Zephyr's HP pools, they're pretty low. They do manage to turn it around with that pick. And we can see Lamp get forced. Also, Frogs on Fire, they're going to have to temporarily retreat with a 2-minute time bank. Ooh, Clockwise, surprise haircut.
He's able to go Fake going with the rush. Clockwise, will he pop the blade?
Looks like the blade does get popped from Akua's side. As we can see, Frogs on Fire, they just... Oh my god, what an amazing right-click melee there. But like Frogs on Fire, they commit so much to this fight, and it doesn't look like they get any of the benefits of it. Like, they didn't get any cart progress. They pick Unfeatured out in the end, so maybe they get something done from this as Cypher is alone.
Yeah, I mean, Frogs on Fire slowly coming back. We'll see if they're able to regroup for a final little push. Looks like Cypher is gonna back up a tiny bit. Or not.
Yeah. We can see here, HP bar dropping low of Toasty Toast, but Roadhog, he's just totally fine doing this. And we can see the blade coming out. So many players on the side of Frogs on Fire drop low, but Clockwise manages to get the one and the lamp, and the beat comes out. It's just a little too late, but Chewy goes down again right when the team needs them most, and Clockwise gets picked off by Toasty Toast here, but I mean, it's all coming up. Frogs on Fire, maybe something can happen.
I mean, not right now. Cypher goes down. The for sure have a push. Clockwise for sure has a touch here, but it's looking rough. They gotta see if they can get a Cypher's Annihilation in time. But as of right now, they only got the pulse bomb.
Yeah, it is not looking incredible from the side here. We can see though, as Frogs on Fire, they're managing to just push everyone off the point, and if there's one thing Hog ult does good, it is denial, and Zephyr denied the touch.
Yeah, I mean, Toasty Toast just saying no to everybody and say, get away from me. I mean, just says, okay, just don't be anywhere near me.
Yeah, enforcing those rules that have been long past. But as we can see from the side of both, like, I mean, just look at the damage output pressure that Zephyr is putting out. He's just pumping damage. But the side, there's no like finalizations on these kills. You're just pumping damage into a Roadhog that is like permanently being healed. And Frog's on fire. I mean, like, they're just kind of running away with like random picks that they shouldn't be allowed to get.
I mean, it feels like for as much damage and pressure Zephyr tries to put out, it's just like a teammate just randomly is somehow picked magically.
Yeah. This is looking do or die from the Zephyr roster here. Getting this map selection here, bringing it back to that Esperanza for map 3. I mean, it might be enough to get them over that hurdle, but that's way too far in the future for a team like Zephyr. They are literally, as being shown in the maw of this Frogs on Fire roster here, you know, the Frogs, they don't have teeth, but they are sinking into the last little bit of Zephyr, like they are draining the entire possibility of a play-ins from them.
Clockwise, gonna go for a quick Widow shot. Not quite gonna find anything with the first 2 shots, and looks like he's gonna head back to spawn already.
Yeah, we've all been there. We've all done our quick shot or 2 and then head back into spawn. But it looks like just right now, this Frogs on Fire roster, they're just going to sit up on the high ground. Zephyr, they're going to go for a quick rotation down the side angle, and Unfeatured getting hooks in. But it looks like they live. However, I cannot say the same for Chewy, as once again, that is an early pick off in this fight. Fake following along, and it looks like the rest of Zephyr is going to follow shortly.
Yeah, I mean, just try to make the rotation. Toasty Toast just saying, hey, you, come here, and then the fight's over.
Yeah, it is definitely unfortunate from this side. We can see, though, Frogs on Fire, they are just kind of chilling on the point, waiting. We can see Zephyr, they've swapped over to that Symmetra. I honestly don't hate it. Completely negates the benefit of Hog being able to grab someone through. But as I was about to say, never mind. Toasty being able to unlock his third eye, seeing the Symmetra swap a mile away, and it looks like they were just completely ready for everything going on. But it doesn't matter. Toast comes back in with the Hog hook, just getting just insane amounts of value on this character here, and that's another pick for the Hog.
I mean, Toasty just absolutely going crazy on this Hog character, just getting pick after pick whenever he wants it.
Yeah, I think this is the most success Hog has gotten throughout the leagues here. We're looking at a potential anyway. Alrighty, going back on Frogs on Fire, they've basically got their lunchbox completely filled out with ultimates, and Zephyr on their side, they haven't been able to do a lot. I mean, they have the window from Fake, but they haven't been able to. The fights have ended too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Fake just barely getting his perk. I mean, that doesn't tell you how much has been happening. I don't know. Luca gonna go for a window on the angle, and it's perfect. He gets Fake.
Yeah, manages to get one here. This is definitely been interesting. We're seeing the stagger. I mean, why wouldn't you just stagger in this situation here? The Ram doesn't even have his first perk. It looks like I can't tell for certain, but I think Zephyr might have picked the shield perk. I didn't see any Void Surge bullets come out there when they were shooting. And so now if you're Zephyr, there's just 2 fights left. You have ults. You have a lot that you can do in this side, but Frogs on Fire here. They've still got a lot of ults as well, and Unfeatured just goes for the side angle just a little too early and didn't expect such a speedy Hog to swing the corner.
Unfeatured recommending that good amount of fruit. And I don't know what else is being said here.
Yeah, we're just going to ignore additional comments here. Apparently, on the side of Frogs on Fire, they're done waiting for Zephyr to get to the point. They just want to come in and get that pick, but it might be the downfall. Cool Guy drops from the hands of Unfeatured's bullets. And we can see here, Frogs on Fire, they're losing their HP bars. Clockwise swinging with the blade. Unfeatured grabs another Inakua, however, gets grabbed himself as Clockwise gets bladed. In the Hog, he's so low, he's so one, and Fake even drops the window to secure him up. And surely this has to be the point for Zephyr right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, Luca taking the 1v1 versus Chewy, but Curl looking like he's showing up. I think Luca's gonna be able to leave the situation.
Yeah, it looks like they'll be able to do it right at the end here, but Luca kills Clockwise. I I don't know. Unfeatured kills Crow. The point is won. An amazing shots from Chewy there. Looks like we might be able to secure it here, but Cool Guy gets the pick off, and it's just this Sojourn left, and it's just them, and unfortunately Toast can't get back to the point, and it took a village to raise a child, but it took an army to win that first point from Zephyr.
I mean, okay, I was gonna say, Cool Guy really feeling it, deciding to go over the Widowmaker, but we're gonna head over to the Cassidy as well instead.
Yeah, it seems here right now, Frogs on Fire, they are just going to be ran down by Zephyr, who's decided that he is just going into the back line. He doesn't care about where the payload is. He doesn't care, apparently, about where the enemy team is either, because they managed to run down one, but Toast is just sitting on the cart, denying the progress here. It looks like he's going to get punished for it, but very interesting fight that's gone out. I don't know how these trades keep coming out, but Frogs on Fire, they keep managing to get these trades.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Toasty ends up where he does, but he ended up getting his, so.
And honestly, isn't that all you can ask for at this point, is just getting yours?
Yeah, Akua on the Tracer. I don't know that he previously was on that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Akua... I'm going to say he's been on the Tracer for a while because he's got the Pulse Bomb, but Unfeatured manages to clip down Cool Guy and Crow low as well. Unfeatured been actually putting in a really good amount of work overall throughout there. And we can see Zephyr pushing this forward, continuing their momentum from their picks.
Yeah, I mean, but that being said, Luca does feel like responding with a window. Frogs on Fire do have 3 more ultimates, even if the window didn't quite find anything.
Yeah, it's looking fine for this side. Also, we can see Hook come out, being able to take out Fake there. Pulse Bomb going wide from the side of Akua. And Zephyr, they've got the back line ultimates on board here. Looking for a potential final fight to cap. The payload is within final fight territory, but if I know this Frogs on Fire roster, they're just going to want to run at them and force them to use all the stuff. They have the beat to do it also.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. I will say Clockwise is close to the barrage as well. We'll see if he can find something with that.
Yeah, window dropped early, not a ton of value. Beats forced off both sides, and it looks like Toast. Apparently, Cypher's just caught right underneath this statue, saving his life, as he maybe would have been like to push off the map, but Akua managed to catch Unfeatured in all the resources that are forced in just so many people dropping low, but it's an even 2-on-2, but the spawns are going to be on the side of Frogs on Fire here for this fight.
Fake going down to Akua as well as getting Clockwise previous to that. Now Akua on Cypher, that does force the ram arms, but I think he is alone. He does have touch though, and there's Chewy and Unfeatured there to back him up.
Ooh, but there's the noon. Something tells me a funny little frog is going to look to boop them out, and it doesn't even need to. Toast cleans up Chewy, Crow cleans up Cypher, and that is going to be the end as Frogs on Fire 2-0 run through Zephyr. And honestly, I'm a little lost for words here at the end of that map. I'll be real.
Yeah, it felt like it went kind of fast. I don't really know what happened too much, but map over.
Yeah, map over. I do realize with the map over here, I was thinking about it as Zenning. We definitely forgot to grant an MVP for the previous match. We won't forget to do that, however, in this match here. As Frogs on Fire, they played fantastic. It overall went well. Who do you think is the MVP in this set?
I don't know. Map 1, I would say Akua played extremely well, but I mean, Toasty was so dominant in this hog this map. I feel like it's kind of hard to ignore that.
Yeah, I think if we're giving out the MVP, we're giving it to Toasty. Played phenomenally on the Diva in map 1. Great swap over to the Ramatra as well, going over to the Mecha base. And then on map 3, call it what it will, silly, a strat. I mean, they've played it in previous sets before. The MVP for this hog. And now Frogs on Fire, I mean, you see it here. That is the #1 seed taken out of Primal Pineapples, just completely from underneath them, drops into that second place, because if it goes to a head-to-head, Primal Pineapples, they lost to the Frogs on Fire. And so, I mean, with next week's matches coming up, whether you're Primal Pineapples, Polaris, or even Mar and Mallows, you're kind of rooting for Whoop Troop to be able to take this possibility of letting someone else into the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens next week. I will say, last week matches, always super exciting. A lot of upset potential, or not.
Yeah, we don't know. There was a ton of upsets today. I'll be completely honest. We weren't ready for some of the upsets that did happen. Just the intensity of the sets also was kind of crazy. If you missed any of the games, as we are at the end of the stream, please go back and watch them. There's some fantastic ones. I even recommend going over to that Moon Twitch and watching that Bluff Creek Big Mode What's Up Doc game, as I know the second I get off cast, I am going to be doing that because I have to know what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to take a look at that later. We'll see what happens. But
Yeah,
it's been an exciting week of matches.
it's been an extremely exciting week of matches here, as Solomon is here to join us. Solomon, do you have anything that you wish to say at this point? Maybe some fun facts for those watching?
That was silly.
It was silly, wasn't it? I love a little Roadhog gameplay.
We were just screaming in the prod room of just like the silly Roadhog pick that actually got an insane amount of value. Like
Just
that
crazy
1-5,
amount of value.
like hooking the high noon and then also whole hogging away the nano dram. Like just a crazy amount of value, and Toasty's just spinning around on it. It's crazy. That's the end
absolutely.
of week 5.
Yippee!
So 1 more week to go. We've done 6 matches in every group now. So, sorry, I need to mute a second. Hear myself twice. Okay, there we go. So we're going to do a quick wrap up. Everyone has 1 more match, and that's next week as well. We can go through and see where everyone is right now, see where people are confirmed. Here's A-League, like we were just talking about, with Frogs on Fire now on the top spot. Zephyr is actually not logged out of playoffs yet. They still have avenues.
Yes. I think if they win their game next week and Camp Halfburger they swap, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So it's Zephyr or Halfburger that will be 7th and 8th. So Zephyr must win their game, and Halfburger must lose for Zephyr to get through.
What does Seal the Deal have to do?
Marin Mellows.
Is Seal the Deal out completely?
Seal the Deal, yes. Seal the Deal are out. No matter what they do. They'll be playing Corrupted Guys, which would be a pretty rough one for them to take regardless. Even if they did, it's just their map record is too far away. Even if they went 2-0, they'd be 5 and 11 on 2 and 4, and you just wouldn't be able to match it with anyone like that. It's been an super interesting one today. We've had some really good matches today, actually. Big League, as you guys are talking about with What's Up Doc, taking that map off stream, or taking the game off stream against BCB. Now we have a lot of 2 and 4s in that division.
It's insane to point this out, but isn't there a world where What's Up Doc ends 4th? Like, I'm looking at the 2 and 4s.
Yeah,
I don't exactly know who's playing who, but guys, if Birdwatch, Bluff Creek, and Camp Jumpshot fall victim in next week, someone like call every doctor they know, because What's Up Doc, clearly they're the ones that need to be in that 4th spot. I mean, this would be probably the craziest turnaround story in Season 7.
Yep. And this group is actually getting a little bit more solidified now. We didn't talk about it because we didn't have the match on this stream, but Moth and Reprieve are locked into one. Well, sorry, they will be the top 2. It's looking like Moth more likely, but Reprieve can still get top seed. They go to a 2-0 their game against Jump Shot next week, and also Bluff Creek must 2-0 Mothmania. So
Not an impossibility.
Well, not impossible, but a tricky one considering they are 6-0 right now. So we'll see if that will happen. Blind Music's Playtee is locked into 3rd, as I'm sure makes sense because we have 1 game left and no one else is going to overtake them from below them. And then Birdwatch down to What's Up Doc can be 4th through 7th. And actually, What's Up Doc can still be 8th. Banders have a path to the playoffs still. They must win 2-0 against Blind Music Society, and Birdwatch must beat What's Up Doc 2-0, and that would therefore knock out What's Up Doc. But as you said, What's Up Doc can be 4th. They must win against Birdwatch, and also Reprieve must win against Jumpshot, and also Mothmania must beat BCB.
All I'm hearing possible. Is that, like, What's Up Doc, they have to beat Birdwatch. The Mothmania and Reprieve matches, those maybe you would say are favored for Mothmania and Reprieve. And so What's Up Doc, if you're hearing this, like, go for it. I think a lot of people would love to see this crazy turnaround story.
It's not impossible, and also they have a match that they could do it in. Like the matches before where it's like they're playing the top, seal the deal playing corrupted guys, like, well, realistically, that's going to be a pretty tricky one. But this one, you're essentially tied with them. You're both 2 and 4. It's super doable. So, they should not feel like they're completely out yet. Banders is going to be tough, and their fate is in their hands in that they need to win, but they need other things to happen as well. So, plenty of movement still there. And in the opposite group in B1, we said goodbye to Nurture already. They will have a match next week as well against School of Rush, which also makes things slightly more interesting at the top. And it's still pretty wide open. I mean, it's pretty all over the place there, even with the maps. A lot of very, very even teams there.
Yeah, definitely. I know we saw a lot of leapfrogging around from Borealis and School of Rush, but Requiem and Daybreak and even Era High Noon, I mean, they're not out of it. They're 3 and 3. There is possibility of, I think, a lot of teams moving into that second seed.
Yep, there's actually everyone apart from Ignite Memories and Nurture could be second seed, even Daybreak.
Really?
Daybreak
Okay.
and Era High Noon can still make into second seed. Daybreak would need some crazy stuff. They need to win 2-0. Nurture would have to beat School of Rush 2-0, which I think is unlikely.
And
every other match has to go a certain way. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure School of Rush... is Aurora locked into number 1?
Nope, not yet. School of Rush can be number 1. Borealis can actually be number 1.
That would be interesting. Yeah, I see map differential things. I think we need, like, what, a 2-0 from Nurture for any of that to happen, though?
Yeah, it would require a Nurture win.
Everyone pull out your believer hats.
That's what Borealis need. And if not, it'll be Aurora or School of Rush to get that top speed. Yeah, so it's still a lot of very important games next week. Here's a quick look at the C-League standings as well, which has even more games. We have actually a bit of a... So this is quite an interesting one. So the 4th seed in Terrapin is locked 4th, and Canonas is locked out at 8th. But 1, 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7 are not at all locked, and any of them could go anywhere. So we basically have 2 mini standings now.
Which is funny.
All of that will be resolved next week, with Oomph leading the top group and Long Races leading the bottom group. The next matches for those, so we can also be playing Noctis, so that'll be a lower one, which could be actually pretty close. Log Races, we're playing Goat, so that's up at the top. Oomphy will be playing Terrapin, and then Zephyr and Boa will be playing as well. So all to play for in C-League, unless you're Terrapin, I suppose.
Yeah, if you're Terrapin, I don't know, maybe you try some stuff that you've been like secretly working on in a match to see how it will do. I mean, it might as well. You're completely locked into 4th. You've got like a decent matchup going on, and so just try some stuff. Maybe try that comp you've been wanting to.
And also worth noting, Terrapin is finished. They're done. They've done their 7 matches. Because of the way that the C-League schedule worked out, we actually had like a 3-team round robin where Terrapin had to play like twice this weekend. Because like Terrapin had to play... Let me just pull it up because it is quite funny.
Yeah. Well, in that case, then Terrapin, never mind. You've clearly tried all the stuff you needed to. You ended out with a completely zeroed map diff. Good for you. I mean, 9 and 9, 4 and 3 matches, map diff of 0. I mean, that's solid right in the board.
I mean, get your popcorn out. You can just watch for free.
Yeah.
Look, see what the opponents want to do.
Yeah, okay, so it was before this week, it was Terrapin, Log Races, and Goatmen all had to play each other, but of course we can't play them all at the same time. So Terrapin played twice this week, and Log Races and Goatmen will do the final one next week.
I see.
So yeah, it's just one of those things because we don't pre-schedule all the matches. We schedule them based on who's available, just because it makes things easier for everybody involved. We don't have hey, you guys, you won't believe sometimes the scheduling when it's like 2 teams need to play each other, and like everyone can play Friday on one team and everyone can play Sunday the other team, and there's nothing overlapping, and that's always fun.
Yeah.
But that is week 5 done, which is match 6, which means we've only got 1 more week of regular season. Next week might be interesting because a lot of the pro team are going to be doing other things, but that'll be announced soon enough. So who the hell knows what's going to happen with streams next week, but it'll be a really quite important week for the standings. There's a lot of things that are still not locked in yet, and especially in some of those groups, like in some of the B League divisions, where teams could go anywhere, and a lot of it is in their own hands. So all to play for. And thanks everybody for this weekend, for all of the matches we've done this weekend. It's been a bit of a slog, but we got through it. Big thanks to Greeting and Agua for taking these last couple of matches and everyone throughout the day. And we'll see you next Friday for even more BPL action that you know and love. We will end out our regular season next week. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Farewell.